I'm the baby, that's my mommy, that's my daddy, we're all sharks. That's my grandma, can't forget about grandpa. Oh, that's my family, yeah, and we're all sharks. Baby shark, I need my mommy. My mommy. Where's my daddy at? Yeah, my daddy, my daddy. They made it possible. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Baby shark, yeah, yeah. Mommy shark, oh yeah. Daddy shark, yeah. We're all sharks, yeah. We're all sharks. Baby shark.
Baby Shark, do. Good afternoon, almost evening. My lovely and dedicated viewing crew, who always tends to be here regardless of the time of day, how late I am, how homo or heterosexual I might be due to my lateness. You are awesome. To the new people, welcome. I got to have a lovely experience, and shout out to my friend Nick for letting me on his show. For those of you who did not catch my appearance on 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐷𝗼's Friday show this week, check it out on YouTube. You can catch the first hour or so of the show. But if you want to catch all the good stuff, because of Nick's deal with Rumble, you got to go over to Rumble, check it out. I also have a Rumble channel, which starting next week, I will start re-streaming to both my Rumble and Odysee. There were some issues with being able to get my subscription back up on Rumble, or not Rumble, but on StreamYard, and I've had to put some money into other things, so that was the first thing I took a hit, especially when I wasn't streaming. But I'm back now. It's good to be back, and we're going to go a little further into what I am calling probably the most horrific shit I want to not ever have to cover on this show. So last week I had a lovely stream. It was a very relaxing stream. There was nothing stressful about it. All we did was hang out, talk about nothing in particular, that is such a fucking, I can't even say it with a straight face. Last week, I decided to punish myself. I was effectively a self-vlogging. I went ahead and decided to cover a recent, not necessarily a recent document, but a document I recently found while doing some research on parental alienation and some other stuff, given updates in a custody case. Not necessarily major updates, but enough updates that I wanted to find out some more. Decided to look into it and was more than upset with how blindsided I was at the shittiness of this quote unquote disorder that has not been recognized by the DSM at all. It's not recognized by DSM. Basically, every professional community out there that does ethics, that does anything in mental health, that is a legitimate body, that does stuff in law, even law bodies have went ahead and said, no, this is some bullshit, to summarize, right, the entire thing. I'm fucking infuriated. And I know this is a family show and I don't like to swear. I am fucking infuriated at a system like this. Not just because I'm a mental health professional, allegedly, right? We still never figured that out, according to the other people. But not just for me, but regular people have discovered this and have seen the horrors of this system. And when an article I read from 2016, so it was July 2016, so 2023, or almost 7 years ago, this article came out that I read last week. Had a lot of citations. I started digging into those. I was, needless to say, upset. I don't like dealing with this kind of stuff on a general. It's a general rule. Let me put that. I will do it because it is necessary. I will do it because I can handle it most of the time. I don't tend to have, issues with talking about trauma or whatever types of trauma that may be. I'll do it because I know it's not about me. It's about my client. It's about the kid. It's about the parent. Whatever, community I'm working with at any given job or any given setting. It's not about me. It's about them. I have the skill set to be able to be comfortable talking about this stuff and not be completely distraught, to not, reflect my own personal issues or trauma onto my client, to not transfer them or to transfer their issues into my life, which is something that we do have to worry about. And it's one of the first things you learn about. I think I learned about that in my first semester of graduate school. Is it something that we have to deal with? Is it fun? No, never fun. It's what we do to make sure that we're giving our clients the best care possible. And if we don't do that, then we are putting ourselves above our clients, and we shouldn't be doing it. I especially don't like that because I have put my clients first. So what we'll be doing today, and I was trying to get some of this stuff ready because I've been, oh boy, have I been finding some stuff over the last week. You want to trigger my internet autism? Again, I'll always clarify this because I know people will shit on me. I say internet autism in such a loving way because I have worked with, and some of my best and favorite clients have been autistic. And I don't say that as a demeaning thing. I say that as a powerful thing. And I am empowering the language because I don't think autism is something you should be ashamed of. And I've had clients who were ashamed of being autistic and who felt uncomfortable in social situations that I helped become more comfortable in social situations. And that was great to see them, make that huge change, that huge improvement. Because it's not easy. But my internet autism was triggered. And so I spent like the last week in my downtime, probably more than just my downtime, looking more into the lovely concept and theories behind parental alienation syndrome. I've created a custom playlist on my YouTube where I have been not visible, it's private, but I've been saving these videos, these streams, these this content to both review, because some of it I haven't reviewed. For example, one of the ones I'm currently going through and was going to be today's stream is a presentation by Richard Gardner himself from '98 that was recorded, both a presentation, which we might get to the latter part of it that I haven't watched, so we'll do a live react. We'll see how our time looks, where he talks about differentiating between real abuse and parental alienation. I think I was getting really close to that where I left off, so we'll see. But today we're going to talk about family bridges. And if you want to get a little idea about family bridges, go to Google, go to YouTube search, type in family bridges. And one of the first things that's going to follow with the keyword suggestion is scandal, controversy, stuff like that. Because it's scary, right? These are not things that are okay. One of the things that you'll find was an interview that's at the top of the search results, at least in my search results. For those of you who know who Megan Fox is, the YouTuber, the news reporter, she did a stream last year-ish, and she's been covering content on this topic, right? She has content on being, for families who have been involved in this kind of program, who have had to go through it, who have spent 5 or 6 figures being forced, and I'm not saying that as a joke, 5 or 6 figures being forced by the court to go through these programs, right? And I don't say that lightly. So we'll start out with, and we'll go ahead and start with this. This is 3 parts. There's more to it that was never filmed, unfortunately, by a young lady who was a survivor of abuse. It sounds like severe abuse. I think it seems like it was sexual abuse. Who was forced to be put back into the home with her sibling, of her abuser, for more than, I think, 1 or 2 years. It was a while. It was bad. So we're going to watch that today. Let me go ahead and get this ready. Which tab is that? Oops. Here. Where's my present? Here, screen. This is a professional setup here. Don't question it. If you question it, just like parental alienation syndrome, if you question it, you're automatically worse of an alienator. If you question my professionalism, you're more of a troll. You're more of a hater. So anything to do to even provide feedback will automatically be seen in this context as you being more and more of a hater. So don't tempt me. Like, which fucking tab is it? Okay. Nope, not the form. Okay, here we go. Stop playing the other tab. Okay. This is the correct tab. Full screen it. And all right, so we'll start with this. Let me get my banner up because I want to put a banner up. Survivor of family bridges. Have this. Part 1 is Survivor of Family Bridges. So let's put this up. All right. This Has 3 parts to it. We're gonna spend, I think, total time like 3 or 4 minutes. I think it was meant to be shown on like TikTok. So let's go to this and let's do it. All right, let me check the chat here. Hey, Twisted. Hey, Shinobu. Sin, because I'm not saying your whole name and fucking everything up. Ghost, Cool Frog. Also, Cool Frog. I've been meaning to ask you if I could come on your show. I'd really like the opportunity if you're willing, if you're still hanging out. I know you've been doing well, and it's been a long time. And if you want to come up, or if you want to have me up, I'll be happy to come up. Tangled Bliss, welcome to the stream. And did I miss anyone? Tracy, I saw you. All right. And I wasn't 10 minutes late. I was delaying the onset of me having to talk by playing more music for you. That's not being late. So don't hate. All right. This will infuriate you. Let's play a game. How long can you sit there and not get angry while we watch all 3 parts of this? If at any point you have to tap out, say tap out in the chat. If you start getting infuriated or anger or your blood pressure rises, go ahead and say tap out in the chat. Let's see how long the chat can last. This will be a fun family game that we're going to play while we watch the testimonials of a survivor. I know that sounds like I'm making fun of this. The farthest thing I could be is making fun of this. I empathize with this poor girl that she had to go through this. So I'm trying to merely make light of our having to suffer through it to further educate ourselves on it. They tell you to go educate yourself. Well, guess what? We're doing that today.
Story time of how I was trafficked across the country by the family court system. When I was 16, my sister and I were kidnapped from a courthouse in Johnson County, Kansas, separated and transported to a remote city in Montana. Here, we were held captive in a hotel and threatened into a relationship with our abusive father through a forced reunification camp called Family Bridges. When we were taken from the courthouse, all of our things, including our phones and our clothes, were confiscated from us, and we were shoved out the back door of the courthouse by 2 transport agents and security guards. My sister and I were put into separate cars, and I didn't see her again until we got to Montana. We weren't allowed to ask any questions about where we were going or what we would be doing. Our case manager was there at the courthouse, and he told us to just go along with it and just do what they say. Throughout the trip, I was terrified. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I could barely stop shaking. And when we got to Montana, it was so much worse than I even imagined. Come back for part 2.
All right, so that was part 1. Anyone have to tap out yet? No tap outs? All right. I know I saw a couple more viewers join in. If you have to tap out because of your anger, so if you need to, we're playing a small game while we go ahead and review this girl's testimonial of the horrific shit she had to do as part of this program. So if at any point you need to tap out and say, I lose the game, just say tap out. Okay. Go ahead and tap the ropes. As they say in football, tap the side ropes or whatever. Which fucking video is it? Okay, that's the first one. What was that? Again, it's professional setup here. Your neck. All right, did I do it? Did I do it right? Yeah, I did it right. All right, perfect. Up on the video. All right, part 2. All right, so Twisted already lost. They taking care of business. This is a girl who is talking about her time through the family court system, where she was put into a reunification therapy program called Family Bridges. It is a very common program, and it unfortunately gets recommended by a lot of the courts in the program or in the country. This unethical shit continues to this day, but we'll continue. Right. Now we're on to part 2. So Sin says he's pissed but still in the game. All right, let's see how long you can last now. It gets much worse.
Part 2 of my time at a forced reunification camp. A family court in Kansas forced me and my sister to a reunification camp in Montana, and this is what happened while we were there.
Or part 2 again.
Randy Rand, Kathleen Rock, and Kelly Voyage ran our program and forced us to participate in a 4-day workshop where we had to denounce our mom and say that we loved our abuser. We were forced to share a hotel room with our abuser, and we had no privacy. We weren't allowed to shut any doors, including the bathroom door, and we were
How
coerced
fucking
into
sketchy is
saying
that?
our safe parent, our mom, had brainwashed us into believing that we were abused. The program leaders placed a moratorium on history, and we weren't allowed to talk about the abuse or anything that happened before we came to the camp. They completely isolated us from the world, and a 90-day no contact order was put in place so that we weren't able to talk to our mom or anyone she knew. For months after the camp ended, we had no access to phones or the internet, and so we were completely isolated from our friends as well. They made us feel like if we told anyone, not only would we be punished, but no one would believe us anyway. Come back for part 3.
So that Twisted, I think that person you're potentially discussing has already gone through this, is my understanding of the situation as we speak. So they're no longer participating in it, and it's probably the reason for some of the fallout that's happened recently. Again, that's my hypothesis. I have no inside knowledge on that, but I do have the knowledge that from the court order, this same program was recommended. Part 3. You guys ready? Strap in. Oh, let me hit full screen before I click present. Part 3. Full screen. All right, it's 1 minute 23. Also, taking care of business. I know you said you've never heard of that program before. It is part of the concept of parental alienation syndrome. It is one of the recommended treatments for those who are quote unquote diagnosed with it, even though it's not a recognized diagnosis by the APA. I found an interesting thing from the APA where they say that they do not recognize the idea or the concept of parental alienation syndrome, and that was in 2006 that statement came out. So I'll pull that up in a bit. I told you we're going to go through a bunch of different stuff today. So let's go ahead and go to part 3 so we can finish this. So I'll also have to find the quote where they talk about this is voluntary. This is completely voluntary, right? Even though the court orders it, this is all completely voluntary, guys. The person who designed the program, 𝐷𝐷𝐿 said this is voluntary, and that they tell the kids, it is up to you to, we can't make you go through this program. It is completely your choice. You have to voluntarily go through this program. But it gets worse. But if you don't go through the program, you won't see your parent again. All right? It's pretty much what it ends up being. So can you really call it voluntary? All right. And do younger children especially, really understand the concepts you're trying to explain to them about consenting to something like that? Anyway, part 3.
Part 3 of my time at a forced reunification camp. I was kidnapped and taken to a forced reunification camp at 16, and this is what happened when I didn't comply. On the first day of the workshop, my sister and I were obviously traumatized for being trafficked across the country, but we respectfully and calmly refused to comply with the Family Bridges program. The program leaders told us that if we didn't participate in the workshop, we'd be sent to wilderness camps, psychiatric facilities, or foster care. They told us that my sister and I would be separated and that we wouldn't see each other or our mom again until we each turned 18 if we chose this option. They forced us to write a letter to our mom saying that we wanted to go to a wilderness camp or a psychiatric facility instead of going along with their program, which meant going to live with our abuser. I remember at one point during the workshop, I was visibly depressed, and the leaders pulled me aside and told me I wasn't working hard enough at the program. They said that if I wasn't excited about living with my abuser, then the no contact order would be extended. To top it all off, after the 4 days, the leaders forced us to fill out a feedback form about our experience at Family Bridges while they were looking over our shoulders. The only way to survive living with our abuser was to pretend that we were happy and that we were believing everything that they said. Come back for part 4.
Unfortunately, there was never a part 4. Trust me, I looked. Unless it was on a different platform, I could not find it on YouTube. Let me see if I can find something. Oh, I guess I didn't check that out. Let me see if they have it. But, oh no, how can it be voluntary in court order to temp? I understand that, right? I'm with you. I'm with you on that. How the fuck does that work, right? Let me pull this down. So, how does it work? Well, let me go ahead and pull up for you while we're literally on this subject, because someone asked the question. So I'm going to go ahead and skip the line a little bit. Thank you. I'm not saying that sarcastically, like legit. Thank you for asking the question. So it's a good segue. This is from, okay. Check this out, see if I can get this. I got the DOI, so I got fully open. I had a lot of this stuff on my phone because I was researching it while I was on my phone. So it was fully article. Oh, okay. Well, I gotta get to Sci-Hub. Allegedly. I'm totally using my school account to access this paper with the approved journals through our school library. Allegedly. Okay, here we go. Rolling you. This one. Nope, nope. Shit, I gotta leave you over here. Like I said, totally not using Sci-Hub. All right, so present, share screen. So now, here we go. We'll get into from courthouse to workshop. So this is a paper from Richard Warshak, who was one of the creators of the kind of the main creator of the Family Bridges program. Okay. This will kind of irritate you, so I'm gonna figure out where I left off to read, so we don't have to get through all of this. I can put the link to the paper. In fact, I'll even throw the DOI in the chat. If you want to get the paper, the full paper, there are ways. Sci-Hub, Cuff. Where'd it go? One aspect of the Stark dilemma is the concern for children's reaction when they learn of the court order. In the past, many of these children succeeded in defeating court orders for contact and attempts at reunification therapy. And let's say, hold on 1 second, meant to put this up. There you go. And there is the expectation that they will continue their oppositional defiance, perhaps with dangerous testing of limits and acting out. In more than 1/3 of the cases, for this example, for this part of the research, I think they were talking about, in more than 1/3 of the cases, 9 children in 4 families in which the workshop did not begin in the immediate aftermath of a custody trial, so there was delay. The children attended the workshop without strong resistance and without the need for any special safeguards. In the 8 cases in which the workshop took place immediately following a custody trial, the court took steps to minimize the risk of dangerous acting out. In 6 of these 8 cases, the judges ordered that the children be brought to the courthouse, and the judge personally and authoritatively informed the children of the decision and affirmed that it was non-negotiable, right? So remember this, the judge is telling you it's non-negotiable. Do not forget that. We're going to need to remember that in a little bit. If I was in my bucket, let me see if I can download this and put this in my PDF reader, because I want to be able to highlight this shit. This is that shit that fucking infuriates you guys. This is that shit that fires me up and is the most unethical shit I can imagine. There's some unethical shit, like the guy in Florida, or the dude in Florida who I read on screen who got in trouble by the ethics board for suggesting to a teenage girl to let boys stay over her house and to like if they had a stripper pole and some weird shit. I'll have to pull that back up as a fun thing in the future. That was interesting. But as far as other unethical shit, like as a system that's put in place that impacts thousands of people every year, this is fucked. This is more than fucked. I can't even begin to tell you how fucked it is. Like, all right, we're paid 161. We got to switch to my PDF viewer. That way we're all able to see and follow this highlight. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and highlight this while I'm waiting to pull this up for you guys. So I did not leave you. I promise. Ken is still here. Ken is here. Ken does not leave you. Okay. Ken does not abandon you. Though Ken may be late. Ken does not abandon you. All right. So here we go. Highlight. Perfect. All right. Now back to the browser. All right. Pull this one down. That share screen window or share. You and on my other monitor. Is it over there? Good boy. All right. Good Adobe PDF reader. Actually, Adobe Acrobat, because it's nice. Dude, once you play with Adobe Acrobat, you never want to go back. I am spoiled for having found that online somewhere. Also, I can't, because I haven't restored my StreamYard like premium account yet. I wasn't able to actually add it to the overlays because they limit you on overlays until you do that. But one of the things I did make, where'd it go? I gotta sort by date. Hold on. We're gonna do something funny real quick before. By date month. All right. Where'd it go? I'll have to show it to you guys when we're done. I'll put it in a window and we'll switch to it in a bit. Actually, we could do this real quick. We need to lighten the mood because this is starting to irritate me. I'm already mad. And last time, oh, that could have been bad. Clicked the wrong button. Thankfully, something else is in the way. Plus, I have a little thing that slides over my monitor, over my camera, so you couldn't see me anyway, right? Just in case. I always plan for that shit, right? Here we go. I made that. I made this meme earlier. It's gonna have that, and then the worst part is, the sad part is, if found, you're supposed to contact my dad, 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐿. He's not here though. All right. Let's get serious again. All right. Even though being serious on this is fucking shitty, it is necessary. Say, yeah, Ken went out from Velvet Cigarettes and hasn't come back to the stream. All right. So back to this. Let's be super serial. Actually, fuck it. Let's do that if I like it that way, and I can make the text bigger without actually interfering. You fucking. Okay, here we go. 50. I typed in a damn number and it's not working. All right. So remember the orange. Do not forget the orange, right? We'll pull this banner down for now. All right. That's to help me do chapter dividers later if I choose to do so. Also, YouTube will find it and it'll help them cut chapters up too. What's the point of the ink blot? Are you talking about like Rorschach is different than Rorschach? You're thinking it's something different. You're talking about like Rorschach inkblot. That's with an R. I'm talking Rorschach with a W. Okay. That's something completely different. Okay. That guy was way older than this shit, right? The Rorschach is really old. Rorschach newer. So sorry if I misunderstood you on that. All right. So we left off on this. Remember, the judge affirmed authoritatively that the program was non-negotiable, right? Remember that. It is not uncommon for children to react by screaming, refusing to go, threatening to run away, sobbing hysterically, and in one case, hyperventilating. That was that quote from last week's paper. It was from this paper that was cited. This is Rorschach's own writing. The guy who came up with the program put in his own fucking paper that this is how kids react when they go. Courts and parents deal with children's resistance in different ways. To minimize the risk of dangerous acting out, some judges have uniformed police officers and bailiffs in plain sight to emphasize the court's authority. Some judges make it clear to the children that the court expects them to work on repairing their damaged relationship with the rejected parent, that failure is not an option, and that refusal to cooperate will not result in a custody award to the favored parent, and that the sooner the children heal their damaged relationship with the rejected parent, the sooner they will have contact with their favored parent. Without direct experience with the outcomes of such court orders, and in the face of a headstrong teenagers with vehement protests, custody evaluators, therapists, lawyers, judges, and sometimes parents often underestimate the power of the court to elicit a recalcitrant child's compliance. Oh, I love how we're using this amazingly voluntary system. Amazingly voluntary system. Sorry, NBC. I wasn't trying to confuse anybody. Repeatedly, we have seen children, even those who have been out of contact with their parent for several years, back down from their threats and within 24 hours appear relieved, relaxed, communicative, and sometimes affectionate with the rejected parent. A caseworker who observed the workshop said she would not have believed her client could change so rapidly if she had not seen it herself. Wow, look at that. We're going to start blowing smoke up the ass of how awesome our workshop is. It gets better. All right. This is some conflict theories. One path to replace escalating conflict. With the escalations when a, quote, powerful third party or parties enter the scene and imposes a settlement. In this case, the court order is the striking event delivered by a third party. All right. In one of the 8 cases in which the workshop took place in the immediate aftermath of a custody trial, a mother followed the court order to bring her 16-year-old boy to the courthouse, and the boy returned home with the father without protest. In 6 of the 8, because of the degree of the children's alienation, and to the extent which they felt empowered to override the court's authority, the rejected parent hired a professional, this gets great, right? This gets great. A professional adolescent transportation service to ensure the children's safe custodial transition and transportation to the workshop site. They come and forcibly pick your child up, and they make you pay for it. If your kid won't go willingly, they're going to make sure your kid goes. But remember, it's voluntary. In another case, a mother hired an off-duty police officer who was a friend of the family to travel with her and her child to the workshop. In some cases, the court ordered acknowledged the parent's intent to use a service and authorized the transport professionals to deliver the children to the workshop. Such services routinely transport resistant adolescents to schools and treatment programs, such as therapeutic boarding schools, residential treatment centers, substance abuse rehabilitation facilities, and wilderness camps. Typically, the professionals employed by such services are former juvenile probation officers and people who have worked extensive routines. Okay. They bonded insured. Okay. After explaining their role, okay, here we go. This is where I get. These bonded and insured professionals are trained in nonviolent crisis intervention techniques and establishing rapport with teens, and in the use of respectful, compassionate, yet firm demeanor to win children's cooperation. After explaining their role to the children, they confiscate cell phones. In none of the 7 cases did the transport professionals or off-duty officers use any physical force or physical restraint, nor has any child complained of mistreatment. Oh, I'm sure your huge sample size gives great credence to that. Here we go. Let's continue how awesome this is. The children reveal, usually the 2nd or 3rd day of the workshop, that when they learned of the court orders, they thought of running away. But the presence of the transport professionals helped them resist this impulse, and they are glad they did. Let's see. Okay, it talks about more of the transportation services. As noted earlier, a therapist or workshop leader faces an ethical decision about whether to work with a child under these circumstances. You think? Do you fucking think so? I'm just saying. Tracy, do you see an ethical concern here? All right, we got a question in chat. Weird way of saying high school graduates that can pass the background check. I'm not saying you're right, but I'm going to go ahead and hint with that. Maybe at a minimum, or maybe an associate's degree. But that's stretching it. Like case managers, like for DCF, CPS in my state, the case managers, they like you to have a bachelor's degree. But like the family care workers that like do a lot of the day-to-day that drive the kids around to like different appointments, stuff like that. The case managers who visit minimum once a month, yeah, they're bachelors. Though they like you to have your master's, if possible, excuse me. But taking care of business stats. I have a question. This program reunites kids separated from their parents because of family court custody cases, but do they screen abuse cases? Okay, so taking care of business. One of the things I'll highly recommend, and this is not me shilling, I will grift after I'm done answering your question real quick, but legitimately, go watch my stream from last week, from last Sunday, episode 66. Go watch it and watch, you can, if you feel like it, you can skip over the parts where I'm not reading directly from the document, where me and Tracy are talking, whatever, but go to where I'm reading the document. And if you want to, just pull up the document. I linked the DOI. Actually, I put a link to the full document in the description of that video. Go read the document if you don't want to watch the video. If you want to watch the video and see just how pissed off I am, how unethical, how based in no science, but not only is parental alienation syndrome, having been created with no, scholarly sources, no citations to research, simply based on Richard Gardner's experiences as a practitioner and expert witness. That's how this came about. Now they're trying to force it into a framework. That's funny. But legitimately, the problem with parental alienation syndrome is the overlap between abuse, like especially think of like severe abuse, like sexual abuse or something like that. The overlap of symptoms between abuse and what is quote unquote parental alienation are very, very similar. But according to Gardner and the other experts, is you would never mix it up because you can tell the difference. I have another video we will watch shortly after these ones of how a master's or doctorate level practitioner talks about how they can tell the difference and how it's obvious, and they're using effectively one criteria to do so, and it's completely bullshit in my opinion. It's completely fucked. So we'll get there. The problem is the abuse cases, using a specific case that might have something to do with my popularity over the last couple of years. For example, a case that it could look like abuse, it might be abuse, it probably is abuse, will be called parental alienation. And they'll say that you're making it up, that the kid's making it up. It's clearly they're being alienated. Another problem is parental alienation. As the person who's being accused of being the alienator, of trying to force your kid to reject the other parent, anything you do to try and disprove that only makes you look worse, only makes it look more severe, of you being worse of an alienator than you were before. It's fucking stupid. It's bad. So I legitimately go check it out. Go check out the document if you don't want to watch the stream. But real quick before I'll read this and I'll do my grift real quick. That seems very unethical and dangerous. Children are placed in this program with parents that have had known abuse. Oh, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree, Take Care Business. You were not incorrect about that. You were fucking spot on. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the anger, the aggression, how fucking irritated I am. Because hundreds of kids and thousands of kids a year have to deal with this. In this country, have to deal with being called an alienated, being saying this child's alienated from their parent. Parents are called alienators. People buy into this concept wholeheartedly. Wait till you see the comments on one of the videos we're going to watch. I could not believe my eyes when I saw it. I saw how fucking everyone's like, people even blaming the reporter who was discussing the issues with the validity of parental alienation syndrome and family bridges stuff, calling them an alienator because they're covering it, saying this is full of shit when they're citing nothing, when they're citing bullshit. It's amazing how people are bought into it. It's crazy. We'll get to that. Oh, real quick. Let me go ahead and grift real quick. If you like the show, if this is something that is content you enjoy, you want to check it out, you want to make sure that I'm here every week, just click that like button, click that subscribe button, share the link, let people know, send it to your Discord, send it to your OnlyFans subscriptions. I don't care. At a minimum, if you can do that, you never have to put $1 in to anything. You want to make sure you get notified of my streams. You join me on my locals, which you can find at, where the fuck is the thing at? Where's the stupid thing at? All right. Is it? Nope, that's the wrong one. Where's the goddamn banners? Where's that? Okay, we're making a new one. All right. As we're doing this on the fly. Okay. If you want to make sure you get all the notifications of my stream, you go to this link. You go to that link and you subscribe, right? It's free. It's free to follow me on Locals. You will get notifications instantly in your email of when I'm streaming, when I'm doing content on Locals, which I'm promising I'm trying to do more. If we have time today, depending how long the stream runs, we're going to do some shit on Locals. Because last week I had a horrible migraine and I literally couldn't do anything, right? We'll move some stuff over to Locals. We'll talk about some stuff I can't talk about on YouTube on Locals relating to this. So that way we can keep out the undesirables. So as they say, right? That's sarcasm for those who don't get it, right? You can go to 𝐿𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐿ocals.com and join. If you like the content, $5 a month minimum. You join, you get access to the Discord where we have a bunch of shenanigans, debauchery, and some fun shit goes on in there. You can join it for $5 a month. You will be surprised at how much it helps me out. My local supporters have done amazing things for me. You can also get there by going to supportken.com. I'm both on Rumble and Odysee. You can also super chat me. Say super chats, Streamelements, and I think I have Venmo in the comments or whatever. But super chats too. There's my grift. All right, let's continue. Now let's stop being. I can only grift so much before I start to feel really shitty. I'm not as bad. I can't do it like Nick does, right? But basically, if you like the show, subscribe, hit the like button, send some super chats if you want to. Never an obligation. It's only something you can do if you want to, if it's within your budget. I would never ask you to do anything like that, right? Because I understand how difficult finances can be. All right, so let's continue. I faced the same decision when working in a residential treatment center and in the state hospital. The difference is that unlike, here it is. Here it is. The difference is that unlike a residential treatment center, the choice to remain in Family Bridges is the child. Remember what I said? Did I lie to you? Have I lied to you guys today? Do you remember how I said that it's on the child? Like it's totally the child's decision. It's the child's decision, guys. Here, it's the child's decision. But if we kind of go back up here, a little bit further up, it's kind of like non-negotiable according to the judge. But no, guys, remember. Hey, remember when they tell you that Ken's fucking telling you bullshit and lying? And I don't know what I'm talking about. Just remember that. When I fucking cite to the evidence, and I can prove the fucking shit I'm talking about. Remember? I bring receipts, bitches. Here's one of those receipts. I wasn't lying when I said that. This is from the guy who made the program, putting it in his own words. He's saying this. Wait till we get down this paragraph some more. It gets better. We do not, hold it, God damn it. We do not restrain children in any manner, and we make it clear to them that it is not our role. It is, God damn it. It is important to underscore this last point because some journalists have tagged the workshop with the misleading label deprogramming. I wonder why. I wonder why journalists would say something like that. I have no idea. Anyone who has any idea, please let me know in the chat because I don't understand where they would call this deprogramming. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. I just don't know. As the following description of procedures makes clear, this label is a misnomer. Oh, okay, guys. We're just wrong here. We got it wrong, guys. We got it wrong. Wait till we get into this some more, guys. It gets better. I haven't lied to you. All right. The term, I'm gonna do this in a different voice just because this is how I read it in my head, right? The term deprogramming was originally used in reference to the work with cult victims and came to evoke images of abducting, forcibly restraining, and isolating cult members while wearing them down with lectures, a process that could be described as a form of brainwashing. I'm gonna highlight this in like bright fucking green. Right, remember the green. Remember the green. We're gonna need that in a little bit. We're gonna need that. Right, we're gonna need this. By contrast, although the court or parent may insist that a child be enrolled in Family Bridges, when we meet the children, we make it clear that they are free to withdraw their participation at any time. Did I make anything up? What I told you at the beginning of the stream, that's actually what they tell you. Did I tell you? Did I not fucking say that's what they're gonna say? That they can withdraw at any time. That the children who struggle with simple things and sometimes struggle with simple concepts. It's a voluntary program. You don't have to join. You don't have to participate. But good luck ever seeing your mom again or your dad again. Because you have to go through the program to see them again. So the only logical leap for a child is I have to do the program. Do you see how they're sidestepping the criticism? Do you see how they're sidestepping the fucking, like, when journalists come out and say this program is this entire system, this therapy program set up by 𝐷𝐷𝐿 and others is deprogramming, they jump around it by saying, no, it's voluntary. It's fucking voluntary. It's voluntary. Guys, it's voluntary. These kids are fine. It's fucking voluntary. There's nothing here that forces the kids. There's no way a child would feel forced to participate. All these kids want to participate, right? There's also a reason I showed you that testimonial first before we got into it. And I know that's one person, and that's that could be an odd man out, but I showed it to you because I want you to see how this reports the way the children react versus someone who went through the program and told you they had to react and look happy to be able to survive because of how horrible it was. So they kind of had to fake it to make it, because when you're dealing with trauma, when you're living in an abuse situation, like if you're a spouse whose partner is it's physically violent, you fake your happiness, you fake like everything's okay because you got to make it through. Sometimes you can't be upset, sometimes you can't be down, right? It's the same concept. I have said from day one, not bullshitting on this. I have no purpose and no reason to. This is exactly why I'm upset, because this is bullshit. All right, let's continue the awesomeness that is this shit. LOL, when some of your audience can't see green because there's military and statistically colorblind. Yeah, I know. I need to get... Adobe doesn't have a way to make a colorblind friendly highlighting system. I don't think I can customize it. If I could, I would, because I know that's a problem. One of my nephews is colorblind, so I understand it. Wait, oh, I can I? Nope, I can, wait. Oh, I can? Oh, okay. Oh shit, look at that. Okay. I was wrong, Twisted. Thank you. You want to drop me some hex colors in the fucking DMs? I will do that. And I will, hold on, I gotta fix this. You want to drop me some hex colors in the DM of some nice highlights that I can put on for our colorblind friends? Okay, come the fuck on, Adobe. Now you're pissing me off. What the fuck? Okay, apparently I did that and I have broken the thing. I have broken everything. All right, it's taking a moment to fix this. Give me one. What the fuck just happened? It won't let me close the window. Guys, it's voluntary that I can keep this window open, and I'm trying to leave this voluntary window closed, this voluntary window that I've opened. But for some reason, I can't leave this voluntary window that I've opened. Oh my God. It's a relatable example, and an unintentionally relatable example. God damn it. All right. Let's go to Task Manager. Which place? Processes. I was trying to see if it would resolve itself. The House of Portables version of Acrobat Pro Odysee apparently doesn't like it when you try to change the highlighting color. Taking care of business. You have a great question there. Because I don't know. According to them, it's not brainwashing. To them, it's not brainwashing. That is a legitimate psychotherapy. Psychotherapy, to them, it's a legitimate treatment method for people who have been alienated. I'm not making this up. I have no benefit to making this up. For those who say, oh, you get subscribers, you get super chats. Yeah. Yes. Look, I do streams all the time without shit. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to help. And I can't help when this shit goes on in this country. And apparently I need to go into detail because closing processes isn't fucking working. All right. Where is, I need my pillow to smother the, all right, so let's go to, God damn, I got too many processes. All right. End task, put the pillow over the mouth of the Adobe Acrobat. Okay, it's done. Right. That's how you properly close a program, is you use a pillow over it, over its process, and then you can forcibly close the program. It's just a nice, comfortable pillow over the airway of the process, and it'll be just fine. And you just close it that way. What the fuck was that? Oh, one of my cats is like stupid loud going through a door. Where do we leave off? Back to here. All right. So okay, my highlighting stayed. Look at that. I'm actually happy. My highlighting stayed. All right. Back to this other window. I need you on this monitor. Go on monitor 2. Go on monitor 2. Good boy. All right. Present. Nope, not video file. Can body pillow merch when? Check my OnlyFans. Or my Just for Fans, or my stars, whatever. I don't remember which one's the current thing. I don't keep track. Right. I've tried more than once to be on one or more of those platforms just to post big black couches, and I cannot get verified because my name is different than my channel name for some reason, or allegedly it's different, but they won't verify me. So hence I can't post the BBC. I've tried. I've legitimately tried, and they will not let me do it. You're actually probably right. Same. Send toes, wrong chat. Let's see here. I saw a question. How is that not brainwashing? Like I said, good question. Because it's not called brainwashing. I don't make the rules, just noticing a trend. Yeah. Listen, don't shit on Scientology. The Lord Zeno is going to save us all. All right. Let's continue this amazing therapeutic program to help alienated children get back to their parents that were rejected. The rejected parent. Even though they were accused potentially of abusing them, they are the rejected parent. Even though 95% of the time, children who claim abuse are telling the truth, or they're not lying, or there's a perception of abuse. Something's wrong. But it's okay, guys. It's okay. We'll be okay. All right. He's not there, guys, to say, whatever, I don't care. I have the secret documents that got leaked. I found them on WikiLeaks a while back. I've never had a chance to go through them because they're like stupid long. But the information that got leaked like a decade ago that they sued WikiLeaks over, I have them, but I just haven't had the time to go through them. Anyway, continuing. Throughout the workshop, the leaders repeatedly solicit feedback from the participants, answer questions, correct misimpressions. I love this one. Correct misimpressions. Oh, I gotta reopen this one. Please don't crash. Look, I'll even give you process priority. Look, I'm giving you process priority, Adobe. Don't crash on me, baby. All right. My name is the House of Portables. I've been doxxed. Correct misimpression. I love that. Correct misimpression. Reinforced. Now, to be fair, that is not just misimpressions about the program, but misimpressions about like them being abused. Like we read last week, if a child is claiming they've been abused, and you as a therapist do not believe they've been abused because you believe they've been alienated, you can tell them, as recommended by Richard Gardner himself, that didn't happen. That's not real. Let's talk about something that's real. Like your visit on Thursday with your father or mother. I can pull that. I need to keep that as a fucking screenshot somewhere. I can pull that up. I need to put that as an overlay when I'm done, when I get my shit restarted on Monday or next week when I pay for this. Because I'm going to have that overlay there. So I can just pull that bitch up every fucking time and say, this system was created by a guy who recommended this. Because the people who criticize me say, I don't know what I'm talking about. That this is experts talking about it. I'm not a fucking expert. I don't need to, if you haven't, or like a lot of the things we'll see in one of the comments of the videos, is unless you've been an alienated parent, you can't speak about this subject. Unless you've been in part of this, you can't speak about this. You shouldn't have an opinion about this. That's a common theme I've seen recently. Reinforce the participants' prerogative to have their own opinions after each presentation, and ask participants whether the workshop is meeting their goals and expectations. Rather than isolate children, we encourage the parent and children to engage in outside activities together in the evenings or at breaks, such as visiting nearby malls, attending movies, hiking, etc. As opposed to brainwashing, which fosters a suspension of critical thinking and inculcates distortions of reality. I'm going to highlight this section a different color because I like how it is. I like that section. Let's go pink. We teach children to think critically and to correct distorted perceptions. Hey, they're at least trying to use cognitive behavioral therapy, but they're using it in a way that's damaging. Oh my God. I'm sitting here thinking of this, like how I could do this if I'm doing this with a client of mine. Like I take one of my clients who have been raped and I'm telling them, no, you weren't really raped. You've been alienated. Your parent told you to lie about that. I can't imagine me doing something like that. And then trying to correct a cognitive distortion that's incorrect for something that actually did happen. Like, oh, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You know your dad didn't rape you. Yeah, it's just because he alienated you. So we need to not make a mountain out of a molehill. Let's correct that distorted thinking. And my mind is on fire. Because if I were to put this into practice, I'm sure if someone were to actually ethically investigate this, I could lose my damn license. Because I could never imagine saying that to someone. Like, it's bad. Okay. It is wrench chat today. I was late at getting started, Mike, which didn't help. And where'd it go? Where's my stupid? Here we go. Yeah. I was late at getting started, so that's my fault. I'll take that. And I didn't send out notifications, and I forgot to put the goddamn link to the stream in my locals post. So the initial publication didn't have the fucking link. So I didn't help myself on this one. So, oh no, these people won't lose their license. I'll tell you that right now. They will not lose their license. If they haven't lost it yet, they're not losing it. Sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We provide information commonly presented in psychology and sociology classes and leave it to the participants to decide if and how they want to apply what they have learned. Again, guys, totally not brainwashing. But if we look at the other shit in context, totally not brainwashing. Just saying, totally not brainwashing. Let's see here. Our challenge is to quickly establish rapport with the children and interest them in the program so they willingly participate. An alternative approach that we have tried 3 times with success is to conduct the workshop in the home of the rejected parent, thereby obviating the parent's concerns about the children acting out in transit to the workshop and the need to hire a transportation service. So we're forcing you to go to the home of the person that abused you, allegedly. Yeah, this is great. All right, let's see. Where'd it go? This is the, so let's do this. Where's that fucking video at? That fucking video is so scary. I gotta find it. It's in my playlist. Where's my playlist? I couldn't believe I was seeing it. But while we do that, let's look, while I'm figuring out where that video went, let's watch a judge who ended up getting disciplined. Let's look at some stuff about a judge who was disciplined for how she spoke to a children and arrested them and detained them and put them in juvie because they were not wanting to have a, where'd it go? God damn it. Is this the right one? So we'll watch this. This is like a 6-minute video while I try to find the other video I'm looking for. This might provide some insight into some of the shit that's going on, right? This is some fucked up shit. Let's see. That's the one I'm trying to find, Tracy. Actually, I just remembered I sent it in Discord. It's in the advocacy. Okay, here we go. This is the one I want to watch. And then we'll watch the judge one in a bit. That judge one, he said, I ordered you. She basically ordered the kids to have a healthy relationship with the parent. And when they would not or could not, she held them in contempt of court and had them detained and arrested and shit. And threatened them to go to a camp where they would have to urinate in front of other people and stuff, and use the bathroom in front of other people because there's no private bathroom and shit like it. And she got disciplined for it. Her discipline ended up being 30-day suspension and being censured by the judicial committee or something like that. That was about the extent of her punishment. She should have been fucking taken off the bench if you ask me, but I'm not on her committee. This was like 7 years ago. But let's watch this video. In this video is the bitch, and I don't say that as a derogatory term necessarily at this point, but this video is the bitch I was telling you guys about earlier, who has one, she talks about how she can identify the difference in an alienated child versus a child who's been sexually abused. This is in that video. And we'll read the comments on this video that are going to be mind-blowing and how people handle this idea when you challenge the concept of parental alienation. It's almost cult-like thinking. It's crazy. Let's go ahead and start this. 10 minutes. I'll pop it in comment throughout, but let's go. Oh.
My story, and then they just go,
My
you're
bad.
telling the truth.
Let me restart that.
Call this man Dan.
I didn't.
There's no due process.
There we go.
You know, basically, they listened to my ex's story. They listen to my story, and then they just go, you're telling the truth.
We'll call this man Dan. He says his daughter was alienated from him after a Child Protective Services report substantiated sexual abuse. That means CPS investigated and found that an incident of abuse is believed to have occurred.
The DA declined to press charges, so that was cleared. She went look.
So when they substantiate it, that means they're saying, we think abuse happened. So to do that, they take at least the way they do it in Florida, is they take what's called a verified petition and they present it to a judge and they say, these are the things we're saying to do it. That isn't charges by itself. That's just saying CPS or DCF thinks the abuse happened. Now the DA can choose to prosecute or not, or the local prosecutor or whoever gets the choice to prosecute or not. But the CPS findings are different than any criminal findings. And so the way that, because sometimes it's hard to verify abuse, so when they substantiate it, usually they need something to back it up because it's going into court filings. There's usually the way the courts I've worked with use the clear and convincing evidence generally when it comes to stuff like that. They want to be able to show not just more likely than not, but that there's some clear and convincing evidence has happened. So that's generally the standard I've seen. How a lot of it's supposed to work. How it actually works is different. So let's continue.
Or talk to me.
What do you think? Why do you think that was?
Oh, she was coached. She was definitely coached. Because my daughter was never like that. I mean, there's no charges. Everything's been dropped. It's just that lingering substantiated with CPS.
No justice, no peace.
Parents across the country are increasingly mobilized.
Oh, real quick. So he's got a very valid complaint. They didn't file charges against him. They didn't choose to prosecute him for allegedly abusing his daughter. But that now it stays on his child protective record. Anytime someone calls the abuse hotline, gives their anonymous report that they think someone's being abused and neglected, they pull it up, that name, boom, someone who's in the state, case manager gets the case or investigator gets the case to go look, they're going to be like, oh, look, there's a substantiated claim of abuse from before. It could bias their decision on when they do their investigation because they have to investigate within 24 or 48 hours, or depending on your states, between 24 and 72 hours for those. If you think there's abuse going on. And so they check on it, and do you think they might be biased when they look at the thing and they see that thing? That when they pull that record that's in their file? I'm just saying it's something that you should take into consideration when we talk about this. I'm not shitting on this because I think that none of these things are actually happening. There are likely things that look like parental alienation, or there is the experience of something like that. It's hard to kind of put into words, because I know people who've had things like this actually happen to them, where a parent who had higher level, like personality disorders, like cluster B, severe cluster B disorders, did effectively what the alienation is, kept them from a parent, brainwashed them with all these things. My problem is when we use the concept of parental alienation syndrome, we don't have an evidence-based practice to say this is evidence-based. Here's the science. We can cite the sources. That's problematic. And I don't say that in the mean way. I'm saying that legitimately. That is problematic because there's no way to cite to the evidence and say, oh, here's this, here's that. Problem. Big problem. Let's continue.
To demand systemic changes, alleging corruption and incompetence are to blame for their loss of custody. They say the lack of transparency and oversight allows for mistakes in CPS and in family court. We can't tell what really happened in his case, but the judge used a CPS report as evidence and still allowed supervised visits. But what about the opposite scenario? What if a judge disbelieves an allegation of child abuse that was true?
That's my concern.
The Center for Disease Control reports that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys are sexually abused as minors.
So that's some stat that's been pretty consistent over many, many years. You'll see somewhere between 1 in 3 and 1 in 4 girls, and 1 in 6 to 1 in 7 boys are sexually abused by the time they're 18. Now that can be something from fondling to an adult displaying their genitalia to the minor or forcing the minor to do that. It can go from things like that to obviously the very horrific things that people think of when they think of those words. So again, that doesn't mean those things aren't traumatic, that those things aren't happening. Abuse is very different. And also, if we go back to some of my other streams, about a third of that is juvenile on juvenile abuse, where another child is doing that to a child. So if that number blows. So for 1 in 3 girls, one of those 3, so we take 10 girls, 3 of them have been abused. 1 of those was likely abused by another minor. If we do the numbers, the same, it's an insane number. The statistic will blow your mind and can really kind of bring you down. And hence why I've been such a big, my biggest thing is I want to reduce the number of people who are abused, of any kind of abuse. Sexual abuse obviously being a horrific thing. I have ideas and thoughts and concepts I think could, over society-wide, reduce the odds of someone being abused. The problem is they're too controversial for anyone to implement. Although, because society as a whole, it goes, oh, that's wrong, or oh, that's a weird concept. Why would you do that? That doesn't do anything, but it could. It needs more research. I'm not going to do a Gardner and just put it out there. I want to validate my shit. But if it can overall reduce the number of people who are abused, why wouldn't we do it? And it has no harm on other people. It's just because we don't think because it sounds icky or it looks weird. Even though it could statistically reduce the number of people who will be afraid to do it because they don't like the ideas behind it.
40% of sexually abused children don't even show symptoms.
That's one of the problems too. So
when there's a suspicion or an allegation of sexual or physical abuse to a child, children are often referred to CPS. Then CPS sends children to a medical examiner. Today we're here at Sutter Health to meet with Dr. Vickers, who's a medical examiner who sees children.
Also, remember throughout this, think of, is this 10-minute, mini thing, this 10-minute report on dangers of parental alienation in family court, is it being done thoroughly, scientifically? Are they going and speaking to people on just one side or both sides of the aisle? Are they speaking to people who are experts? Is this coming off biased? Because we think about that as we're watching it. Because many of these comments talk about the bias and the misinformation that's in this video. So I want you to think about that while we're going through this. Does this appear to have bias? Does this appear to have misinformation? It's important. So let's continue.
To determine or at least give an opinion of whether or not abuse happened.
The medical exam is not going to answer that question. If I see something, I'll tell you. But if it's a normal exam, it doesn't mean that nothing happened. And the best way to determine whether something happened or not is to let the child make the disclosure.
She says it takes a lot for a child to disclose. If they're not
That's
believed,
true.
or if there are negative consequences to the disclosure, like if they're threatened or fear a parent might be arrested, then they may change their story, and that could impact their credibility.
That is very common too. Even though kids, and that's one of the things is this person I'm going to take issue with here in a few minutes, even though I disagree with the way they stated it and the way they use a most or almost all implication, is the way kids handle abuse is kind of weird. You would think some kids would be like, I don't ever want to see them again. Some kids don't want their parents arrested. For many, it's or their abuser arrested, not necessarily their parent, because abusers can be different, or their sibling, right? So, or their cousin or whatever. But as we continue, that's not how every abuse case happens. While kids do have a natural draw to their parents, it's a survival mechanism, that doesn't mean that severe abuse can't change that it won't impact that. That's my argument, right? So let's continue.
I entered the family court system when I was 4 years old after disclosing to my mother that my father was abusing me. Instead of protecting me, our judge, who has been voted out of office twice and falsely claimed that she was a psychologist, sentenced me to 8 more years of molestation, physical and mental abuse, and hell. For 8 years, every single member of the family court system that my mother, her attorneys, and experts pleaded to save me accused her of alienating me and telling me what to say.
Judges don't make these calls alone. They're sometimes guided by the testimony of behavioral experts who strike the disclosures as false or the result of children being coached to lie by a resentful parent. In some of the cases we evaluated, the therapist was paid for by the party accused of the abuse.
So are you saying there are some therapists or some experts who have a reputation among lawyers to win custody for abusers?
Recommend custody to abusers, but they don't think of it that way.
People get their continuing education credits by attending presentations that have not been vetted on the merits. They become known, and therein lies their opportunity to serve as an expert witness.
We found a therapist to say that our daughter had a false memory of abuse, despite me having the medical records to show that she had the fractured elbow. When our daughter talked to the therapist and let them know what was happening, they said, no, this is mother coaching you to say the abuse.
There are a bunch of, what would I say, sycophantic experts who will make up words, labels for the women, such as alienator, gatekeeper.
Parental alienation syndrome had already been blasted pretty thoroughly.
Carol Brooke is a law professor at UC Davis who has challenged the concept of parental alienation in her writing.
Well, in fact, I think sometimes they call it emotional abuse. They say that there's brainwashing, and they will call that emotional abuse. So there is the disbelief of actual abuse, whether it is psychological or physical or sexual.
But online, the literature and the lists of experts are endless. I wanted to meet an expert in parental alienation. Dr. Lynn Steinberg, a psychologist in LA who specializes in parental alienation and sexual abuse, reached out to us to talk about it.
Nightmare. I've never experienced anything as painful and nightmarish in my whole life.
She says she understands the issue of parental.
So this is one of the things I take issue with, and I will sound hypocritical for it, right? And Tracy, you're a therapist too, so give me your feedback on this. If you want to come up and tell it, or if you can tell it in chat, either way is fine. Is a person who is now serving as an expert witness in a lot of cases, who was stating that she was, and if I'm taking her to word, that she was alienated from her kids, that she was a victim of that. Is now a strong advocate and focuses heavily on practicing that. I believe it has the potential to influence her judgment. Right now, I have stated before, I have my own abuse that happened as a child. It wasn't my parents, it was friends in the neighborhood, stuff like that. People who were put in positions that shouldn't have been. And I'm okay. It wasn't traumatic. It wasn't traumatic for me at the time. I don't have any negative thoughts about it. But obviously, it was still not okay, and it still happened. I still will work with abuse, physical, emotional, sexual, neglect, all the shit. However, I feel as though when I do work with that, I don't let my own shit impact how I practice. So as long as I'm doing that, I think it's still different than maybe this person who is using their, it sounds like they're almost using their history. Again, I'm making some assumptions here. But the way they focus on it, it sounds like that assumption is strong. It's a very fucking big basis in what they're doing. But let's continue.
Mental alienation, because she herself is a so-called erased parent. So
See,
how
there
does
you go.
she tell between true and false allegations?
Here we go.
The abused child would maintain a relationship with the parent who had abused them, and in fact wanted to see them and wanted to go back to them.
This is
And
like always or almost
yes,
always?
probably 90% part. They always want.
This woman, who is a PhD and licensed marriage and family therapist, according to what I've been able to find on her after Googling her name. And yes, this does look like her. It's saying 90% of the time, 90% of the time, when a child is abused, when a child is sexually abused, that she can tell a difference because that child will want to remain and maintain a relationship with their parent versus not wanting anything to do with them, not wanting to be with them. I personally feel that is a huge jump. That is a huge, huge assumption to make. There are so many different ways a child can interpret and respond to their abuse, right? For me, I didn't realize what it was. I thought it was something different. I've worked with people who it's, to not go into horror, the details, into the weeds on it. For them, it was nightmarish and have fought to get away, but still have to maybe put on a pretty face because they have no choice. So they will still have to, they're forced to, or they weren't believed. They went to their say their dad's doing it. They went to mom, said, Mom, Dad's doing this. No response. They don't believe her. Or mom's doing it. Go to dad. Dad, mom's doing this to me. Don't believe the kid. And so they can end up feeling forced to go along. They have no escape. There's no way out. It makes it for a really unfortunate, but a way that there's no way to see the light. There's no way to get out. So I could see some kids going along. And it is not uncommon for kids to want to still be in touch or remain with the parent or still maintain contact with the person who abused them because they do have a relationship. They don't understand the issue with it. And there's a whole nother concept relating to that I could probably never do on YouTube. That I've read some stuff on. Whether or not there's validity to it is a question. But I've read, I need to read some more of the work and the books on it about how how victims interpret abuse versus how the system has the potential to inflict it becoming abusive. Because it's a complicated idea, but you have people respond to it in different ways. I've had clients shut down. I've had clients open up, give it to, first meeting, tell me within 20 minutes, my mom's beating the shit out of me. And, and that takes a lot of trust. Had told no one besides the dad, and dad felt like he couldn't do anything. and had tried to make something work. Tried because the kid primarily was with mom, and so he was trying to work within the limits he had. Even though I made a report, called it, CPS still left because the kid recanted after speaking to CPS and all this other stuff. And this kid was scared to death when I talked to him. This kid was fearful as shit about what was going to happen. Was he going to get in trouble? What happens if he has to go back to the house? But yet later recants their statement after being investigated. To me, that kid that does not, if he was faking it, he pulled a number over me. There's no way. There's no way. I've never seen a child so torn between like this, like the love for their parent versus I don't want to be hit anymore. So it does happen. But the kid didn't tell me in my first private session with him, because I'd done the family before just to introduce myself. My first real one-on-one session with the 20 minutes in, boom, this happened. Does that mean that they're still, still want to be with their parent, but they're still wanting help. They're wanting to get away. They wouldn't ask for help if they didn't think someone would be able to give it to them. Like, it's a complicated dynamic. Like, you want help, but you don't want anyone to get hurt in the process. You're a kid. If you think about how the stupid shit you thought about when you were a kid, how minimized your thinking was, how like the complex thinking we do today, it's so much different than the thinking we do as like a 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16-year-old. Now, as we get higher into the age range, it becomes more like our thinking of right now. But in those transition years, in those early years, it's different. Children will respond differently. So let's continue. I'm going to go back 10 seconds because I wanted to see this if anyone just popped in.
And in fact wanted to see them and wanted to go back to them.
This is how she tells the difference.
Like always or almost
Yes,
always?
Probably 90% part. They always want to go back to the abusive parent.
Abused children?
Yes.
Even if they're sexually abused, physically
Yes.
abused, emotionally abused?
Even in those situations.
So how do you distinguish between abuse and alienation?
Well, an alienated child, it's 100% that the alienated parent or the target parent is bad and the other parent is good.
When they disclose abuse, when they say, somebody touched me inappropriately or did this or hit me or whatever.
Yeah, well, those are the cases that I specialize in working with.
You specialize in them.
Sexual abuse. And really, you can investigate it all the way down to what the truth is. Like, for example...
Okay. That's some bullshit. We can never, ever... Tracy can back me up on this. And please come up and fucking rant if you want to. Tracy can back me up on this. We can never know for a fact abuse happened. We are doing unless we have physical evidence, like you have, a rape kit done and you have DNA evidence, seminal fluid, injury marks, and even that by itself could, depending on if you just have injuries, that's not necessarily indicative of someone actually abusing them. That could have been, obviously a way out there. It could have been, a self-exploration went wrong. Say, there's transition years, took it too far, got injured, right? That doesn't necessarily mean rape. There are certain things that indicate rape. There are certain things that indicate abuse. But a lot of it is, we're looking at the side effects. We're looking at the after effects. We're looking at the trauma inflicted. We're doing our best to make a professional judgment. And it's really one thing you do not want to get wrong. You absolutely do not want to get this wrong, because you will be in a situation where you tell a child you were not abused. And that is a horrific thing. But on the flip side, you also don't want to be in a situation where a child who is lying says they are abused and they're not. You also don't want to miss that. And again, those are more rare because 95% of the time, they're usually telling the truth, or they're using something. There's some form of truth there, or something may have been happened, Or I have a whole video, it's a presentation, like a therapist training video. It's like an hour long on when children recant allegations of abuse. And one of the things, as I was skimming through the video, it talks about, and you know, it was a really good point. It said, just because a child recants their story of abuse does not mean that the abuse didn't happen. Just like my story with the kid who was physically abused. Just because he recanted, because he said, no, it didn't happen, doesn't mean it didn't happen. But you know what CPS did in my case? They just they put him back with the mom. You know how horrible I felt for days or weeks that I was trying to get that kid out? I told him, I was like, I can't guarantee, but this is what, this is what could happen. They'll come, they'll do their thing, and all this. And I know he wanted to be away from that. He wanted his mom to kind of get help. He just like, I just want her to stop. I don't want her to get in trouble. I just want her to stop. And the system failed that kid. The system fails many kids, whether they're getting it right or whether they're getting it wrong because it's happening and they say, no, it's not. Or they're saying it is happening or it's not happening, but it is, like, or vice versa. And then it gets like, oh, well, no, it's alienation instead of actual abuse. Do you wonder why people have so many issues with CPS and DCF? I do my best to try and give DCF the credit and CPS the credit that's due when they do the right things. Like in my state, it's very unlikely for a parent to have their child taken just because you call DCF for help. You can call them and say, hey, I need help. I'm having trouble with this. I'm having trouble with that. They can assign a case manager. They can get you access to resources. Hell, they can help you jump the line for childcare. If you need daycare, normally you'd wait weeks for fucking state assistance or months to get state assistance to get into the daycare. They can jump the line for you if you get help through DCF. They have the ability to do that. Many parents are still afraid to call. They need help with housing. They need help with X. They need help with managing their, parenting. They struggle with parenting, or they have a kid who's, out of control and they need some help. And they could get free help, not a dime paid, out of their own pocket. But they still won't call because they're afraid of their kids being taken away, or they're afraid of the system being inflicted on them. And I understand why. And, I tell them, I'm like, if they had issues with the system before, I understand. I have to say, I understand. I'm sorry that happened to you, and that doesn't take away what's your experience. The goal is hopefully to do this, and it's completely fine if you choose not to. But the resource is there. If you choose to get help, here's the number to call if you want help. Tell them you're a parent in need or a parent in crisis, and you're trying to get help. It also tends to look a little better if you need help and you tell the parent or you tell CPS, hey, I'm trying to get help because I want to get help. I want to fix it so that you guys don't have to do the other stuff. It tends to work in your favor, generally, from what I've seen and from what I've heard. So it is an interesting experience to call CPS on yourself, but you can do it. Again, depending on your state and what programs there are. But that's my rant on this. Let's continue the video.
This father was being accused of sexually molesting and assaulting his daughter. And I knew that he had diabetes and he couldn't get an erection. And
this is so wrong. Thankfully, another fucking practitioner they talked to after this lady, it fucking says, calls this bitch out. I want you to listen. We're going to go back. And we're going to listen to this again before I play the other person's statement. This woman, this PhD LMFT, licensed therapist in California, using her expert opinion, using her skill set, said a father was not molesting his child because he had diabetes and couldn't get an erection. I can't even begin to tell you how wrong that is. I can't even begin to tell you how wrong that is. This was some of the most infuriating shit to watch. And I know we're pausing a lot, and I don't like doing that. Shinobu says it best. Molestations don't always involve a penis for the censor. Women who sexually abuse children don't have a penis. Exactly. Digital penetration. You have object penetration. You don't even have to have penetration. You can have stimulation, fondling, oral. Like there are so many. You could do I mean, there's just a bunch of shit you could do. You could think of abuse that's not necessarily that. You can have a child, you could force a child to do things to themselves. You could then record that child doing it themselves. And that's still abuse because now you're making illegal imagery and then sharing it. But you never touched the child, right? So you didn't do anything. You made the child do it to themselves and then you shared it. But you didn't do anything as the perpetrator, right? That's just one example. This is one made up example off the top of my head. One made up example. And she's saying this kid was lying. This kid was not telling the truth because now maybe the child was saying that the dad was having sex with them. Wasn't just molesting them, was having sex with them. Maybe there's more detail I'm not missing here. But that doesn't mean the kid's lying. And if she's using that bias, oh, he had diabetes. I knew he had diabetes, and people with diabetes don't get erections. Bitch, people who take SSRIs have trouble getting erections or have trouble with delayed ejaculation. People who take certain types of meds have issues with sexual performance or have issues with libido. They still abuse people. That happens all the time. There's also something like Viagra or Cialis that can help with ED if you are doing something like that. You know, that doesn't take, like, oh my God. That doesn't remove the idea or the concept that the child's being abused. The fact that this was fucking said by someone who has a PhD should infuriate every person out there. And if there's anyone watching this, anyone in my chat, anyone who watches this, or anyone who disagrees with me, who thinks all this shit's real, you tell me how her statements here are correct. You tell me how that is an appropriate way to assess a situation. I can't even begin to be angry. It's so fucked up. I do my best to present the facts. I do my best to present the concerns I have with either cases or situations or general societal topics, or trying to educate people and trying to give my limited with what education experience I do have as far in my career, my life I have. I'm not a perfect therapist. I'm nowhere near, I'm not even a great therapist. I'm an okay therapist. I'm a maybe good therapist on a good day. I do my best. My best has thankfully been helpful to the families and people I've worked with. That's enough for me. But I could never imagine being in this person's shoes. And if someone ever were to catch me being in this person's shoes, fire me. Take my license. I don't want it. That's the day I do not need to be in the profession. Now, will I go out there and suggest things for treatment? For help? Yes. But when I'm doing a diagnosis of potential abuse and mitigating abuse by things that don't make sense, I don't need to be practicing. You know, I'll go out on a limb. I'll try things that are out there. I was talking to Tracy in DM. She has a therapist friend who uses D&D in her therapeutic practice with children. That's awesome. How many fucking therapists are you going to find doing D&D with kids? That's awesome. And it's therapeutic and it's working apparently. Like, that's cool. I've done shit that is out there that doesn't make sense. I've made shit up off the top of my head within a framework that's evidence-based or within a framework that I know, but I've come up with shit off the top of my head to try and make things work. And it works sometimes. Sometimes it fails, and that's okay. But never, ever could I imagine when I go off the rails, trying something new to do something like this. This is unacceptable to the nth degree. So, Mike, what are you talking about? Which one is that? Is there a video of it? If you can talk, if you get what you're talking about to me, I'll definitely review it. If it works, it works. That's what matters. Exactly. Yeah, and I'll shield Tracy's thing here in a second. Oh, okay, about the D&D thing. Yeah, so because D&D can be a way to, I have not watched a single piece of information because I was talking to Tracy about either getting in touch with that person or being able to get some more information from them, because that would be something cool to add to my toolbox of things I do in therapy. I can tell you right now about a half a dozen things I could do that would be therapeutic with that. You can use D&D as a way to let a child role play if they're being very fearful of disclosing things like abuse or trauma. D&D could be a tool that you can use, that they can become the warrior that, you know, is able to face the horrors, and you can change things on the fly that allow them to disclose their trauma and allow you to finally get in and talk about the things that need talked about. That's just one thing. You know, it could be a way for kids who are struggling with day-to-day life to take a break, to be able to go into a different world, which is what a lot of us do with D&D or video games. But you can do it in therapy, which can add like a whole nother level of help to it. Like, there's just so much I can think from that. And that's something I would have never thought of. Like, I didn't even think of it. Like, that's cool. That's cool as shit. You know, I'm glad someone's doing that. You know, that's the shit we need. We need to do shit like this. So let's continue with this awesome expert, guys.
Like, for example, this father was being accused of sexually molesting and assaulting his daughter. And I knew that he
I knew.
had
I can't.
diabetes,
Hey, how she?
and he couldn't get an erection, and nor would he ever want
Yeah.
to do.
Did you see her face? Wait, watch this.
Diabetes.
Watch this. Did you see this bitch's face? Watch the interviewers. Watch the reporter's face. Watch the reporter's face. This is the fucking. You can see her almost like what? Her disgust. Like, watch.
And he couldn't get an
Watch your fucking reaction.
And nor would.
You see that? I'm not a body language expert. I don't pretend to be, but that's kind of like a what? Like, and it's not like a what? Like, oh, that's cool. Like, that's a cool way to figure that out, or that's cool that you notice it. It's like, wait, how does that make sense? And I'm pretty sure she had that thought because of who she talked to next. You're about to see.
He ever want to do that to his daughter?
Wait, how do you know?
I knew that he had diabetes and he couldn't get an erection, and nor would he ever want to do that to his daughter.
Right? He couldn't get an erection, and he said he would never want to do that to his daughter. Officer, that's not my weed. I would never smoke weed. Officer, that's not my cocaine. I never smoke cocaine off of a hooker's ass at the strip club on 9th Street. I never do that. Officer, I don't beat the shit out of my wife. I never do that. I'm being lied about. Oh my God. If you're pairing that to do that, I can't even. But the words are hard to come to because I want to scream. Like, if you're having a fucking custody dispute and a child's alleging abuse and the dad's being accused of abuse by the child, is the dad realistically, in some cases, I'm sure that parents do fess up to it because they want to be held accountable, or they know they were wrong and they want help. Fine. But do you think the dad's going to say, oh yeah, I want to do that to my daughter. I want to whatever to my daughter. That's awesome. You know, this is my thing. This is my number one thing on my mind all day. It's the top of my to-do list. Literally to do. Like, horrible joke, but I'm going to make it because there's just no way. She's an expert. She's an expert witness. She testifies as an expert witness in custody cases. She's an expert witness on parental alienation syndrome. Tell me how I'm wrong. I like being wrong, because if I'm wrong here, I'm okay. I'm okay with being wrong if this is absolutely a thing, and I'm totally fucking talking up and making up shit. I'm fucking far from being an expert, but I can read data, I can read research, and the research is telling me there is problems with it. Oh, Mike, I don't know if you were here earlier for when I said this. The problem with this whole idea of parental alienation syndrome is when Richard Gardner wrote the book on it, when he wrote about it initially, there was no citation to scientific research. He didn't apply even things like attachment theory, nothing like that. He didn't do any citations to that. It was his thoughts, his ideas, and his experience and practice. Like, the diagnostics of it, you just need one. You don't need 5. You don't need at least 3. You don't need at least 4. You just need one. The severity, there's no level, there's no actual threshold to cross. You just have to say that it looks like that it's one of these 8 things. You know, a kid saying, and I gotta find the fucking video. I think we're gonna watch something after this because I'm getting fucking pissed off. You're gonna see. Oh, I'm so mad. All right, let's continue.
Wait, how do you know that he couldn't get an erection?
He told me, and that is one of the
Oh, he told me, guys.
diabetic symptoms.
He told me.
Diabetic
results.
people can't get erections?
If it's severe, yeah, they count.
I asked doctors if having diabetes or telling your therapist that you have diabetes should disqualify someone from being a child molester. They said no. Not all people with diabetes suffer from erectile dysfunction, and ED does not prevent someone from sexually abusing a child.
Thank you.
Experts aren't only
I said that
testifying in
before.
court.
I
They
said that
also offer
before.
treatments
The
that
Shiva
can
mentioned
cost
it while I was
tens of
watching this
thousands
the
of
first time.
dollars to reunify children with a so-called alienated parent, sometimes an alleged abuser. Popular among experts of this treatment is to remove the accusing parent who they have labeled an alienator.
Here we go.
But that's a dangerous
Reunification therapy,
call to
guys.
make. Yes. It's a very dangerous call to make. Because if you get it wrong, a child might end up in the custody of an abuser.
Well, the Department of Social Services gets it wrong all the time. They are not trained. You know,
Well, you're trained
someone
apparently.
like me who's gone through 12 years post-high school of training, and you specialize in that area, it's a much more simple proposition.
And what does it
Is
take
it though?
to have some kind of certification to be an expert in parental alienation?
There is none.
Dr. Craig,
You see that? Here we go.
Craig Childress is working on that.
I tried to get this guy on for an interview. He never emailed me back. Dr. Craig Childress. He's trying to act now, to give to his credit a little bit. To his credit. He is trying to turn a theory that is not based in science, it's not evidence-based, that has no touching on any other theories, that doesn't have a bunch of research behind it. He's trying to at least, what's the word? After the fact, apply stuff to it. He's trying to apply attachment theory and using that as a basis for parental alienation. He's got a couple videos on it. I haven't watched them yet because I've been too angry about this other stuff. And I've been digging into this other shit. It's bad. Mike, if you have that video, can you post it in the chat and I'll save it to my playlist of shit to check out later? Because that'd be cool to check out.
Dr. Childress was recently removed from speaking at the Association of Family and Conciliation Court conferences at the request of the American Psychological Association, according to emails obtained by ABC 10. The initial complaints to the APA against his and his partner Dorsey Pruder's presentation reads, "Acceptance of the Childress and Pruder presentation by AFCC was beneficial to these people's commercial interests and their ongoing involvement as expert witnesses in child custody cases. But in our opinion, the presentation was not beneficial for education of psychologists or other professionals." The complaint also points out that Dorsey Pruder is not a psychologist but a life coach and has a high school.
So Pruder works with Dr. Childress. And remember, this is the APA, the American Psychological Association, came in and said, no, this is not good, and removed him from speaking. So, that's bad. The APA doesn't do that often. Like, it's fucking scary. The fact that that happened is a fucking thing. Where the fuck is it? Where'd it go? American Association of Family and Conciliatory. Okay. I was just trying to find some links to add to shit that I need to look at later. I was doing this on my phone.
His and his partner Dorsey Pruder's presentation reads, "Acceptance of the Childress and Pruder presentation by AFCC was beneficial to these people's commercial interests and their ongoing involvement as expert witnesses in child custody cases. But in our opinion, the presentation was not beneficial for education of psychologists or other professionals." The complaint also points out that Dorsey Pruder is not a psychologist but a life coach and has a high school education.
She's got a lot of background in this. Just because she doesn't have a college degree doesn't mean she doesn't know what she's doing. She absolutely does.
So you're saying that what you were...
His tiny benefit is I have worked with people who do not have professional education in certain areas, not necessarily mental health, in certain fields. There are people who are really good at shit that have no formal education in it. To his credit, there is the potential. It's the minor credit. As much as I hate the gatekeeping of professions behind licensing bodies and shit like it, I understand the purpose of them. And some of them are necessary. But mental health is a field with a lot of nuance and takes a lot of, it's both science and art. It's a soft science. It's interpretation. It's applying theories to individualized cases, and we don't always get it wrong, or we don't always get it right. Sometimes we get it wrong. So let's go ahead and continue.
Presenting, or what she was presenting at the AFCC, was in fact evidence-based?
Not at this point.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, we're nothing really out there at this point is evidence-based. That the pilot program in Houston will be evidence-based. That's where we're moving.
He kind of got tripped up when he got asked if it was evidence-based. That was kind of funny. Like, that is not evidence. Why would you ask that question? Let's continue.
Have you already trained people on ABPA, or is this something that's already making its way?
Yeah, I started training last year.
There are countless experts charging tens of thousands of dollars to treat children who reject a parent, therapies that remove the wanted parent and force the child, often ordered by a judge, with the so-called unwanted or targeted parent that the child is rejecting.
Yes, they're trying to brainwash children into believing that they were not physically or sexually harmed. ABA, the AMA, every credible legal and medical organization in the country.
I did verify those statements.
Alienation is junk science. It shouldn't be allowed in a court of law, and yet that bogus theory is what is responsible for the vast majority of children that we know are getting forced into these abusive homes.
The medical community rejects parental alienation syndrome, and studies show children very rarely make false abuse allegations. Just 4% of all allegations of abuse
He's like 4%.
made by a child around a divorce are false. But in a system that leans towards disbelief, you can see the potential danger.
All right. So, I hope everyone's blood pressure is okay. Now, real quick, let's review some of these comments, right? So, did you feel that was a fair presentation of information? Was it biased? Was it leaning one side or the other? Does this woman look like, or does the person who wrote the script sound like an alienator to you? Do they seem like someone who's alienating their own family members or their own kids? Like, now, I ask you that question, as stupid as it sounds, because hold on, I'm trying to do something real quick. What the fuck, hold on. I'll need to watch that later. Apparently there's a TEDx talk on parental alienation. I want to see how much bullshit or not is actually in that talk. That'll be fun. God damn it. Stop auto-playing on me. Where the fuck is CSU? Is that California State University? Colorado State University, okay. In the eyes of the specialist. Ooh. Okay, that might be interesting to watch. I haven't watched this, but it's in the eyes of the specialist. I want to see maybe how that would be, what their thoughts are. All right, but I'm trying to make sure. All right, let's see here. Making sure nothing on here that would be inappropriate. Okay. So let's check this out. We're going to go into these comments. Let's check out the comments on this video. Be prepared for that blood pressure to go up again. All right. Check this shit out. All right. Zooming in. Can I zoom in? Okay, there we go. How visible is that? God damn it. Stupid fucking. My comment. Come on, let me. I guess when I zoomed in, it took away my comments. Let me find them. I want to see the video analytics. Show me the comments, bitch. Okay, down here. Okay, sorry about that. I was just trying to give you guys a better view of the text because I know it's hard to read some of the shit, and some people don't always have good vision. So let's try this on for size, right? Here we go. We're sorted by top comment, best comments, right? Let's start here with Cynthia. Cynthia says, unless you live it or study this extensively as a professional, you have no business putting your 2 cents worth in. Parental alienation is one of the most horrendous experiences ever to endure. And then this person talks like, I'm a targeted parent. I haven't seen my child in 5 years. I created a channel on parental alienation and narcissism. I'm going to check out your channel later. Thank you. This is a totally biased video. Parental alienation is a heinous form of intimate terrorism. Wait. Parental alienation is a heinous form of intimate terrorism. Wow. I've never heard it put that way before. I'm going through this now. Absolutely terrible. This is my worst nightmare come true. I am so sorry. These people do not relate the hurt and pain they cause others. The Pathfinder says they don't. They can't possibly. If you have had this experience also, I am very sorry you've experienced something so devastating. I can't imagine a worse punishment. Here's another top comment before we get into replies. What they don't understand is that parental alienation is actually a form of shared psychosis between the alienator and the child. Tracy, I want your input on this one. The child is forced to believe the narrative of the alienator. Alienators are talented manipulators who use a defense mechanism known as projective identification. This mechanism helps them deny their own flaws by putting the blame on someone else. This is like when someone guilty of cheating believes their spouse is unfaithful and accuses them of infidelity. These people are abusive, thus they deny this in themselves by creating a fictional narrative that their partner is abusive and they are mere victims. They truly believe this narrative, and so does the child. So often, these kids are not making allegations they know and believe to be false. On the contrary, they truly believe that the targeted parent has abused them. See, that's the problem. Anyway, this is the worst part of the whole thing, that the kid is forced to see their loving parent as malevolent and abusive. Sometimes even the targeted parent believes a false narrative that they were abusive when they were actually just being good parents. All right, let's see some replies. You just described to me and questioning my own behavior. Let's see here. There's some really good, interesting. Okay, I'm not reading that fucking narrative. These are people telling their personal stories. Jesus Christ. Well, okay, so this person says, well, Deadon, I am experiencing the exact same thing. Unfortunately, I have ran out of money and can no longer fight this in family court. The mother has manipulated the entire system, judges, lawyers, guardian ad litem, counselors, etc. I have overwhelming evidence of parental alienation, but without any attorney, it's like they didn't want to see or hear what I had to say. My sons went from being daddy boys and loving to be around me, becoming robots that have been programmed. Due to the mother's personal feelings towards me, she has turned my son's reality into delusions. I'm so heartbroken, sick to my stomach, feel like I've lost my children, don't know. So this is where, the court system, if they're not listening to the dude when he's trying, because he's pro se, that's fucked up to begin with. But where I was saying earlier is there are people who experience stuff like this, but using parental alienation syndrome as the framework is the biggest problem. Let's see here. Where's some of these good comments? There were some really crazy ones. And then there was people who were trying to argue in agreement with the presentation that this is a problem. And God damn it. Hold on. It totally had me click on some. What the fuck? That is not what I did. Hold on. Give me a minute. You'll be back right after these brief messages from our sponsors. Hey, did you know you can support your... I need to make a fucking shill video. It's like a quick ad I can play when I need to use the bathroom or something. That's like welcome to like, hey kids, do you like Ken's counseling couch? Or do you like Ken's casting couch? You know, by paying $5 a month, you can support your casting couch provider. And just something like that. I have to write a script or something. I thought it was something real funny. That'd be cool to do. Let's see. All right. Oh, here's a good one. All right. Now I've got it back now. All right. Present, share screen, dangers. Okay. Let's do this again. And click back and click here. Okay. This reporter, for ethical reasons, may want to update her story. This is 8 months ago. This story was posted several years ago. The American Bar Association now have a webinar discussing this. Both the DSM-5 and ICD-11 all cover parental alienation as child abuse. This is incorrect. Parental alienation syndrome is not in the DSM, not in the DSM-5. As far as the ICD-11, let me verify that. I remember seeing this. I didn't get a chance to look it up. Parental alienation syndrome. And then let me force it to look for ICD-11. That's great. First thing I find is it's a WordPress blog, but it's talking about some. Oh, this is fucking great. You can't make this shit up. Okay, where'd it go? Update of September 20th, 2020. Since September 2020, the withdrawal of any mention of parental alienation from the International Classification of the Disease is validated. Indeed, the official version has just been updated and no longer makes any reference to this term as shown in the screenshot. It's on a different window. I can show it to you if you don't believe me. On February 15, 2020, the WHO declared it had removed this pseudoscientific concept. This is the original article, I guess. The pseudoscientific concept from its index and classification. What's this? People from a Facebook group, an Italian Facebook group on PAS, spotted the comment from the WHO team on the classification devoted to psychological maltreatment in response to a remark reminding that parental alienation has no scientific basis. So Team 3 WHO declares parental alienation has been removed from the ICD-11 classification as it is a judicial term and issue. Its inclusion for coding purposes in the ICD-11 will not contribute to valid or meaningful health statistics. Holy shit. They just got BTFO'd in real time. They don't know this, but they got BTFO'd. This was 3 years ago. So this person's wrong. The ICD-11 doesn't mention that they took it out. But my biggest concern is that the World Health Organization calls it a judicial term and issue. How is it a judicial term and issue when we're talking about mental health? Here's the thing. This is so fucked up. It's a judicial term and issue, right? It's something that needs to be handled in the courts, but requires evaluation from mental health experts and psychologists, and you need expert testimony. And people are sent to camps that are supposed to be using mental health treatment methods to address it, but it's not a mental health issue. It's a judicial issue. So the courts are using a system that relies on mental health to evaluate and verify, but the mental health field, the APA, the WHO, the Association of Family Court Judges, who else is there? I think whatever the American Pediatrics thing is for doctors, all say this is bullshit. All of them say this is no validity. There's no science. There's no fucking basis for this. There's no source. There's no scholarly research. They all shut it down. But the court relies on parental alienation, which they say is the thing. And then how does this make any sense? How does this make any fucking sense? How do we subject parents and kids to such a shit system? It makes no sense. I'm fucking so confused right now. I can't even begin to explain how fucking messed up this is. So I just wanted to debunk that in real time. I didn't know that. I thought maybe I was wrong. I thought maybe they were right. I know the DSM isn't because I already researched that one. Parents, hang in there. The world is waking up and reporters like this will be canceled. Oh, God. I need to take a screenshot of this. I need to do that little meme where it's like, da, 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 like the whole little, I don't know what that meme song is. Memeology 101 uses it all the time, where it's like, I can't fucking remember it. But this is something I need to screenshot. This is too funny to not. Oh, God, I'm going to make a meme of this. I'm going to so make a meme of this. Oh, God. Brandon, thank you. Thank you for giving me some fucking funny ass shit to do today. I will make a meme of this. That is amazing. That is so amazing. Oh, God. I can't believe that just happened. That literally just happened in real time. Oh, fuck. That's so... Oh, that's cute. It is. It's so cute. They will be canceled. We will cancel these people because they had a different opinion. They actually had a scientifically correct opinion, but we will cancel them. This person says, I was interviewed out front of the Sacramento Family Courthouse in regards to this and was wondering why my story wasn't posted in this last year on this day. Liliana was the one who interviewed me. Okay. Maybe they didn't want your story or it wasn't pertinent. I mean, I'm sure they interviewed a bunch of people. Doesn't mean they didn't, look at it. This person, Ann says, younger children, regardless of abuse, do wish to see their abuser. It's not just physical or sexual abuse, psychological, mental, and emotional abuse as well. Very damaging, right? So she's saying regardless of abuse, they do want to see their abuser. That doesn't mean it's all the time. It doesn't mean it's 90% of the time, and that's a justification to determine whether someone is abused or not. That is why there is supervised visitation for abusive parents. Research from the ABA shows that forcing kids to see an abusive parent unsupervised is actually not good for them. Got another screenshot. Because I need to go find the ABA statement on this now. Because if the ABA, hold on, this is happening like amazingly in real time. This is not what I expected. American Bar Association, Parental Alienation Syndrome, ABA, forcing kids to see abusive parent. That'd be funny if I found another contrary thing. Okay, so the ABA does seem to have something on parental alienation. Oh shit! Oh, here we go. This is from, I'm not going to pull it up just yet. AmericanBar.org, which I'm assuming is the American Bar Association. From spring of 21, an article titled "Parental Alienation is Real: Exposing the Myth of the Woozle." Another family law article on the American Bar site. Critics of parental alienation have it wrong. So the ABA is fucking hard. The ABA has a hard on for fucking parental alienation, apparently. I hate to use the word, but Jesus Christ. Whew. They are going full in. They are putting all their chips on this fucking idea. Wow. Ooh. Oh boy. All right, let's a 16-page document from the ABA on parental alienation, an introduction. Let's see what's in this. This is insane. So so apparently the ABA is full on parental alienation. So okay, what the hell does this say? All right, here we go. Ken might get mad again. Okay, this is in the ABA article. What the hell? The fuck is this? Okay, they say abuse, regardless of gender, race, or sexual orientation, should never be condoned. When proven, such behavior has to be confronted with swift, decisive, and effective action. However, in a forensic setting, it is important to thoroughly investigate the, and this is in italics, allegations of abuse. And then we're in a quote now. Quote, determining when a child's negative feelings about one parent are rational or irrational is more often than not quite challenging. Yes, it is. In some respects, the process is similar to differentiating a non-bizarre delusion from a persistent justified worry. It's kind of a good way to state it. I like the statement, but I don't know if I don't know. I need to think about that one. A child who has been alienated typically, quote, has a false belief that the rejected parent has been abusive or neglectful. Children with false beliefs about events that never actually occurred may develop false memories. Memories of non-events, unquote. In evaluating a case for the presence of alienation or estrangement, the court-appointed evaluators or experts must investigate whether the reasons given for contact refusal are true, accurate, and or justified. Fortunately, there's good research that shows how to do it. Bitch, give it to me. Okay. So they cite 45. 45 says C. The psychological assessment of contact refusal in parental alienation, the handbook for mental health and legal professionals. Oh God, that will probably be Jesus Christ. Is it abuse, alienation, or an estrangement a decision tree? No fucking way. They turned it into a decision tree. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. You fucking kidding me. Holy shit. This has to be fucking fake. So the decision tree? No way. No way. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm fucking, my ADHD is so kicking in right now. But I have to see this. I have to verify that this is real. If this is a legitimate thing, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Oh my God, it is. Oh my God. Guess what we're moving to next? Holy shit. Tracy's coming up. Tracy's here. Hey, Tracy. How pissed off am I right now?
Quite.
How ADHD am I right now?
That's why I came up.
Focus, Ken.
Focus, Ken. Focus.
Oh my God. A decision tree.
I know. And that's why I was like, oh no, here's where you can go off the rails because you love decision trees.
The thing is, decision trees with like the DSM for diagnostics and shit are helpful. They're not authoritative. They're not like you'd use this all the time because diagnostics are complicated. Abuse of the child's behaviors, age and stage appropriate. Explore multiple hypotheses. Wow, this is a 44-page paper. It's from 2004.
Hold yourself back, Ken. Not all 40 pages. We were going to talk about that judge too. That Michigan, Oakland County judge that yelled at those kids and told them they were going to go and pee in front of everybody and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I came up here. I can come up here for a little while, but I have to go. I actually was just uploading a podcast episode. But somebody had brought up, I think it was
show
the
your stuff.
Dollhouse guy. The dollhouse guy, Phil.
I love Phil.
We've been defining the problem and he wants to look at solutions and stuff like that. So some more problem thing and then maybe some solutions. And then I got a jet off here.
So how do we fix this? No, I've always thought, like I said, how do we fix this problem? Because I think that's what Phil was asking. How do we address this?
We'll figure it out. We got to fully define the problem though first. Isn't that how we're supposed to go?
Here,
I mean, I've been taking notes. See, I've been taking notes.
I don't doubt it. Hold 1 second. I have. Here we go. Sorry, I had the video playing in the background. It was trying to shut it up so I could listen to you. But we have this thing where we have this system in place, and like you saw in that one comment, we need to cancel anybody who thinks differently about alienation. That is suspect at best, and at worst is terrifying, because then I can get all into like cartels and Illuminati and groups trying to purposefully abuse children using the system. Like I could go off the rails. Obviously, I don't believe that, but at best, it's still like, why would you want to not let people? The whole point of science is to be able to prove it's wrong. You have to prove it's wrong. That's why we start with a null hypothesis and an alternative hypothesis when we do research. We have to determine whether the null hypothesis is true or not. You know, if you can't disprove a theory, then it's not a valid scientific theory.
Well, what is the theory here that we're working on? That parental alienation syndrome is really not a thing, but that it's a combination of counselors, court systems, clinical studies, and parents?
I would say that the thing that needs disproven is, and the sad thing is it has been disproven. I have got more research than I want to ever see on one topic of something that I don't like. It's not like I like this topic and I want to have a bunch of research on my computer for it. I just happen to have it. And so Phil, if you want to come on stream, I can drop you the link if you have questions. Or if you think, here, let me just send you the link.
That could be a big group therapy session. Or
let's just
whatever.
do it.
Let's just do it.
Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We'll do it together. Totally the right context and joke to make during the stream. I need the lighthearted. Bill, that's for you. I dropped it in general chat. Or anyone who's in Discord can come up too.
Oh boy, that's opening it up. You put it all in general chat. Awesome.
Yeah, odd since there's no evidence-based practice though. That's the thing.
Let them all up.
Besides the ABA, you have so many professional organizations and bodies saying, we're not touching this. It's not medical. It's not mental health. or we have no opinion on it because it's not something we want to do. That's a very telling statement. If they won't say specifically it's shit, they still won't put their hand on it. They won't put their finger in it because they don't want to be involved in it, because they don't want their name tied to the whole thing that could be just generally concerning, to say the least. Like, oh my God, this is so scary that this is going on, like, every day. How does...
So I'm sorry to have interrupted your tangent that you were going on.
No, continue. You have thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts.
I have these notes. All right. So the problem is, one, there's the situations that happen in families where there's a divorce and there's kids, and there's parents who are working out their anger issues through their kids. And then on this flip side, they have obviously there are parents who are narcissistic, and they have the narcissistic games that they play, right? So, and that's the reality, but that's not the thing that always happens. What I have a problem with is counselors or other people who are professionals saying, oh yes, this is always what happens, because it's not a cookie cutter approach. It's a case-by-case basis that you have to...
You know how easy it would be if it was cookie cutter? Like, our job would be cake and we make so much money. Like,
well, a lot of people think that way, and they do make money, and they do treat it as it's a cookie cutter approach, and it's not. That's where my second issue comes in, is counselors who think they know it all. They judge people. They assume. They put their narratives onto clients. They put their clients' autonomy down there, or if even at all, and they're not fully trained or supervised to even render an opinion that is something that's going to be valuable and helpful to a case. So therein lies the second problem. And then the third, I don't know a whole lot about, maybe Rackets or you or somebody else, maybe if Tim were in the chat, or Spectre, but the court systems and accountability and the GALs and the people that aren't trained there in that kind of realm. And then Phil can talk about maybe more of the clinical studies. He said something about pedophiles and dolls, but I think that there should be clinical studies on parents and divorce and kids who are affected on divorce and people in general who abuse people. And that, my friends, are all my notes. So we don't know what the solution is yet, but I think that minds can, come together, and we can think of what needs to happen in the system, and maybe we can do something brilliant on this stream. If Phil comes up, or if anybody else comes up, I'm open, dude.
Say, yeah, I mean, it's a small personal stream today. Say, but it's good for feedback. I'm in this decision tree here, and I'm reading some of this stuff, and I'm like, I normally can read the clinical stuff, or I can read this research stuff that's written in all the fancy flowery language. And I'm reading this here, and either I'm misunderstanding it, or the speaking is, because they're talking about using a multidimensional approach for alienating. And like, for example, it says here, and again, I'm not reading the whole thing just to save time. It says, if we find no abuse, and if we find that the rejected parent is adequate in other ways, and if we indeed find that there is an effort by one parent to turn the child away from the other, that must be investigated as possible alienation. And then it continues. An evaluation that produces a conclusion that, quote, no alienation is found, or yes, alienation is found, must be seen as incomplete or not helpful. So either it's incomplete, not helpful if alienation is found or isn't. Said another way, the analysis of alienation is not two-dimensional, or certainly not dichotomous. Rather, it is multidimensional and should be reported as such. But you have so many people working in a two-dimensional perspective. And this is insane. I don't even know where to begin to abuse sensitive evaluation.
Well, I think looking at the big picture is a good place to start, so we had this one clip that you showed of that one lady who said, oh yes, he has diabetes, so he can't get an erection. Like,
I wanted to throw shit.
That? How did she, okay, the only way to know that, okay, obviously we want to trust him. If he says he can't get an erection, we want to believe him, but maybe he
No, I need you to prove it to me right now.
The only way to really know is to, anyway, that's not appropriate. So What are we supposed to do with that, right?
It is it's insane. Hold on, let me send the link to Phil because Phil's boomerang. Here we go. Sent. All right, there we go. It's in your DMs. I slid into your DMs. So, areas to explore when assessing, evaluating, and describing abuse. Okay, some of this isn't necessarily incorrect. Like, obviously, type of abuse, intensity, target, pattern of abuse, whether it's an incident ongoing, first and worst or last instance of abuse, effects of abuse on each child, the mother, father, intergenerational, previous treatment, protective factors. Like, these are like things that you would do in evaluating it. But it's when you start applying the framework of parental alienation syndrome where shit starts going downhill. It's important that the evaluators assess the level of fear that the parent has for the other parent, as well to the degree which she may have been kept isolated from the family or friends. See, that's already fucking biased language right there. Like,
oh, and there's also money. I didn't even think about the money part of it.
Hey,
though.
Phil.
When you said that, yeah. Oh, is Phil up?
Phil is here.
Hey, Tracy. Thank you for allowing me in as such.
Always allow
Not
you.
my
You
stream.
can always.
It's Ken's stream.
You're always allowed inside of my couch or on my couch.
That sounds awful when we say that.
No, it sounds perfect. I'm just reading.
Okay,
here.
so Tracy, you were saying something about pedophiles and me. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, you had asked about what can be done about this situation. And then I said, well, what are your ideas? And you said maybe more clinical studies on pedophiles. And
Yes.
I'd like you to actually elaborate on that because I'm not really sure what you meant about that.
Well, if I may, because I sell sex dolls, right? And everyone thinks, oh, therefore you're basically a child sex doll thing, right? Okay. And okay, do or say what you want. Now, they took me to court. The British establishment took me to court and I beat them. So therefore, I would like to say that I have something in terms of correction for them. Now, it's not that I was right or wrong or anything like that. I was just better than them at what they were doing. But the point needs to be made that does it need to be said that if pedophiles are an issue, and we know that they are, right? Do we need to give them dolls to stop them actually assaulting children? Now, Ken and I have spoken about this a number of times. Yeah. Now, I would like to have a clinical study on this, but the feminism of the world, and it has infected science, says we will not allow this to happen. So between Ken and I, we're like, we want to do the right thing for the world, but nobody else wants this to happen. So, Tracy, as a female, would you allow this to happen? If you were the controlling ideal of the world?
Wow, you give me control of the world?
That's
that would
scary.
Of course.
Yeah, that's scary. You know how conservative I am, Ken. You know, it would be in good hands.
Very, very. So before you comment, I want to make a point though. And Michael Palmer, who is my loving stalker in Nick's chat, has constantly said I'm wrong about this, but I can cite to it, is that most sexual abuse is not done by someone who is sexually attracted to children. It's normally done by someone who's not, someone who's acting in anger or jealous.
Here, isn't it?
So the treatments that me and you have talked about are targeted for that more attracted, because it'd be kind of difficult to use it in someone who's not attracted because it's more of a reactionary abuse to situations or other dynamics. So what we have to figure out is if we can figure out the one side with the dolls, for example, if that were to work, but how do we deal with the other side? Because those are the people abusing, and then they're being able to continue abusing because the system's putting the kids back in the hands of the abusers, as seen by this lovely system that we've looked at the last couple of weeks.
May I ask something?
Go for it.
Okay, well, and I'm not trying to be very conspiratorial in my thoughts here, but
tinfoil hats on, go.
The idea being, right, let's say, like, for average guy, like, you know, we all, like, understand children should not be interfered with and all the rest of it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Everyone who's like a normal person gets this. Now, if we start to say to, like, all of the people who are, dare I say, higher than us, there was a friend of mine who called it, it's like the king's deer. And I said, what? What do you mean? So we are legally in England not allowed to kill deer because they belong to the king or the queen, you know, whoever happens to be the monarch at the time, right? Now, is this the same thing with having sex with children? It's the king's deer. Like, everyone is not allowed to do it except for those people in positions of power. And we can start to think of that person who did not kill himself in prison, right? That kind of idea. So is this where we're going with this idea? And I'm not trying to say that this is right or wrong or anything like that. I mean, we all know it's wrong, because anyone who has given birth to, like, a child will kill someone who goes anywhere near their child.
Tend to be very protective. It's a basic human instinct to protect the young. It's a basic animal instinct. It's to protect the young, protect the offspring. You see that in almost any animal species.
Now, ordinarily, right, this would just be normal, right? Yeah, of course, yeah. No one touches children. And I would say after year 2000, we seem to have had, like, this whole idea, and I don't know if it's, you know, the left or the right or someone else, it doesn't matter whom it happens to be, but someone is trying to normalize touching children sexually. And I don't like this. Now, okay, right, I would put myself on the conservative end of the political spectrum. But, like, who would not do that? I don't understand these people who say, well, it's okay because they're children and therefore we can have sex with them. It's like, what is wrong with you?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, who is saying that?
The Democrats are really pushing hard for this. Like, if you're, let's look at the, what do you call them? The drag girls, who are men, basically, but they're dressed as a woman and they've got their penis hanging out, like, through their panties, and they're allowing that to, like, you know, swing in the wind towards children, and they call it Children's Story Hour. And I'm like, that's not what I call Children's Story Hour. We had this on the BBC, which I know is not the finest thing in the world at the minute, but the British Broadcasting Authority, we had something called Jack and Ori, which was to sound like story time. And that's all that they did. They read out a story from a book, right? Now, that's fine if that's all that you want to do. But if you actually want to start to wander around dressed as a girl with your dick hanging out, no, there's something wrong with it.
I can see. So here's the thing is, and I think Tracy and I have talked about this a little bit. We have a situation, and I've even talked to my wife about this on certain topics. The internet provides us a unique experience of the world. And this is where I think we kind of struggle as a society a bit. And I have this argument a lot when I talk about trans issues, right? So when I talk about, just using that as the example before we dive into it a little bit further. So when we talk about transgender issues and therapy and treatment, I mean, I was in chat on the pre-stream last night, just chatting, just kind of shit posting, having fun, but it was also giving some commentary on transition related things as far as medical for children, teens and adults, and the validity of it, my personal beliefs versus the standards of care that are now set in place, and things like that, where the internet gives us a very big window with hyper focus on specific issues. Like, for example, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube is a very small, if you look at the 7 billion people on the planet, the number of people expressing themselves in like if we look at the population of trans people, about 1% of the population, right? So in the United States, 330 million people, about 3 million people, give or take, across the entire 50 states, spread out, not that many, right? You might run into a few. The number that you're seeing is a concentrated number of people who have taken their more out there beliefs and are wanting to visibly show them. If you were to talk to most trans people, they would probably have issues with a lot of those people who are trans themselves, right?
I believe in what you're saying, but like the problem is that everyone is allowing this to happen.
Well, I don't think everybody's allowing it to happen, because I've just now heard of it. I absolutely would not allow that to happen to children. And
there are parents who are starting to say, no, we can't allow this to happen. But this has been happening for about 5 years. And it's only because people are starting to learn about it that they're starting to say, no, not with my children.
I think what Phil's talking about is there has been over probably the last half a decade or decade, I've only seen it more within the last few years, where you'll have, using his specific example, you have like drag queen story hour, where drag queen comes in, just does a thing, just dressed up, fine, reads a storybook, great, goes on their way, does whatever, and it shows like, okay, it's not a big deal, and kind of gives a different presentation of gender and how that works and how things are, and it doesn't necessarily, there are ways to do it where it doesn't sexualize it, but what has happened is there are people who are doing what Phil's doing, right? What Phil's describing. There have been situations where people have taken it to the far, far extreme, and it's definitely not appropriate. Like, I could, for example, say I'm okay with like I described it. If someone wants to put on whatever, I don't care. Put on whatever. Come to the story hour. We'll do our thing, and we can have a brief educational thing afterwards, and that's it. Like, you can make that a beneficial thing that's non-harmful, that everyone can mostly be on board with. It's when you start pushing it so far
that this can actually be good.
There are ways. Here's the thing: I can make most things therapeutic, right? I can turn anything into therapy if I do it right. Like we were talking about earlier.
So like a naked man with an erection talking to children should be okay.
Well, no, that's where I said most things. There are things that obviously don't. Here's the thing: where you become. Here's where you're going to run into pushback, and I'm probably going to get clipped on this, and it's going to fucking suck. But I know I am, right? It's going to
happen. You know that.
I know. So this is going to be kind of a long thought. So let me think about this. The concept is nudity by itself, and depending on your family structure, family nudity and nudity by itself is not necessarily a sexual thing, right? Just being naked, because we come into this world without clothes. That doesn't mean nudity by, let me, I got you, Phil. Hold on. I know where you're going with it. I understand. I can see, I already got you. I'm ahead of you, boy. I got you, Phil. Nudity by itself isn't sexual, right? You could be naked, a bunch of people, you have nudist camps, families go there. You have people who live nudist family or naturalist family lifestyles where that's how they go. None of it's sexual. Everyone grows up great. That's fine. But it's when you have that and you start adding a sexual component to it, or the sexual element comes in. That's where, if you look at, for example, using court language, if you look at how the Supreme Court has defined like child pornography, child pornography doesn't necessarily have to involve nudity. It has to involve someone in a sexually suggestive thing. So if you were to have a picture of, say, a child wearing like underwear, like, right? But if they're posing in a sexually suggestive manner, or in a manner that could give you the impression that could be considered child porn. That could be considered child porn.
Definitive. I don't know.
I can pull the court up. I got the court case somewhere. I got to find. But that would be considered CP.
You
but
might
they're not naked.
be able to do that, but like, to be honest, like a child in underwear to me, is not pornography.
No, here's the
like,
thing. It's not by it's like killed. There's been people, for example, who have taken pictures of their kids taking a bath, which is something that people have done for ages.
I mean, I have
and that's
this
normal.
For me, actually. Like I've got photographs of me with my cousins in the bath, and we're all having a good time, and there's nothing pornographic about it.
That's fine. Here's the thing. It's this, when the Supreme Court talked about it, they said, nudity by itself, like you could have a picture of a child nude where like someone's like a kid's
not pornography.
So your picture right there is not porn. Now, if you guys, if that picture involved any kind of sexual activity or sexually suggestive activity, that image now becomes illegal, right? Versus, you can have image that isn't nudity and it can still be considered pornography for child pornography, at least.
Well, the thing is, like, what can be considered pornography is subjective, and I'd like
subjective.
Tracy to actually like push in on this one, because what people think of pornography and what is pornography needs to be defined.
Well, people are trying to ban pornography right now. Is a society
well,
in certain places, which is concerning.
There's nothing wrong with that, but we need to define what is pornography if that's the case.
Well, I have a video of my cat Louie, and he's cleaning himself, and we see his little ding dong come out, and I'm taking a like movie of him. I mean, is that pornography? I don't know. I mean,
there would be people that would say that is. That's
some people could
cat pornography. Yeah. So I mean, it's just there are things that happen. Sorry,
go ahead.
There are things that happen, like you said about the drag queen, and she or he comes in and reads the story, but then there's the whole, you said dick wiggling out in the wind, and please clip me on that. There are two different things. They're like, where's the line? And I think that people are really confused about where the line is right now. And I think that comes down to our own values.
If I may be so bold, I mean, this comes to sex dolls, right? Because I have to import sex dolls into the, dare I say, England or the European Union, whatever it happens to be. Now, where the illegal idea happens is if somebody in the customs idea says, "Oh no, I don't like this," therefore it becomes illegal. But it's a subjective idea. So hence we need to actually say, this is a child doll, this is an adult doll, or this is pornography and this is not pornography. I would like this to be defined, and then everybody knows what we're talking about.
Here's the thing is, where you're going to run into it, and here's the thing is, you have a perfect example outside of anything related to psychology or mental health for the topic of discussion. That is a perfect example of a system where there's so much nuance involved there, because for example, someone may want a child doll that is the size of a 2-year-old for dealing with, and here I'm going to go into this. Someone may want a child doll with no sexual parts as a way to deal with trauma of losing a toddler in, say, a horrific accident. And that is a therapeutic component.
Reason, yes.
But you could never get that because it's below a certain height, and they'll automatically assume it's a child doll.
I have a gentleman at the moment. He has imported, shall we say, he's ordered a doll that I call the Pamela Anderson doll. It's got a teeny tiny little waist, massive boobs, right? And it's got like oversized like lips and stuff like that on the head. And it, like, British customs have said, "Oh no, that's a child doll." And I've literally written to them to say, "Are you taking the fucking piss?"
Wait, what cup size was the breast on the doll, if I may ask?
G.
Pervert.
Totally a child doll.
Yeah,
I'm with the customs agent.
I mean, what else could it be?
Doll.
It has to be a child doll, doesn't it, with a G cup?
I mean,
they are taking the piss.
Now,
I wrote a letter, shall we say, I put this in email, and I was asked by the guy who sold the doll and the guy who was purchasing the doll, Phil, will you wind this in a little bit? Because I was starting to quote things like, I think there's going to be like religious and sexist kind of ideals that you just don't want people to actually know about. I said, oh no, Phil, we can't say about that. And I was like, I think that's exactly what we should be saying about. But like this thing is actually ongoing, so I'll keep you alive on actually how it happens at the minute. I just spoke to the guy today, and he says he's just waiting to hear from British Customs, because normally what happens. There was something that happened in, I think it was the 1980s, and we call it Conagate. Some guy, he was trying to import like a sex doll, and this is way before they were like anywhere near as good as they are at the moment. And the European court actually overruled the British court and said, if it is allowed to be imported, it cannot be allowed to be within the British system. So therefore it's okay. So it was overruled. Now, of course, we are now not in the EU anymore because of Brexit.
Yeah.
So things are getting really complicated at the minute. So, I mean, I had my court case and I overruled and I bitch-fucked British customs. And they didn't like the way that I dealt with them. So, like, I was the one who actually addressed them with the email and said, just in case you didn't know, this particular case, and like, I'm dealing with it. And they're still trying to be like bitches about it. So I really don't know what's going on.
I think if we look at it, like your situation here is a perfect example of where we have to deal with, you have people who are supposed to be able to make determinations on things. And because there's no hard and fast rule to determine it, even though, like, for example, parental alienation and determining whether alienation or child abuse, I can relate to your situation here is you have people who in each, you get dolls that come in and out all the time. One person says the doll's okay, another person says it's not. You have people who are getting allegations in front of them and they go, this is abuse, this isn't. But if you fuck up that decision, you cause a lot of pain.
But do you know what that means, though? The point of this one means, and I'm going to talk like from like a child perspective. Let's say I have, like, I've already done it and I won the case against the British system. So my kids are with me.
Okay.
Then I have a relationship with another woman and I have another couple of kids. And I have to go through exactly the same thing. There's no precedence. They don't say, oh, well, Phil won it last time, so he gets it this time. No, you have to go through exactly the same thing again.
Well, because things could have changed since your last case, though, it would be the argument. Because
if I was a woman, no, that's not exactly how that would be. It would just be like, all right, it's a woman. Yeah, you just get the kids.
So here's a funny fact about parental alienation, right? Is parental alienation syndrome was actually, and there was an argument against it by a lot. If you look at the history of it, I think it was in the late 80s, early 90s, once it started making its roar and becoming a thing. So Gardner first mentioned parental alienation syndrome in 85. He put his book out in 86 or 87 on it. So, but in the 90s, parental alienation syndrome was being used against, quote unquote, being used against mothers to say that they were alienating their children from the father. And there was a lot of pushback from women's rights or women's parents, mothers organizations against parental alienation syndrome because it was being, quote unquote, weaponized against them because they were being called alienators. Now the dynamic is kind of mixed nowadays. It's kind of hard. I'd have to find the stats on it. But initially, and Gardner even mentions it in his writings, that parental alienation syndrome was something that was typically happening to men, where men were being alienated from their children by mothers. And so it's changed a lot. And
do you want to know how to sort that one out like in a heartbeat?
What's that?
Take the money out of it. Make sure no woman actually gets any money for kids. Then they will like, oh, all of a sudden, oh no, I need you to have 50% of custody of the child.
So the problem
now, Tracy, how would you feel? Like, I'm not trying to like push this onto you, but
what was the proposition on the table? I was just looking at my cunt.
Well,
dollhouse
the idea
in
being,
the house.
We all know like how the whole idea goes for like we've had a divorce and we've got 2 children, and we know how the money is going to be like chopped up between the 2. Now, if I say, let's take the money out of that, all of a sudden the wife will say, I need you to look after the child 50% of the time. Now, if the money is on the table, then she'll say, I'll take all of the idea of the child because I'm going to get all of the money, right? So if we take the money out of that, would that resolve the issue?
You know, I continue to say that it's different for everybody. I really do believe that it's different for everybody. Okay, so a lot of people feel very unsafe in this world, and they want money because they feel like money represents safety, and safety is a value, and I get that. And so some people will go to nefarious deeds and means to be able to get money, and this is part of it. You know, what we're talking about with parental alienation syndrome. If we took money out of it, then what would we have left? We would have
no need for it.
We would have we would have parents, and we'd have children, and we'd have like the values of like love and respect. And we'd have these things that I stand for that I think that in relationships are really super important. It doesn't mean that money doesn't have a place in our society, but it means that it actually kind of taints, sorry, Ken, I know that's one of your favorite words. It kind of taints the way that we see and react and do these things in our lives. But I don't think that we're talking about abusers and child assault. What we were talking about was children saying that they were assaulted by a parent and like demonizing a certain parent. And then the court systems and the GALs and the counselors agreeing with that. And it could have been influenced by the mother. Yeah, but it actually could be true as well. So what we need to do is careful investigation. And that's where I stand about all of this stuff.
It's funny,
so with that, how would you do it?
Where'd it go?
How do I do it?
Like if I'm going to make you the absolute arbiter of how we break things between men and women, just as a top ideal, how would you just as a thought do it?
Queen of the universe and then the absolute arbiter. I feel like my ego is really very, very large right now.
You're playing a dangerous game here, Phil.
I know. It's not, first off, let's just be clear. It's not my area of specialty. Now, I know some therapists who are colleagues of mine who specialize in working with sexual offenders. And I know that many of them are also specialists in working with the court systems. I believe that those specialists need to get together and collaborate with the court systems, with the GALs, and they actually need to do their due diligence. They don't need to.
These are not the same thing, though. I mean, like sexual offenders and stuff like that. I understand. This is a different thing between man and wife when there's a sexual offense going on. What I'm talking about is average, just man and wife. They actually love each other, but they don't love each other enough to actually stay together. And there's like 1 or 2 children who are going to be like the aftermath of this. Now, how would we do this in a perfect situation?
I guess we would have a family therapy session, or we'd have individual sessions and family therapy session. But again, this is not my area of specialty. I'm just weighing in because I have some thoughts about the problem and possibly wanting to get some ideas about the solution. I would rather hear from what Ken has to say, because I think, Ken, you have had more experience in this area, right?
I would say a little bit more. I wouldn't say anywhere close to probably your colleagues, but I'm like, I like, because my old career field, our motto was jack of all trades, master in none. I've had my foot, I've been able to dip my toes in a lot of different things, and I like it because it gives me a taste of the different things, and then I can do my own education and research in the background.
You must have spoken to people who are in this situation, right?
The thing is the problem, I think what Phil's trying to get to, because I understand a bit where the mindset that Phil and I have talked, and we've talked with Drexel, and the kind of same community we're coming from. There's your particular glasses you're wearing on this versus, like, if we look, and that's not a bad thing that you have, and Tracy will agree with me on this, that your experiences in your life have put you into this belief system, whether it's right or wrong. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It gives you you have a justification for your thoughts and beliefs. That's your, and there's nothing necessarily by itself inherently wrong with that. It's how it's applied. Just like people who are married, they something goes wrong, they have kids, they break up, and they split up, and now they want to, hurt the other person. They're weaponizing the court system against them. And that's dangerous. And that's my problem, is because we have a system where you saw the expert I showed on that video earlier, who is a PhD, LMFT, saying 90% of the time, that's how she tells the difference. A guy who can't get an erection, who says, I have diabetes, I can't get a hard on, I don't want to touch my daughter. Clearly they're not an abuser. That's obvious. There's no other way they could abuse them. And this is the person we're allowing to make justifications. I'm not even a doctorate practitioner. I have a master's degree. I don't have a PhD. I don't have a DSW. I want one, but I don't have one. But I'm not, I don't want to say, I'm even smart enough to know the difference. And this person couldn't even clarify that. Like, there was no
PhD is neither here nor there. Like, if you're a master of your ideal, then that's the only thing that matters.
People look at that, though. So if it was, that's the thing, is if we look at the people who have attacked me, they say, Ken, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not an expert. You're still newish in the field. All these other things. Okay, but look at this person who has been in the field for a long time. They have a bias. They are showing they cannot do an assessment properly. How is their PhD helping them right now? Because to me, it doesn't. It actually makes it look worse. If they were a master's level, if they were at the same level as me, and we had the same years of experience, and they said the same thing, I could go, hey, we probably need to, get some other training, get some continuing education. That's kind of a bad decision to make. Something's influencing your bias or influence here. And, you always have to be conscious of that. So for someone who's at the exact same level as me, I can go, hey, listen, I think you're a little bit outside the ethics here. I think we need to make sure you're doing it right. I'll go with you to training, even though I don't want to do the course. I'll go with you because it'd be good for a refresher. But for someone who's not only not at the same level as I am, a different degree, a PhD, they are an LMFT, I'm a social worker, they're different, and they're an expert witness, they're an expert testifier. They're using their experience being alienated. Their experience.
It depends what you mean, though. I mean, like, a PhD just means someone has done some research and it was accepted by someone else. It doesn't mean they know anything else.
But it depends on the person. It depends on the person and how seriously they take the truth, right? Because if you don't take the truth seriously, you are not going to get to the actual heart of the problem. And a lot of people, in my opinion, don't want to spend the effort to get to the truth. So they just assume, or they don't just have their own opinion or their own biases, and they want to get their report out so that they can get paid and that they can go on to the next case. And that is not the right way to do counseling, therapy, GAL work, law work, and any kind of work at all. You do need to get to the truth. If it takes extra effort, if it takes extra questions, extra time, you do need to get to the truth. And I see that Ken is pulling up his decision tree. Ken, could you just been scrolling through the whole thing? I'm going to have to go in 10 minutes, and I really do actually want to see this.
I'll have to send you. It's a 40. I've been just kind of reading it, but one of the things I found fucking helpful was where was it at? It says here, this is in the paper. This is from 2006, I think. As mentioned above, it is important for evaluators to distinguish between protective parenting behaviors and alienating parenting behaviors. I want to reference something so bad, but I can't. Too often, we have observed evaluators confusing protective parenting with alienation, resulting in a false conclusion of alienation when, in fact, the parent is engaged in appropriate protection of the child. The difference in an abuse case is whether or not the protective parent is in reality protecting the child from the abusive parent, or if she is interfering inappropriately with the child's relationship with the
That's
abusive
great,
parent.
but what are they going to do about it?
Well, what are they currently doing about it? You're probably going to have an inexperienced evaluator rule that's an alienation versus protective parenting, and then the kid's going to be assumed to be, anything they say is going to be taken into the framework of alienation.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, nothing's actually being done, is it? I'm not being awful about it, but I'm just saying
okay, are you talking about
this is how it works.
Are you talking about legislation? I mean, because if that's the case, then I'm having somebody on my podcast in a couple of weeks who has had a lot of things happen to her, and she's actually gone through legislation and gotten legislation changed.
If she's affecting something, then I would love to hear that.
Yeah, she's actually gotten through pretty much everything that you could ever go through in your life, and so I'm going to end my season with her. So it's going to come around around the 1st of June. Yeah, this woman is amazing. She's changing the world with her artwork, with legislation, and with her ideas, books, everything. And that's how we change the world.
Would you be able to bring her on Ken's session?
I can give her his name, and she can decide for herself. But she's definitely, we're going to be doing an interview. I think it's next week. So
I don't know if I'm too spicy for her takes or not.
Well, she's been through domestic violence. She's been through drug addiction. She's been in federal prison twice.
Oh, wow.
She's actually been, through just so much stuff with her kids. And she's been able to make it work. And she's actually been able to make legislative change.
Is she a clinician or just an advocate?
No, just an average person who has been through a lot.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. So people, even like people that don't even have any letters or any degree, she doesn't have a degree, she doesn't have any letters, can make changes in the world. Anybody in your chat, I've said this time after time. If you want to make change, you have got to get off your ass and do it. This is how
you have to make it happen, don't you?
You do. If it's legislative change, or if it's change within, or change within your neighborhoods and your communities, everybody can do it. It's not just us with our, letters after our names. Everybody can do it.
Tracy, I'm actually going to challenge you on something. I have a perfect example of why you can't do that as the average person. Do you want to know what that example is?
Is it like a power dynamic thing?
No. I'm the perfect example of why you can't do that. The average person who was wanting to cover in full depth a situation to give clarity and to bring to light some concerns with a case that was going on, I was canceled. They tried to cancel me because I said something that was not okay to them. A group of people showed the fuck up out of nowhere and basically ruined my life for a period of time because they didn't like what I had to say. So for many people, it's scary to even speak out. I have to hide behind a fucking avatar, not because I'm scared, but because at any point, someone could look me up and go, oh, this person is talking about stuff online. I'll just call his job and make shit up. And most jobs will just fucking let you go.
Then go into private practice, Ken. Go into private practice. You have that
power.
Not
yet. It's very easy to say these things. But
even then, they could go to the license board.
I'm one of those rare people that can do this. So I work for myself. So I can put my face on the internet and say, you know what? If you don't like me, fuck you. That's one of the rare things to do.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it though, Tracy. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who could look at my situation and go, I'm never going to fucking speak out because I'm scared that could happen to me. Where for me, I said, fuck it. You've already interfered with my job. I'm just going to keep talking.
I remember the time, I think that there was Ricardo and there was a few others who actually put money together to just make sure that you were okay.
Yeah, I had to I did a GoFundMe to help. Yeah. But a lot of people, that could be a lot of people may have lost their house over that. Could have ended their life over that.
All because That's a good point. That's a good point because some people are more vulnerable to that kind of thing, to where it's like they can take a chance to get canceled. But the thing is let's look at the truth. Well, let's look at the truth, Ken. You did not get canceled. In fact, you got more popular and people actually found
They
out the
tried to
truth.
cancel
By
Well, I
sheer luck,
know,
the
but they
fact that I had
didn't.
a friend in 𝐷𝐬𝐿𝐴, that's the only reason I didn't end
No,
up
I
canceling.
don't think so. Will was on your side and everybody else was on your side and you would have been fine. I believe it. I do. And I
I
know
think I got
rackets.
lucky.
Well,
I think I got lucky though.
But even if you didn't, even if you did get canceled from YouTube, you have so many more skills that you could actually use them in other areas of your life. You don't actually have to use them on YouTube, and your YouTube channel could get canceled, but you could start another one. I mean, there's so many other possibilities. I think that people need to understand that they have more sources of power than they realize.
Even, if I was canceled off of YouTube, I think, if we look at, whether the YouTube existed or not, and the cancellation happened the same way, I've still had issues getting employment. I've done job interviews, I've applied for places, and trying to explain why I have a lack of absence. I either put the job down and hope that they don't talk shit about me when they go call for the reference, or I leave a period of time out of my life where I was at a job and it's now absent on my resume and I have to explain that. And the times I've had to explain it in an interview was traumatizing. I had to explain.
Once you get over that, though, like you become your own man. If you don't mind me saying,
I think I'm a better person now. I don't like the fact that it happened and all the shit it caused on my life.
Oh no, it was a shitter when it happened because I remember, like no one wanted that.
Mike Cont says, I'm hearing a lot for $5 Australian dollars. Says, yeah, I know it speaks a lot. I'm hearing a lot of criticism of
Mike
Tracy.
Cont, we know what you mean.
I think Mike's name, he was trying to get his name changed to, where'd it go?
I've established a relationship with Mike Cont and actually
No doubts
appreciate
there.
the money that Mike Cont is giving to Ken.
Thank you. But what's the a lot of criticisms of the Tracy, but no solutions? What's the alternative to her suggestion? So let me clarify, Mike, before I so there's no, I'm not criticizing Tracy in the say that she's wrong. I absolutely think people should speak up, should speak out. That I hope that people see this video, that people see relating videos and suggestions and what to watch next or whatever, and people talk about it more, people share it with their family, and it becomes more known. And so people start to take action about it and go, hey, do you realize how fucked up the court system is? They're doing this, they're using this. When we try to break it down to layman's terms for people from the, unfortunately the higher levels of, trying to explain clinical ideas to, a regular person. It's like when I try to explain some of the more difficult shit to kids, like what is cognitive dissonance or what's cognitive distortions or how does this play a role in your daily life? They don't like if I start talking, their eyes glaze over. I got to break it down into shit that makes sense to them. That's what we're trying to do with this.
Do you get that a lot though, when like people's eyes glaze over and they just like don't listen to you?
My wife does that, but that's all the time. Anyway, but I haven't here's the thing is a lot of the, and I probably would get criticized by other therapists for this. There have been times in therapy where in the hour of therapy, I've talked 51% of the time and it was not my client talking. And sometimes it's been more, but because it was a dynamic that was necessary. And so sometimes I've had to like pull myself back because I could tell, for whether it was an adult or child, maybe I'm losing them or maybe it's too much at once. I still need their feedback. But either way, it's an ongoing conversation. And, sometimes the things I'm explaining, they'll be like, what's that? Especially if it's like, what's that? What's that mean? And so I, break it down. But you'll be surprised at how some people, and especially kids, can grasp some of these concepts. But you still need to assume the average person, whatever the current average reading level is for the United States or for any given area, work off of that and speak and write to that. Speak to your average person, because if you can write at that level and you can speak at that level, and trying to break all this shit down, like 50 pages almost of how to do this, of so many pages from the other document. Like I've got hundreds of pages of scholarly articles talking about this system and either the issues with it that are criticizing it or their own systems of writings that are terrifying. And yet no one's going to fucking understand this if they were to just read it. Only by reading it and, explaining it as I go, or break it, or just seeing a reaction of a professional, quote unquote professional. I won't give myself the full title, quote unquote professional, being just shocked by how this is running would maybe give, you know, the average person some kind of like that lady in the video that she kind of was taken aback. And it's like, oh, he's not abusing her because he can't get an erection. Wait, what? Like, that's the kind of thing I want people to do when they watch my shit, is go, wait, what? This is actually happening? He's not fucking making this up? You know, like, I don't do this for fun. Like I don't bring up these really horrific topics for fun. I bring them up because I want change. Because I want people to find, like, I want people to not get hurt or abused, or families to be torn apart unjustifiably. And you know, in these ways, if you're going to split your family up, do it peacefully and do it in a way that doesn't hurt you. Your children should be priority number one. No matter how much you hate your spouse, no matter how much you hate their guts, whether they cheat, whether they slept with 100 other people or slept with one person, or whether they just didn't cook you dinner by 5 o'clock.
Do they genuinely hate people? Because like I've seen
some spouses, yes.
Well, kind of. I mean, like I've seen families where he says, "Oh, I absolutely hate my wife." He doesn't. He actually loves her, but he just wants to be able to love her again, because that whole ideal between love and love is broken down between the two of them.
Sometimes you can love a person, or you can both love each other, but unless you do it in a specific way, or really, you know, committed to it. I mean, hell, every relationship has hurdles. Every relationship has ups and downs. Sometimes those downs are really, really down, and they're not fun, but they happen, and you just got to find a way to work through it. But what I think, you know, kind of jumping to what Mike is saying here, you know, how about this is the only control you have is over your life and the immediate area around it. You know, at some point, you know, I recognize, you know, like I can't control and fix this system tomorrow. You know, what I have control over is sharing the message, and I have control over the people I work with and my clients. And if I'm involved in a situation where I'm drug in front of a court, I'll bring these citations with me. And I don't care if I get fucking like.
What is this thing, drug? Do you know what drug means in English?
Like,
it means you've been pharmacologically altered, not dragged. Dragged is the word that you're looking for.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you Americans who say off of. No, it means from.
Okay, grammar Nazi. Anyway, I'm gonna drug you after this if you don't stop it. But
all right, okay. I have to take issue with. I have to take issue with the comment in welcome K to our channel. I don't know if you are the K or if you are a K, but can you highlight that comment, Ken?
Okay, we have a K here. It says, how are you going to trust someone to counsel you that hides behind a false identity and has an array of mental problems of their own? If they can't figure out their own life, how can you help you? Okay. All right.
Great question.
Okay, so go ahead. Let me go ahead and clarify to my mods real quick. Don't block or ban or silence the person unless they start spamming. I want to see how this plays out. I'm willing to go with this. So I have legitimately, in a lot of my client sessions, when I introduce myself to my clients, I've explained, you know, explaining therapy, introducing them to therapy, is I go, I have a therapist. You know, it's okay to have a therapist. My therapist has a therapist. My psychiatrist has a psychiatrist. My psychiatrist has a therapist. Being in therapy isn't a bad thing. Having a mental health issue or having a mental health condition isn't by itself a bad thing. That doesn't mean I'm unable to work. You know, I manage my own problems. I don't let my problems impact my work. People go to work every day with mental health problems and they can still function and do their job. I have my own issues. I still go and function and do my job. My issues aren't so severe as I can't do my job. If they were impacting the quality of my work, I wouldn't go to work. I would take time off, or I'd take a leave of absence, or whatever was necessary. You know, as far as hiding behind a false identity, first, it started out as a joke anyway, when I first started this whole internet thing. And two, it's because the last time someone knew my name, who found out my name, they went ahead and tried to get me fired, who lied about the things I was doing on the internet. And generally, I had to defend myself against a false accusation of shit that didn't happen from a boss who would not even let me show her a second of the evidence. So do I continue to hide behind the quote unquote false identity? Yes, part of it's for the joke, part of it's to be able to talk about controversial things without the fear of having to worry about day to day that I have to go into work and my boss is gonna be like, so I got a phone call from someone and then I have to deal with that bullshit every day. So yeah, I do the thing mostly for fun, part of it because it's, the way it works. And when you do shit like this on the internet, if you're not in a position like Phil or Rakita or others who can withstand the onslaught of shit like that, who it doesn't necessarily
And we
cause
can
them
just tell
harm.
people to get fucked.
And even Nick his family's been put in danger by being swatted. That's not okay because you had an internet argument. But that doesn't mean I can't talk. I shouldn't be able to talk. So yeah, you don't want to take my words or trust what I have to say? Fine. Don't listen to what I have to say. Look at the shit I'm putting on the screen. Look at the evidence and the receipts I bring with me every single time I talk about shit.
If you don't
want to
mind
believe
me
my
saying,
words, look at the screen. Look at the actual evidence. What? Good.
you guys, Americans, are supposed to be like free of speech, but yet it seems to be like contesting you more than it is English people. I don't know why that is a thing.
I don't know either. It's kind of scary when I have to, people are trying, and unfortunately, there's actually people both in your country and in mine who want to make it that you can't speak online unless you verify your identity with a photo and your driver's license.
Now this makes sense in the UK because we do not have free speech. Now you have free speech in America, and that should be as it's in your constitution, it should be the defining thing of your way of life. Yet it does not seem to be the way. Yet there are people who want to curtail your speech more than English people. And I don't get this. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't get it either. But so Kay has followed up with, would you use a Jeopardy winner's name on top of everything? Why that? That one's simple. I've explained this more times than I can count. It started out with being on the internet many years ago, trying to come up with just fake names or whatever to use. Popular combination of names. Ken and Ken is a first name and Jennings is a last name are very two popular first names and surnames. So it makes it harder to, and it was just a fucking random name. I think I had watched Jeopardy not that long after, or like before I made that name, or it was in the news or something. So I heard of it and I was like, oh, Ken Jennings. I'll just use that as with random shit and I'll call that my fucking username, or that's my name. And then it went to when I first got on the internet with all this shit with for example, the 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐚𝐥𝐬 case, when I did my little evaluation of 𝐍𝐍 on the farms, on Kiwi Farms, I did my analysis and I created my user account as Ken Jennings. And so I am known as Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings. I've never tried to impersonate the actual Ken Jennings. The actual Ken Jennings has been contacted at least twice by certain people about me. I have yet to receive any mail or hatred or any concern like that. So as far as that goes, there's no real issue with it. I use it A, because it's funny, and B, just because it's what's stuck. And so I've made it kind of an integrated joke as part of my platform. It's kind of weird to me. You also say you have an OnlyFans, Ken's Casting Couch. Just hard to take you seriously is all. So here's the thing. Those are kind of inside jokes. If you have just joined my community, welcome. If you're not familiar with it, the OnlyFans thing is a joke. Say because the Ken's Counseling Couch, several people that I stream with have accidentally said Ken's Casting Couch. And obviously that's not what I'm doing. But, there's the OnlyFans joke because it's funny and it's,
Are you
it's a
overthinking
joke.
this, Ken? Because I have to ask, is Kay a man or a woman?
Here's the thing.
Because he's
regardless of them
asking the
being-
question as a man, he's not asking the question as a woman.
So here's the thing is, this is my personality, and how I am right now is about 90% to 95% of how I am in therapy, because I want my clients obviously more professional. I'm not telling shit, some of this, I'm not doing some of the stuff I'm doing because personal and professional people do think, do you go to work drunk if you like to go to drinking on Friday nights? No, you could separate your personal and professional. So I bring my personal day, my personal me, to talking about, because this is a hobby for me. I don't live off of this, YouTube money or whatever. And so it's a hobby for me. So yeah, I'm going to do it as me, but I'm still going to talk about my profession, what I like, so if you don't want to take me seriously, that's a you decision. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Just let it happen. That's fine.
Let's see. Mike says, back in my day, you were called an idiot for putting any personal information online. Yeah, that was actually a thing. It's also
yes, but says whom? Now, the guy who's called Mike Hunt, right? This is the guy that you used to call up pubs and say, is Mike Hunt in the bar? So somebody would actually say, somebody wants to talk to Mike Hunt.
Dude, I have been making jokes about Mike Hunt the whole time the stream.
You're clearly not a professional therapist, and you shouldn't be tested.
I have been. I mean, you go back and you look at the chat. Me and Mike Hunt are having a great conversation.
I'm sure you have that conversation a lot with Mike Hunt.
It's just one of those things. It's an old school thing, dude. You're not old enough.
Okay, so here's the thing. Oh, random name. That's what, like, legitimately, you can believe me or not. That's up to you. Legitimately, that's how the whole thing started. And so because people like you and other people have been like, oh, you're using Ken Jennings from Jeopardy, So yeah, guess what I did to further irritate certain people, because not necessarily UK, but other people who jumped in. I just went ahead and said, fuck it. I'll do Jeopardy thing because it's funny. And so go for it. You don't want to take me seriously. That's fine.
K, all I can say is K is like, sick my duck. That's all I can say.
Mike Hunt says, Mike Hunt speaks truly. You don't have to take anyone online seriously. In fact, you shouldn't. No, you should do your own.
Hurrah to that little girl who said that.
Yes, Mike Hunt is beautiful in that regard. He speaks.
I think Mike Hunt has a lot of wisdom in this stream, and I've appreciated Mike Hunt.
She's got something going on, hasn't she?
Well, there's something that Van Strife is talking about, and it's another girl's name, Dixie Normus. Dixie Normus.
Dixie Normus is great. So, okay,
carry on.
It is. So, I love it when my Dixie Normus is in the chat. They're not here right now. Say here, puppet. Here's the thing: is regardless of if they are or not, I'm gonna do what they don't do. Is if I were to be in their chat, I get banned.
Ken, you're really quiet.
Oh, can you hear me now? Son of a bitch.
Carry on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're quiet.
Okay.
That's better. That is much better.
I think my preamp keeps overheating that happened on Marquita stream. My preamp overheated and it stopped working. So, but what I was trying to say before I cut out is I'm going to give the people who come at me the benefit of the doubt, because if I were to jump into any of the people's chats and try and have the same rational conversation, I'm considered a troll. I don't, they shit on me. They block me. They like Tracy, when Tracy tried to have a rational conversation with Kay, she was demeaned, humiliated, effectively humiliated. I don't want to say you were. If you were, you were. If you weren't, an average person could look at that and go, that was humiliating. That was berating. Why would you do that to another human being? I will give Kay the benefit of the doubt and say, you should,
I know, but that's because you're a nice person. Now,
I'm a nice person,
right? All of these other people who say oh yeah, I don't believe anything that you've got to say. It's like, well, fuck you.
Well, welcome to K-Job.
You are
nice
not
to see you.
on the show, so fuck off. I don't care, and that's the real thing to say. Fuck you. I don't care.
Hey, K-Job, you say you're a mental health professional. If you're a therapist, or I don't know what level of practitioner you are, but if you are a therapist, I'm always wanting to get other professionals on my show, so that way people who do have concerns about what I say can get other people's opinions. Like Tracy and I have a lot of varying beliefs. We agree on some things, we disagree on others, but it provides a unique dynamic to the show. We have differing opinions on the whole parental alienation thing. She's not necessarily not agreeing with me, but she has a different perspective of it. And I like to have a different perspective, so I'm not stuck in an echo chamber. So that's why I like having people on. So if you are a professional, send me an email or get in touch with me on my Discord or something. I'd love to have you on the show, or at least talk to you behind the scenes, get to know you. And then if you want to come on the show, you're welcome to. I always like having other professionals on. So
well, I have to go, you guys. I was so glad to see you guys and hang out. And I think in closing, I'm just going to say, just to satisfy Phil. Okay, go ahead and clip that.
You go ahead and do that.
You know, we just want to get to the truth of the things. We want to make the effort and the actual spend the time to get to the truth of things. So that means really talking to the people and also using our intuition too. But that is not exactly what we all need to do. We do need to get to the truth in some way by questioning, by talking to people, by taking the time and collaborating with others, like doing case consultations. I mean, where did that
Tracy,
go? What?
Can I ask you for a favor? Do you have 2 minutes? I hate to interrupt you, but do you have 2 minutes? Because I want to ask your opinion. I need your assessment of this.
Do we need to go to the casting couch? Is that where we're going to go?
We're staying on the counseling couch right now.
Oh,
but
I was done anyway, pretty much.
I would have a hard time sending my kid to you because you seem so mixed up yourself. Not even sure of your own gender, but married. Trans but not transition, just a bit scary. That's just me. How would you feel about that, Tracy? What would your professional opinion be?
Wait, let me read it again, because I was actually just catching the rhyme and then also wondering if I had thrown that piece of paper on top of my furnace, and I did not.
I have a very strong suspicion I know who this person is.
Wait, put it, okay.
So
can you put that comment back up? Because I'm on actually on YouTube, so I can chat. Okay, I would have a hard time sending my kid to you because you seem so mixed up yourself. Okay, and then
well, it depends, doesn't it?
There we go.
You seem like a really nice person. Would you like to go out with me?
Are you talking to Ken or me?
I'm talking to Kay at this point.
Okay.
Because she is so mixed up. Just have a good old day out with me. I'll show you a good time.
Okay, so she's directing this they are directing this comment toward you, Ken. Is that right? What would I say if they said that?
I would ask. So I would say is you've worked with people who have gender dysphoria and have different issues. So would you say that having a therapist who has issues and who's trans but not transitioned and has other issues, would you say that's scary and that would be very difficult? Like,
absolutely not. I would say the exact opposite, because I work with eating disorders, and I've had an eating disorder, and then I relapsed, embarrassingly enough, in graduate school. I get it. My problems with food have been resolved, but I understand how it works. And so does Ken when it comes to issues of gender. And if you are saying you seem so mixed up, that is a judgment. That's not something that is actually true and could not actually be true. It's only in your judgment that it is. And you know what? Let's just be honest. We're all mixed up sometimes, right? So we try and figure things out together. This whole stream has been about trying to figure this issue out together. And by the way, Phil, I just love your new look. You have this rosy face. It actually looks like a blossoming, I don't know, it reminds me of Mike Hunt. I agree. Anyway, I think that everybody's just trying to figure their shit out, Kay. And if you're so perfect, why aren't you out there helping people?
It's a fair point if you ask me. You don't know me, Ken. Sorry, I just looked at some of your past streams to see what you're all about. I only found you a few weeks ago. I'm not associated with that K lady. Okay, I'm going to take you at your word on that. You have a very similar sentence structure and pattern to someone I'm familiar with, but I'm just going to go ahead and take you at your word that you are someone new. Either way, I'm just going to say is I have told pretty much every client I've worked with, I have my own issues and I go to therapy for them. I don't let it impact my work. And in fact, I tell them, if you think at any point I'm not giving you the best treatment or best care, you were to call me out on it. And that is something you're empowered with. And if at any point you have a concern with how I'm taking care of you as a client, you let me know. And if you feel like you can't, you go to my boss immediately. If you have to have that happen, I let my clients know I'm here for them, and that it helps normalize the fact that, hey, it's okay to be X, or it's okay to have these issues. when your therapist is like, I've struggled with them, I've had to deal with these, I've worked through them, I've come back from 2 suicide attempts, you know, that's the hard thing to deal with. So I know what it's like to be on that edge and to be in that really dark place where you want to kind of end your life. It's a hard place to be, but I have found my way back. It, you know, it's a good way to, for some clients, depending on what population you work with, it's a good way to build a foundation, a relationship, to get rapport, to get someone to confess to you that their parents beating them within 20 minutes of first meeting them. That's really hard to get that kind of trust in people. For some reason, I get it, but go ahead.
Can I just say one thing to Kay? Because I really appreciate that Kay has brought what she has, or they have brought into this stream.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're acknowledging they're far from perfect, and I appreciate that. Well, so part of figuring things out is figuring what sex they are or what gender they are. So sex is what's between the legs and gender is what's in the brain, right? So, you know, if you have that figured out for yourself, great. If other people are trying to figure it out, let them figure it out. And please try not to judge them as they're trying to go through their process.
There's another mental health, I don't know their licensing, but KJAB in the chat says they're mental health professional or provider. I don't know specifically the MHP acronyms because it can be interpreted differently. So they're in chat saying, cool, thanks. Most therapists have issues. The good ones deal with them. And then KJAB says, and are transparent appropriately. Hey, that's 3 people, myself included, who are like, you know, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
No, we all have issues. We're all humans.
Okay, LMFT. So a master's level practitioner. There you go. So that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. If you don't want to send your kid to me, fine. You should send your kid to a therapist you and your child trust. Most importantly, your child. But if that's your loss, in my opinion, your loss, if you wouldn't give me the fair shake, because I guarantee you, I've done really good at changing lives. And that's my dedication to my clients. So
if I could, and of course I gave you 20 extra minutes, but anyways.
Go for it. I'm sorry.
I have this story of when I was in a group practice and I was just starting out and treating eating disorders. And this one therapist told another therapist in the group practice they would never, ever send anybody with an eating disorder to me because I'm too skinny. And
are you fucking serious?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And I'm naturally thin. And then guess what? Okay, so I was a lot thinner than I am now when I had my eating disorder. So guess what happened after that? We had an intervention on Tracy. All of the therapists came around and said, do you have a problem? Are you anorexic still? And all this other shit that I didn't deserve. And I was a damn good therapist in my body that I have. So anybody who says that a person who has issues can't be treating the same issues.
Well, who defines
as long as we're addressing our issues and or recovered from them, that's all that needs to happen. And like Ken said, if you feel more comfortable having your kid or whatever go to a therapist who has never been through the hard life of an eating disorder or a gender dysphoria, then go ahead and do that. Your kid may not get as good a treatment.
As somebody who's never had any of this, who defines whom actually has an eating disorder?
I do. I'm a certified eating disorder specialist supervisor.
I mean, I understand that you could possibly have that, but like if somebody else was to try and define you as having an eating disorder, how would you define that person?
None of those people were qualified to evaluate me, and they were all wrong, and they had it all wrong. So my point is that when Kay says that about Ken, then they have every right to take their business elsewhere, but they may not be getting the best treatment because we've been through the trenches of this struggle, and we know how to help people out. That's what they say in AA, right? Like what better to have...
with that, but do we need to define somebody who can actually be qualified to actually say that this is a problem, this is not a problem?
when it affects your major life domains, when it actually affects your ability to have your physical functioning, your social functioning, if it inhibits you having a job, or if it inhibits you having your family relationships.
This is all very good, but it sounds very subjective at the moment.
Well, I am. I'm pretty broad-minded that way, and that's where Ken and I got kind of, differ. I'm one of those people that's like, I try and keep things simple. You just don't have to complicate things too much. If it affects your major life domains, you have eating problems. If it affects your major life domains, you have gender dysphoria. If it affects your major life domains, you have anxiety, depression, or whatever. And you can look at the DSM and you can diagnose and you can treat and all that other stuff. But I just don't like when people say, I'm not going to send my kid to you because you have struggles and you've struggled in that area, because I think we're the best people to.
That's exactly the person that you want to send them to.
Exactly.
Surely.
All right. Well, now I really need to go because I'm going to get. Now
no,
I really need to go because I'm going to. And I'm going to ruin Ken's stream.
No, you
hopefully
haven't
not.
ruined it.
Oh, there's 12 people. Wow. Okay. I've attracted people. Well,
Yeah, well, like I said, I've been doing my streams later in the afternoon. I need to get back to doing my 11 a.m. streams because I have better numbers than on Sundays.
Yeah.
But I appreciate everyone who's been here. I'm gonna probably finish up for the day because we're already at 3.5 hours, and we'll pick up some more of these topics another day. Next stream might be a little bit more relaxing because I'm probably gonna need a break from all this.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Cards Against Humanity again. Let's do something
It's on the
fun.
list. It's on the list.
Let's do that. And thank you for having me on. Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate you continuing to have me on.
You're
and
always
nice meeting
great to
you,
have
Phil.
On. And yes,
and
always great having Phil on too.
Especially, I would like to thank Mike Hunt in the chat, who has been ever so helpful to everybody in offering the wisdom.
There you go. So also check out Tracy at Calming the Chaos on YouTube. She released it. I think you released something today or recently. I forgot. My head's spinning right now, so a little bit.
Yeah, I'll just put my channel name in there. There you
just
go.
Drop your channel name. Go for it. Check her out. Make sure you subscribe and keep an eye out for her
like
shows
me
and
because
streams.
I'm insecure, and I'm insecure because I should probably not have any clients, but I'm actually full. So, all right.
There you go.
Take care, Ken.
Have a good
see
one.
You later.
I'll see you. All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I'm going to finish up here. All right. So I'll go ahead and answer Kay's question or statement here. That's the problem, though. These kids go to these doctors and professionals that say, quote, hey, Johnny, there's absolutely nothing wrong if you want to become Janet. I support you. Now, here's the thing. I've had more than one trans client who was a youth, preteen, teenager. And obviously this is before the Standards of Care V8 came out, which I don't like. SOC V7 I'm okay with for the most part. And, I had no expectation of them doing medical transition before the age of 18. And I legitimately, to all my clients that I've had that are trans, is, that are wanting to go the full way because they have this incongruence with their identity and their body. What happens if you get all these, you transition, you go all the way, and you don't feel better? Like, what happens then? Because that's a reality that you have to face. And, it's a very hard question, especially to ask a kid or a teenager. And so it's a question I let them sit on. They don't have to answer me that day. But I'd say that's why we have to find ways to deal with, making sure we're managing depression and anxiety first as part of our treatment. Yes, we'll still work on your gender issues, but we're going to put these in as well. It doesn't mean you need to be fixed for having so-called gender issues. But that's the answer I have to that. So also, I look forward to KJAB emailing me. That'll be cool to have a third person up here occasionally for clinical opinions. Stin says, Kay, some will say that. No, everyone knows counselors have different approaches and styles. I have a very specific way I handle trans kids because it is a very delicate situation. And I'll tell you, when I had my one client who was severely suicidal, that was not wanting to live, that I interrupted their suicide attempt. I had like a 2.5 hour session with them, and I'm sitting there talking to them, and I tell them, because I knew they were trans before they mentioned it. And, you know, they had finally told me about halfway through the session or so that they were trans. You know, they were leading up to it, kind of building up the courage to tell me. And, you know, I said, hey, guess what? I am too. And I mentioned, this is probably the most impactful thing of that session, is I mentioned, you know, it's really difficult. I'm like, if I could wish away my, if I could snap my fingers and make this go away, I would. I was like, I know what the feeling is like to walk in front of the mirror in the morning and try to avoid it because you don't want to see the image that's there. Made the kids start crying immediately. And they were like, they knew exactly what that felt like. And that right there was a perfect example of you won't understand that unless you have that. And I was able to say, hey, I'm not here to drag him. Like I told them, I'm not here to bring up my personal stuff, but like, I kind of get what that is. I know it's a little different. I have no idea what yours is like, but I kind of get what that is. And it was a really powerful moment in counseling. And it was probably a big piece of what helped us get them from I want to die to finding reasons to want to live by the time they left. And I've been very proud of, you know, and I don't normally like to credit myself with things. I was very proud of the work I put into this client. And it gave me more experience in like a month and a half of working with this client than I have in a long time. And just having to deal with different situations, having to think of shit on the fly, dealing with, you know, a client who was having a dissociative episode more than once. And that's hard. That's very difficult shit to manage. Never dealt with before. Found a way to work. Got them back. Didn't have to have them Baker acted or anything. They were safe. Woke up the next day. They felt horrible. They were trying to apologize to me. They were like, Mr. Kidd, I'm really sorry about what happened last night. And I'm like, you did nothing wrong. I'm like, you are not at fault for this. I'm like, it's not your fault that your trauma caused that. It's okay. And you don't have to apologize. I'm here late all the time anyway. But it's more important that you're okay. And so that was helpful. And yeah, was it, you know, because a lot of therapists won't talk about personal shit. I will bring it in when it's appropriate. That was a time where it was appropriate and clinically helpful. And I will tell all my clients, you don't like me, you don't have to stay with me. That's fine. I will help you find a better therapist. But I can't tell you how many clients I've had have said almost the exact same words. I've never had a therapist like you. And I always joke, is that a good or bad thing? And it's a good thing to them. Because they're like, you listened to me. You made me felt like I was being heard. You understood what I was going through. You wanted to make sure I got the help. You were trying to help me with X, Y, or Z. And I get it. And I because like I say it to, you know, when I do my little intro to families or kids is, you know, I'm old enough to be able to do this and have experience and be young enough to still have been part of like the, you know, growing up with computers shit, that still remember a lot of the shit I did as a kid and a teen. A lot of that shit's still sort of freshish enough, but I can still commend a little bit of, you know, I earn the respect of my clients, and, you know, they give it back, obviously, and we have that dynamic and it works. And so I can do things and I can touch on topics that a lot of therapists wouldn't get or would miss. I mean, I had my boss do things when I was working at some places that were completely different than what I was doing. And they had many more years of experience than me. And the things they did were so inappropriate that they had to be corrected by the COO. So am I perfect? Fuck no. But I do know that I put my clients first. I don't care about bureaucracy, other bullshit, anything like that. What my client needs is what matters the most. And that's how I treat people. And it tends to be very successful. And I won't apologize for that. I have nothing to apologize for. Kay says, it's just pushed at a ridiculous level anymore, and these kids have no idea what's going on. I wouldn't want my kid influenced in that way when it could just be normal teenager issues and peer pressure. Guess what, Kay? That's what I do as a therapist, is I work through that. As I understand that teenagers have different identity issues, have different developmental things. They experiment. They or experiment with their identity, with their looks, with their sexuality, that's all normal shit. I get that. So when a kid comes to me and says, I think I'm trans, or I think, I'm this or that, and it's different than my, the way I was born, that's okay. And I tell them, if this is who you really are, that's great. If for some reason in 6 months, 12 months, a couple years, you decide or you realize that this isn't who you are, that's okay too, because you figured it out. As long as you're figuring it out, that's what matters. I'm not here to push anything. I will support you. I will here, to work with you. But the last thing I need is to push you into something you don't want, because then that's harmful. That's the last thing I do. So, I trust me as someone who is both have to deal with gender dysphoria and is a therapist who is kind of right-leaning in a field that's very left-leaning, not to bring politics into it. I get the complexities of it. I completely get the complexities of it. And there are issues. I have issues with the way some therapists handle it. If, for example, Nick was talking about on his show on Friday, someone mentioned what is it? That kid, that trans kid that had the surgery, and the mom was I don't remember the name. It's fucking slipping me. Here, Phil. I'll bring you up, Phil. But someone brought up.
Who's that?
Jazz Jennings. So someone brought up the Jazz Jennings things about how the mom was talking about on an interview about how she had to keep reminding Jazz to do her dilation. And, like basically saying I think it was something along the lines of, I kind of have to force her to do it. Or I have to almost do it myself or something like that. And to me, when I saw that, I'm like, that right there is one of the things that you have to assess for when you do treatment and referrals for surgery, is if you don't follow through and make sure the patient understands the aftercare that's necessary, make sure their mental health is stable before it, at least stable, because you have to be stable enough to have surgery. If you're not stable enough to follow through with your aftercare, then you're not ready for surgery.
Would you have called that child abuse?
I don't know enough of their previous history to say so. As far as what the mom was saying, I think the mom was wanting to make sure that, because as far as whether the mom's pushing the gender on the kid, I don't know. But it seems like the mom's at least trying to make sure that if Jazz is trans and had the surgery now, that they make sure they don't, lose the surgery, because it makes it difficult to, because if you do that and you don't properly dilate, there are a lot of complications that come with it.
I admit
but the
that
practitioner
there are
who gave
of that, but
the therapist who gave the referral, though, I don't know if they did. I can't say without seeing the assessments, but if they didn't assess for the ability for the client to follow through in aftercare, to be able to participate in, because you have to dilate frequently at first, and then as the months go on and your surgery starts working itself out, you don't have to dilate as much. And so it's so important to do that at first, otherwise it becomes a problem. And so if the client's not going to do that, you should not be recommending them for surgery yet. So
are we actually having a particularly awkward discussion as such? The reason I ask, my entire broadband has been shut down tonight. I'm talking to you over my mobile phone.
Oh, damn, your internet's out. That sucks.
At the minute. So am I saying something that perhaps I shouldn't?
I don't know. It's just a coincidence, maybe?
Maybe.
I hope so. Say, hopefully they're not trying to come after you. If for some reason...
Well, it wouldn't be the first time now, would it?
Yeah, that's true. Say, we also have a K here again, says, well, you don't necessarily have to be struggling yourself with gender-related issues to be a good counselor, just like your doctor doesn't have to have cancer to treat your cancer. I never said that. It just happens to be, I have that issue. I have dealt with depression, anxiety, ADHD, and gender dysphoria. That's fine. I've never would ask for the diagnosis because I don't want it. I don't think it's severe to actually meet the criteria, but some forms of post-traumatic stress for certain things, given my histories, but I don't think it's bad enough to have the disorder. Just some of the symptoms are there. And just because I have that, I end up getting to the field for certain reasons. Those reasons have nothing to do with my gender. sort of. I mean, I needed the career field after getting out of the military, and I needed the job I could do where I could sit a lot because my back would not allow me to stand or do severely physical things. And I had the thought of being a counselor many years ago.
Normal though, isn't it?
So, but it wasn't something like, it wasn't like I was influenced to, I wanted to be a therapist solely because of my gender dysphoria or solely because of my depression and shit. That's not why I became a therapist. They just happened to coincide with, I have these experiences, and when I had clients who have these issues. So I've been diagnosed with gender dysphoria since right before I got out of the Air Force.
But you've never made it an issue.
It was a big issue at one point. It was one of the things that made me have a suicide
I'm not saying
attempt.
it wasn't, but like you've never made it an issue online ever.
I've talked about it before.
People have listened to you.
Yeah. I mean, I bring it up I've had multiple streams. I had a whole stream where I talked about nothing but that, where I talked about my own dysphoria and shit. But I haven't transitioned. I don't plan on transitioning. That's not my goal at this point. Right now, my shit's under control. I've got most of it figured out. It took a while to get here, but I'm okay. But, I'm not saying that any counselor needs to have an issue to be a certain counselor. But there is a kind of, you will see a correlation with certain counselors having something that there's usually something or experience or personal thing, either personal to you or personal to someone close to you, that will kind of get you into counseling. Like for Tracy, she had eating disorder. She works with eating disorders as a specialty. Me, I work with kids a lot, just as a kind of how it worked out. But it ended up being I'm really good at working with kids, so I work with kids. What do kids tend to have a lot? Depression, anxiety, issues with suicide.
Was that because kids work with you really well, or you work with kids really well?
Both. Kids will talk, kids will share shit with me in the first session or two. Other counselors might take several sessions to get out. Kids will share with me shit they will have never shared with their parents, only because they haven't reached that comfort level.
Because they feel comfortable with you.
They're very comfortable with me. When you have kids, preteens, teenagers sharing very detailed stuff, like, if they've been abused, or if, they're hitting that age where, they're starting to go through puberty, talking, having to talk about, with, bringing the parents in when necessary, just to keep them in the loop, sexuality or things along that nature. And they're very comfortable. They will happily share things with me, and I've had great successes with it. So so I found my niche in working with kids. And so I will continue, I've worked with adults too and done great work too, but I have something unique with kids that I don't think many people have. A lot of people don't really do well with building rapport with kids. My one client who almost killed themselves while in care with us was gone through, I think they said they had been through a dozen therapists before seeing me. And they said none of those therapists were able to help. And so when I'm sitting here and I've got a 12-to-1 ratio from just this one kid, they're saying about a dozen therapists before you, none of them were able to help. None of them were able to understand. But you did. And that's a really powerful thing.
When they say that, do they mean to listen?
To not only just listen, because you have the therapists who will quote unquote listen, where they sit there for an hour and go, tell me how you feel, and just listen. Or for me, if someone's telling me something, I will, ask questions, push back, challenge them, give them scenarios, have them work through things. And you will be surprised how much the kids want that. They want to have those thoughts and be able to think, and to give them that ability where they might not otherwise have it.
For the first time, someone actually communicate with them as a person, as opposed to just tell them exactly how you should be.
Yeah, I legitimately had a client that needed that was supposed to have a drug test done, that they were going to pop positive for marijuana, and because you're going to pop for it after 30 days, someone in our office was wanting to give them a drug test. I said no. I'm gonna let the client, because the client was getting stressed out about it. They had a very specific anger issue, and I was trying to work with them on it. And they were like, "It's gonna piss me off. This, the staff's gonna do this." I gave them the responsibility to take the time. It took them about 2 days to decide whether or not they needed to take the drug test. And I told them, I'm like, you need to come back to me, and not just say I don't want to take it, but you need to come back to me with the reasons why.
that they were okay with that. There's a friend of mine
The
who
kid
I
pushed
worked
back.
with.
The kid wanted me to do it. And I told them no. They said, Mr. Ken, just make me take the drug test. And I told them no. I said, you're going to come back to me with 3 reasons, at least 3 reasons, why you should or should not take that drug test. I made them do the work.
Well, there's a reason why I said this. This friend of mine was wanting to move from England through to Australia, and it's a mandatory drug test, and it's a 6-month test. Like if you've
Damn.
had marijuana in 6 months, they can tell, because they'll take it from your hair and they'll take it from your skin and your blood, right? So he was like, right, I'm gonna have to go cold turkey for like a long time to do this. So like I can kind of understand where your guy was coming from.
It was, because they had some issues. They were a teenager, and especially being a teenager, there was issues. But they were pissed at me for that day or so while they were trying to, because they got so frustrated with it. They were like, I just want you to make me take it. Just tell me to take it. And after they came to me, gave me their answer, talked through it with them, and then we kind of processed it and kind of debriefed it. And they were like, thank you for making me do that, because it was very helpful for them. And then, because it served a purpose, because I knew they were going to pop for like marijuana. I trusted them to give me because I had a good enough rapport with this client.
But
I could trust them to give me accurate answers on whether they used anything
Who
else.
hasn't had a doobie in the last 6 months?
But it wasn't about, they were wanting to give the drug test to the kid because they thought the kid was using something else than weed. But they had used weed within 30 days. But the drug test was going to pop positive.
So he was going to fail it anyway.
It wasn't so much about failing it, is the staff at this place was unfortunately they like to kind of talk shit on the kids and stuff, and it was problematic. Yeah. And so they did not want to have to worry about the staff kind of discussing it, and that would cause them to be anger.
It's going to be an easy fail for these people.
Well, it's not. The kid was worried about becoming
angry. I don't mean about the kid. I mean,
Oh, you paused there for a second. I don't know if your internet's glitching out or not, man. We'll wait for Phil to come back. Kay is in the chat. Oh, real quick, Mike, because Mike gave me some money. Mike says for $5 $8. When I was a kid, I would put balloons under my shirt and say, "Look at me, I'm a lady. Am I trans?" Sure, if that's what you think. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you are. Say that's for you to decide. It's not for me to. So you froze for a minute, but also Kay says, how do you think you could straighten someone else's life out when you run the gamut of mental health issues that you haven't resolved in your own life? I have resolved my issues. Or if my issues aren't resolved, then if they were to impact my work, then I would not do the work until my issues are resolved. And then there was one more. Where'd it go? Because this one was funny.
If stuff got in your way, what they're asking is, would you change the way that you work? I don't think that would be the case.
What do you mean as far as if I didn't have my issues?
The American system suddenly changed and you had to compromise the way that you worked. Would you compromise the way you work or not?
I will not compromise the care for my clients. If I think something...
That's what these people want to hear.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There, for example, this is, Ken, I was watching one of your past streams and you said you didn't believe in parents spanking their children because they can't consent. Most ridiculous thing I've heard. That's fine. But if you have to use, here's the thing, is if you have to use the threat of physical violence against your children to get them to comply, there's an issue with your parenting. You do not have a good relationship with your children. And there is and I've said in my past streams, there are very few exceptions to that. Is if it's like a young kid trying to correct the hot hand on the hot stove. I know people disagree with me on this, but for the purposes of this argument, is when you have, especially when you're getting a little bit older, like past 4 or 5, spanking becomes more damaging than helpful, in my opinion. And
well, indeed, yes. I mean, I would say like my dad beat my ass probably 3 or 4 times throughout the entirety of my childhood. Now, if he was doing that 3 or 4 times a week, that would be a problem. But I learned quickly. So
I mean, the research
was not required.
It's because it's not just me saying it. There's a ton of research backing me up. Yep, you're roboting again. Mike says, and I guess it depends on what ages and stuff. But for me, is if you're spanking your kid, you're missing a great opportunity to do more helpful things. Because in that moment where you choose to spank your kid, whether it's out of you're reacting as a parent, you don't know what else to do, so this is what you default to, or name one of the other dozen things that you can do in your response, you could instead use that as an opportunity to really understand what happened, understand the behavior, and actually work with your child to correct course instead of having to make them fear you. And that's why you get kids who won't share shit with their parents, who won't talk about their difficult stuff.
But like when you get kids who literally pick something up and beat the shit out of another child, what do? Do you just tell them, "Oh, that was a terrible thing to do"?
You have to. Well, here I have a situation I'm kind of currently dealing with, where I have a younger kid, probably I think 6 or 7, who struggles with anger and responding with. And there's some issues within this family dynamic of kind of anger, responding with physical aggression with some of the older kids, and oldest being 9-ish, 10-ish or whatever. And you have to stop. You have to deal with the physical. If there's something physical currently going on, you stop it, and then you have to wait. You have to address it. There's certain ways you address it in the moment, and then for something like that, also depending on their cognitive level. How much they can understand.
You're saying that as though it's easy, though.
I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy. It's hard.
Sexually abusing like a sibling. What do you do?
Well, if they're sexually abusing a sibling, that requires more specialized care. That's not something you as a parent are gonna. And if they're sexually abusing a sibling, spanking them is not going to help. That's going to hurt way worse than helping.
The living shit out of them and say that shit stops now. You do it again, I will beat the shit out of you again.
That actually could cause it to become worse. There are ways that could make it worse.
I don't think so.
The thing is what you have to really understand is a kid who's doing that, right? Because if you walk in on something like that, you don't necessarily have all the information. They could have been experimenting, could have been doing the doctor stuff, the normal kid developmental stuff, and you could have misinterpreted something, and now you just beat the shit out of your kid for no reason.
You're potentially saying that something could be wrong.
Well, here, let me go. Even if I go to, yes, the kid was engaging in an intentional act, whether it was violent or not violent abuse, right? Regardless, so just sexual abuse. The problem is the reasons that the kid is doing the abuse is something that if you, in that moment, respond with violence, you're not going to get out. Versus if you respond with
Karen, hold on. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry.
No, I get what I'm saying. Some people will be like, "What the hell? That doesn't make any sense." I promise there's a point to it. Is if you respond in that moment with, "All right, stop what you're doing. We need to talk now," and do it as calmly as you can. But we need to talk now, and
as calmly as you can.
Yes, you have to firmly but calm.
It has to be firm. Talking. I would pick this kid up and say, if you do this again, there's going to be real problems taken into another room. And that's when I don't beat the shit out of them, right? And then we're going to have a talk.
First thing you have to do is, if one kid abusing another, it's not mutual abuse, right? You have to deal with the person that was the alleged victim in the situation. Hey, are you okay? Or is everything good? Have the kid who was doing the abuse, I need you to wait for me.
You have to separate them first before they
separate
can speak openly.
Yeah, so you need that. Hey, are you okay? What happened? Tell me your side. And don't let that side bias you to what you're going to hear from the other kid that was perpetrating it. Because you don't know. You need both sides and you need to fairly get it. Because you are the parent, right? And so you need to let your kid know that in that moment where they may have maybe made a mistake, or they didn't understand, or they may have something that caused them, or because, for example, say they have an uncle who's molesting them, and then that's influencing them to molest their sibling. You might not get that abuse coming from the uncle out if you respond with violence, because they're afraid to say anything, because when you saw them doing that, they saw you do anger.
Okay, so
versus
how do you stop the abuse? Because that's the immediate thing. We need to
So
stop
the
the
immediate-
abuse. So we can deal with the reason of the abuse later, but how do we
Well,
stop that?
Well, if you have to physically separate them, hey,
Yeah,
you pull them apart,
I know,
whatever,
but
give the date.
This sounds like
As
a
far as-
female teacher who goes, "You're a very naughty boy. You must not do that."
Well,
That's
here's the point.
not going to stop shit.
Well, no, that's not what I'm doing. If I'm doing the situation, or if I was to, if I was to have to do it, or if I was to teach someone to do it, this is how I would do it: is after you separate them, to make sure you deal with the safety issue first. You find a way to deal with the safety issue, because because the spanking is now dealing with the consequences issue. So, because the spanking is not a way to deal with the safety, the spanking is a consequences thing. So if you're doing the spanking to try and separate, you're doing it wrong.
And
The
I
spanking
think
is
that's
a
very
consequence.
important, whereas you seem to think like this is a really bad thing.
The consequences are very important. Trust me, the consequences are huge, especially for juveniles who are offenders or who have offended. Because most juvenile offending isn't done because of necessarily sexual interest. It's done for a whole bunch of different reasons.
Yeah, there's a whole million other things that which are going
but
on.
the thing is giving the child
then
the opportunity.
Let's say we're dealing with adolescence, and sex is the thing.
Okay. So for whatever reason, if you have the opportunity for your kid, so you sit your kid down and you talk to them and so tell me what happened. And you give them an open floor and you get them because they might give you bullshit the entire time. Or if you give them the opportunity, they might.
I mean, let's say it like, right.
I know it sounds crazy.
Right. You and your wife, right?
Right.
You're going out for the evening, right? So you've got a 14-year-old girl who's going to like babysit your 6 and 7-year-old for the evening. You come back, the evening's been a waste, whatever. So you come back an hour early and you find her sexually abusing your children.
So all three of them are my children? Like my 14-year-old's babysitting my younger children?
No. The 14-year-old is somebody else's, right?
Okay.
Now, because I brought this one up to my dad, and because my dad's a boomer, he says, well, she's a woman. What can you do? Because he just believes you can't ever castigate a woman for anything, right? Now, I know that's wrong. But the thing is, perhaps I'm going too far the other way, because like if I come home an hour early and I find this 14-year-old girl sexually abusing my 6 and 7-year-old boy girl,
in that case, that's not your child to discipline.
Seconds, yeah, but she's got 15 seconds to live. That girl.
That situation, that is, you call the police, call CPS. That's outside of your. You still need to deal with.
That's not going to do shit, though, is it? Because they're going to.
But it's not your place to discipline. If it's inside of the family, though, then you have control over how the things happen.
Right.
Then you don't solve anything. You become a murderer, and now your kids don't have a parent because you're now in jail. So you have caused more harm on your children than that person potentially did.
You can say that, but I did the right thing, as opposed to like the person who would just say, "Well, I can't do anything."
But the thing is if you get your kids the right treatment for their needs after the abuse, and if the person who did the abuse gets the right treatment, then they're going to be fine. And
right treatment. What is their right treatment for that?
Because most juvenile offenders never offend again given the right treatment. There are ways to treat it. For juvenile offenders, they will likely never offend again.
Well, the ideal to look at this is if it's a 15-year-old boy, he goes down for 200 years. If it's a girl, she gets 15 minutes worth of suspended sentence.
At that point, that's outside of the purview of what you can do. That's the system. That's a systemic problem that needs fixed.
That's why I would snap her neck. That's the thing. And then there is at least some level of justice.
But you don't know what caused her to do it because you didn't give the opportunity.
Care. She did.
You may not care.
That's my kid.
But at the end of the day, it might be important for the other people who need to be involved. Police, CPS, the victims themselves might be important for their therapy if they understood what caused the perpetrator to do the perpetration on them. Well, dealing with sexual abuse is such a complicated topic.
I was going to say, carry on and try and convince me, because I'm not convinced, but tell me.
Oh, no. So if we go back to your original example, not the babysitting one, by giving a child, one of the things you can do, and if you really want good parenting, is having the ability to have an open dialogue with your child at any time, and for them to be able to come to you and say, I fucked up. and for you to deal with it appropriately is very rare. Not many kids have that dynamic with their parents. If you have that dynamic with your kid, you are doing pretty good as a parent. So if your kid fucks up, something that bad is a big fuck up. You know, whether it was purposeful or not, it's a
little bit.
It's a big fuck up, right? You know, but it still is, all right, tell me what happened. Listen to what they have to say and let them do the talking, because it's no different than if I'm disciplining. You know, obviously there's difference in the way we structure it, the type of things we deal with, because it's sexual abuse versus dealing with something else where it's like, all right, what happened? Why'd you do it? Help me understand the logic behind it, because I need to know so you don't do it again. It's a behavior problem.
Okay, to like say somebody like my age, 50 years old, dealing with a 14-year-old girl, should we just sit them down and talk to them?
The point, my place is I'm not in a position to discipline or correct you. That is not my place. Now, if you were in a situation where you were harming my child and you will actively not stop it, then yes, I will take care of that, up into including lethal force. But that's not the case.
So you are the same as me then?
You're not a child. Dealing with children in the parenting dynamic that's different in it.
No, there's one thing different between you got a 6 and 7-year-old, and then you got a 14-year-old that's sexually abusing them. That's not. They're not both children.
You would be surprised at how that dynamic can function. The way that dynamics work when you're talking juvenile and juvenile abuse is very complex. It's a very, very, I don't know how to put it into words, because the thing is most people, when you talk about this topic, it's obviously a very passionate topic. Like, you're very passionate about it. You're very, like, I want to deal with this now because something is happening. You're a parent, I believe, correct? If you want to answer.
No.
Or not, okay.
No, I've never married.
Sorry, Drexel, my bad. I'm mistaken. I'm tired. But you still have the protective instinct. You still have the protective instinct, so
well, perhaps,
it comes naturally.
But this is one of the things that I would like to ask, because there will be people who will be watching this who are parents, right? And I don't understand, perhaps from an American perspective, all of this, the drag, the children's hour, like in the library and stuff like that. If I was a parent, I'd be going down there as a father and I'd be beating the shit out of people. And I don't understand why all of these fathers are not doing this. I understand why women aren't doing it, because women just allow stuff.
What good do you do by putting yourself in jail for something like that? The situation can be resolved differently.
Because the point with that one is, if I literally put my knuckles into this guy's face and he's broken out, he's not doing it to another child. That's how men work.
That's how men work, but that doesn't mean that's the right way to deal with it. Either A, if you're dealing with something in the family, or B, you're dealing with something like that.
But that is the right way to deal with it.
Right can be subjective. That's not necessarily right. Because you're inflicting violence on someone.
Oh, well, indeed. But if you want to say men should just allow that shit, then we end up with the democratic system that we have now. And that's not good.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that we should do anything, right? I'm generally of the belief that I don't care what or who you do, as long as it is not illegal or harmful, right?
Well,
so it's
indeed,
not illegal.
but we are, as far as I'm concerned, what these drag queens are doing with children is illegal. It is a sexual act done.
I think there are cases where you're right. There are places where that has crossed the line. And I have said that I'm not okay with that. If it's crossing the line, it's not okay. That's definitely a problem. But what we have to do, especially, when we're talking about, because the parenting, talking about the parenting thing versus the society and law thing are different. The parenting is something within our control. Society and law is something that takes time to influence. As a parent, you can respond. You can change the way today, or you can at least start today the way you change how you're going to respond to a situation. Having a situation where if your kid does something if you're a parent, if you're in a situation where your kid's out at a party doing stupid teenage shit and your kid's getting into a situation where it's dangerous and scary,
As they do.
and they're in a situation where they could get raped, but they're scared to call you because they are at a party and they don't want to get in trouble because they snuck out. And they know if they call you, they're going to get their ass beat when they get home. Versus my parent, I have the ability to say, I need your help, and not be able to.
It's the same situation though. Like,
well, let me get to where I'm going.
But like, if I'm daddy, she's 14 years old, and she's put herself in a situation. She didn't get raped, but she almost got raped. I'm gonna go in there.
Do you still spank her?
No, I'm going to go in there with fucking 2 fists. I'm going to beat the living fuck out of the kid who was involved.
Well, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is it's not necessarily at the point where anything's happening, but she's feeling uncomfortable. It's possibly, he's making overt moves, and she just wants out of there, but she can't. There's no way home. She got to ride there with someone else. Everyone's drunk. It's not safe. The only safe way to get home would be to have you come pick her up, right?
Yeah.
And so. Or walk, which is not necessarily safe. So, call you.
Which, as a father, you're not going to want your little girl to do
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So if, and at this point, nothing necessarily has happened, but your child's starting to feel very unsafe that they want to leave. And if they call you and then you come in and beat up some random kid because they were making a pass, or they making very overt and maybe uncomfortable passes.
It's not a pass or something like that.
Or start crossing the line, but they haven't gotten so far.
I've known like a load of teenage girls, and like they deal with like uncomfortable passes all the time. That to them, that's a Tuesday, right?
But
like when somebody crosses the line, then all of a sudden, then they're like, oh, daddy, I need help. Then you need to go in and actually do what needs to be done.
But if you go in, the most important thing is you go in and you get your kid out of the situation. If you're in there trying to focus more on fighting with the, hitting or punching or attacking the person, then you're not focusing on the safety of your child, because you need to get your child away from the situation of danger.
If all you do is to take your child away from the situation, then pardon me from saying this, but you're a woman. That's all that you're doing. Now, as a man, you go in there and you fucking sort the source of the problem.
The problem is not everyone can do violence. I can't physically do violence because I'm disabled. How am I supposed to do the same thing?
Yes, you can. Yes,
I can't. I have nerve weakness in my arms that make it to where I can barely lift down the mouth sometimes.
I'll bet you can.
So I'm supposed to shoot them now?
No, I'll bet you can push your thumbs into somebody's eyeballs. They'll never do that shit again.
Say, Phil was wrong in this case. There was a kid who didn't disclose what happened to him because he didn't want his dad killing his abuser. That's a perfect example. Is the escalation in response causes the breakdown in the family relationship dynamic to where there's no communication.
Well, if that's the case, and like daddy should never do anything, then every girl is going to get raped. I'm telling you.
If daddy wants to do anything, then daddy should do it the right way. Which sometimes
what's the right way? But what you
have to work inside the context of the law. You have to work in the framework.
Let's talk about I don't know. Let's get the police involved, and they don't do shit. We know that.
The police don't always get it right. I'm the first one to say that. I'm not here going back to blue. I have plenty of problems with the police. I have plenty of problems with the court system.
I'm not anti-police, right? But the thing is, because it's
neither
a case
am I,
of
but
he said, she said, right? Like, how do you prove anything? You can't do this.
But then how do you prove your daughter's right? She could have been lying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, trust me. As a MGTOW, I know that women lie.
So you know your daughter could be lying. So you may have assaulted or killed someone over a lie that your daughter did.
Then if that comes to be the case, then I beat the living shit out of my daughter.
You wouldn't have the chance to. You'd be in jail, and your daughter gets away with it.
How?
Because you killed someone unjustifiably.
Oh, like if I beat the shit out of the guy.
If you beat the shit out of him, you're in jail. For that. Yeah, you're probably getting prosecuted for it. How are you? Are you probably going to get off?
Well, in that case, I should never ever do that. Then should I? And then you know what happens? Every lying woman who is 80% of women who talk about rape is going to get away with it.
Bill, I think we might be talking past each other in the sense that if we're dealing with kids, especially parents dealing with their children, I've always done my best to them. And I've had situations where a parent reacted kind of in the way you're talking, sort of, they saw something, what they thought was something. They freaked out. They freaked out. And in their response, they didn't spank their kid, but in their response, in kind of an emotional reaction to a situation, they were scared because their young preteen teen daughter, you know, very young, that age, right? They saw a situation. They were very concerned. They freaked. Let me finish. They freaked out. And in their response, they pushed the kid away. And so in such a way, it ended up eventually putting that kid in a much more dangerous situation, which caused them to share inappropriate photos and communications that they couldn't, because they were sneaking behind the back, because they were put, you know, they lost their ability to socialize with people because it was during COVID, and they could not they couldn't go to their parent and say, this is happening. This is the wrong thing.
How did that happen though?
It's a very complicated story. I can't just go into all the details.
What you are talking about is like the 2 to 3% of where that happens. Now, I was going to say,
I wouldn't say that's 2 to 3%.
As a reciprocal of what I was talking about, let's say I've got the young boy.
I don't care about gender. The gender doesn't matter.
It does a bit. Because
when I'm dealing with it, the gender doesn't matter unless it's a specific to dealing with the fallout from like a trauma or dealing with the fallout from something else and how we respond to it.
And I'm looking at the situation and it doesn't look good for him. He's going to get an ass whipping. Now, if I'm wrong, then fine. Like an ass whipping is one thing, right?
So let me real quick, because apparently Kay in the chat has been having some fun with misrepresenting my statements. So Kay said, the stream you did maybe a year ago, Ken, your whole argument about discipline was based on it being wrong because the child isn't consenting. What kid's going to consent even if they could? I will listen, Phil. You listen. I have had children consent to what's going to be their discipline. I've had them agree to what's going to be their discipline, and they were okay with it. And they shook hands.
Because they don't know any different, do they?
No, they did. They were able. I had a whole.
What I mean is, all they've ever known is if I do this, then I get an ass whooping. You know, like for lack of a better expression. But that's what happens.
And how many kids get numb to the ass whoop? I don't care that dad spanks man. You're not doing anything at that point. You're causing them to be further and further away from you because the ass whooping doesn't do shit at that point. You've pushed them away. They don't care.
It depends what you mean, because what
and then you start going into physical abuse, and then it becomes
because
emotional
what you're
abuse.
teaching these kids is if you do something wrong, there's going to be a consequence. If you do not do that, you get what I would consider today's woman, where they don't have any consequence for anything that they do.
I hold my clients accountable, and I've had families. I've had to hold parents accountable when the parents didn't do what they were supposed to when they agreed to it with the kid, because the kids don't necessarily have that power. I do as the therapist. I could say, hey,
I mean, the kids are only as good as the parents, right?
But when you consider, because the way I've had it work is instead of having a situation where the punishment automatically spanking, as it says how we deal with shit in our household, is having the families figure out the issues at hand and figuring out, the cons. Because if a kid says, it wouldn't matter if my dad spanked me 10 times till Sunday, I'm still not going to listen to him, then your consequences are not working. But if you took away their Xbox, now you have a way to actually cause change.
No, because
the behavior is going to change.
Kids who've done this, because what happened with these kids, and I'm going to go back into my history on this one. You had like an abusive dad, for example. He came home, let's say at 6 p.m. every night. He would spank the kids, and they would do whatever. So they just thought, well, fuck it, I might as well just do whatever I'm supposed to do anyway. And I break the laws because I'm going to get spanked anyway. Now, whereas if daddy comes home and like nobody's done anything wrong, and it's like, right, let's have dinner, and everyone just has dinner and everyone's cool, and you don't get spanked, then that is what makes the difference. Now, if you're just one of those guys that can spank anywhere, like it's not going to make any difference. You're going to have fucking horrible children.
But what happens is, especially in younger children, and it changes too as you get into the way it influences behavior and change is younger children. You start early instilling a fear because the spanking causes pain.
Yes.
And usually, a lot of times, parents will have anger or some form of emotion on their face, which the kid's picking up on. So they see you, and I'm going to get back to Kate's argument on consent. There's a reason I said consent, is you have a situation where your kid knows that, again, young kids have very simple thinking, right?
Yes.
A, B, like it's very concrete, right? There's no complex, like
Yeah,
all the
A
meta thoughts we're
equals
doing
B
right now.
kind of thing.
Yes, right. So they know if I do wrong, mommy or daddy is going to be angry at me and hurt me because it hurts. The spanking hurts. It's a physical response.
If it doesn't hurt, it's not going to do any good.
If it doesn't hurt, but if it hurts too much, then it's abusive. That's why it's a very fine line to walk when you spank. You have to do it just right.
No. I don't know if you
Spanking
know what the
can be
difference is
abusive.
between, but I dare say it can be.
It's
However,
legally, it's abusive when you leave marks or cause or injury.
It depends.
If you leave marks or cause injury, it's abuse. That's the law.
Okay. And,
that's the law in my state, at least.
And the law is always the right thing,
No,
right?
but I also know things that are the law that are the right thing.
What I'm saying, like if some kid then actually like takes a hammer and breaks open like their sibling's head, are you just going to spank them just a little bit on the bottom? Or are you going to break their ass apart and say, you do that again, I'll kill you next time? And that kid is like, oh shit, I'm never doing that again.
That's where, like I said, is that your kid that's doing the injury or harm? Because again, if your kid hurts another person's kid or your kid.
No, your own, their own sibling, like
they hurt their own sibling.
Other child.
All right.
I mean, not that should make a difference. I mean, if that your child hurts another child so badly that they have to go into hospital, you really need to put their shit into
There's a
position.
problem. But here's the thing, is you're working from a very specific mindset, and your mindset's incorrect. You're working from a mindset that the behavior is automatically assumed as malicious. We don't necessarily know, and that's one of the reasons where being able to have the dialogue.
I think your
having
mindset
the dialogue
is incorrect on that one.
What if your child had a...
I know, but what you are saying is you are thinking that it might not be malicious. I'm going to
because it could be not. You're assuming something you don't know data about. It could be something where your child had a mental issue or took a medication and had a reaction that caused them to freak out. It doesn't make what they did right, but you're assuming they did something out of anger, and now you beat the shit out of them for something they had no control over because the medication caused the reaction. That's something that could have happened.
Start from the idea that it was malicious. Right.
You start from the idea that I don't know what happened, and you go from there. And you have to find out the information. You have to look into it.
You're talking
That's
like
what I
a woman,
do.
Ken.
No, I'm talking like a therapist.
Like a woman. No, because like a woman just wants everything to be nice, and we'll just make everything nice again, stuff like that, and we'll just forgive everything. But like, what happens if 2 days from now the same sibling does the same thing again and kills the other sibling or child, whatever? And you're just going to go, oh, well, maybe it wasn't like from like a bad position.
Here's
it's
the thing. I've had kids who come into my situation. I've had kids come into places where I've worked who've dealt with issues of severe aggression, who have been physically assaulted, like that will physically assault people, or homicidal. We had to turn someone away because they were potentially homicidal. To someone that was in their family. We couldn't work with them because we couldn't necessarily put them in the same room in our dynamic, right?
Okay.
But if we have a situation going on, my job is whether a parent or a therapist, because I see a parent, if they do it right, they have an opportunity to do a lot of good for their child and set them up to be great people in the world. Is if you give your child a chance to be able to talk about what happened, and you have a dynamic where you've set the stuff up prior to, like, because right now, if your kid's like a teenager and you're kind of now just starting it, the effects of it are going to be less than if you start doing some of this stuff earlier. Whereas if you can have your kid come to you after they do something really stupid, like maybe they did go beat the shit out of someone they thought was flirting with their girlfriend, right? They did something, Dad, I did really stupid. You know, I went and beat someone up. I hurt someone kind of bad. And you're able to deal with that in an appropriate way
is that
because
different?
They came to you instead of hiding it or letting it.
Is it different?
Is it different? It's different because
let's
they recognized they did wrong and came to you about it. versus
Well,
them having
okay,
to get
but
caught.
let's give them 30 years on their age. Is it
Then
different?
it's in how long and what happens in their life is because
No, exactly the same thing happens, but they're 30 years older.
okay, are we talking about them having gone through different parenting?
Exactly the same thing. It just they're 30 years older.
The way you deal with
Because
adults
because
versus
the way
dealing
you're
with children is
talking,
different.
you should deal with them in exactly the same way. And I'm saying, fuck that. I'm not dealing with these people like that.
Again, how I deal with an adult is different than how I deal with, because I can't consequence an adult. I cannot.
Well,
it's not my,
really?
unless
Are you
someone is.
kidding me?
The only times I can consequence an adult is when it comes to my life is in imminent harm or I'm in threat of serious injury. Then am I able to enact a consequence on an adult?
But this is how
Other than that,
adults
it's
deal
unlawful.
with.
I
like,
cannot just go beat
violence.
someone to fuck up because I want to, because I don't like how they did something or because they did something.
But
it's not
kids
my
can,
response.
right?
Kids should not, because kids are also not yet mature enough to understand that. As part of the learning and teaching process and parenting process, you have to change their behavior.
Okay,
and you do
I'm
not
not trying
change
to be a
behavior
dick
by
about it.
instilling fear. That's
Okay,
my
I'm not
problem.
trying to be a dick about it. Just tell me
Okay.
the difference then, because
What's the
you've obviously
difference?
got like a between the two.
As far as the difference between what?
Between well, let's just say a mature adult. I mean, the age of the adult is largely irrelevant.
Because with an adult, unless it's threat to my life or physical, like serious bodily injury, I cannot just inflict
serious
a
bodily injury. Yes.
That's how I can do self-defense, right? The only time I can shoot someone is if I'm in imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death.
No, I'm not talking about that. Like, how do you
Well, no,
deal
that's how
with it?
how do I deal with it? So if I have a situation where
because the way it looks as though, like with children, you're like, oh well, that was just something you didn't actually understand that you were dealing with, and
it depends on their
talk about
cognitive
this.
functioning.
Whereas
it's a difficult question. There's so many variables at play. You cannot you can't necessarily compare them, because a 16-year-old or a 60-year-old are going to have different levels of cognitive skills and abilities. How mature they are. There's so many individualizations that come with it. It's hard to compare treating a child and an adult. You can't necessarily do it.
Then if you can just tell me why the difference is between the two, then great,
What's
because
the
like
difference?
everybody else will listen.
What the difference is,
Yes.
there are things that an adult can do that we cannot legally inflict punishment on, because they don't. For example, Sin in the chat says that if they have severe intellectual disabilities, we can't legally punish them because they aren't competent enough to be punished.
That's the same as an adult. If we've got like
That
a
is an
retard
adult.
who like but like a
they're still an
retard
adult.
like hurt someone, like we can't put them to death because, like, you know, they weren't in their right state of mind or whatever.
That happens with children too.
Right.
Children cannot be in the right state of mind. So we're going to beat the shit out of our kids because they weren't in the right state of mind? That's my concern, because that's not the right way to treat children.
No, I would just correct those children by beating the shit out of them.
So you're correcting a child who was not in the right state of mind by beating the shit out of them.
So
that's
how
not
would you
appropriate.
Now, if they're not retarded, right, they actually understand if you do something wrong, then there are consequences.
What if they were high and had a bad trip, or they were taking medication with a side effect? Or they have a mental issue that caused them to be
that's
escalated.
Exactly the same thing.
They're not the same, though.
You did something wrong, and therefore there are consequences.
Because
like if that's the
action,
case, then whenever you actually
still
take some
have a
cocaine
consequence.
or you take some like heroin or something like that, you can get away with anything that you've done.
I've never said that the mechanism of the action changes the consequence of the action. There's a difference. Just because something changes. Let me finish what I'm saying. Though, is, you know, just it's important to know why something happened. It doesn't mean we don't be held responsible for it. But if we hold someone responsible for something, we need to hold them fairly and justly responsible. It's not fair or just to beat the shit out of someone because they took something that had a bad, they had a bad trip. They did something really stupid. Doesn't mean we beat the shit out of them. Now, if they're maliciously doing that same thing, there's a different way we consequence that.
Well, can you evaluate like the whole idea? Because what I don't get is someone does something really wrong, right? And everyone thinks it's really wrong. And you're the only guy who's saying, well, let's
I get that all the
think about
time.
it, right? Okay, so evaluate exactly what is something which is wrong but not wrong, if you know what I mean.
What is wrong but not wrong?
Like you can do something which should usually evaluate into some sort of consequence in life, but you don't think it was done out of like malice or something like that.
Okay. Since we're on the topic of it, well, we were on the topic of it like 8 topics ago. Going back to, thank you, Phil. But you have a child who was sexually abusing their sibling, but they were sexually abused by an uncle who had groomed them that this was a normal behavior. That this is what people that do when they love each other, because that happens all the time.
Yeah,
so now your kid,
I was going to say it happens all
now
the
your
time.
now your kid who was told by their uncle, this is what people who love each other do. They're doing it to their sibling because they think this is what you do to your sibling that you love. Now you come in and you beat the shit out of them because they think they're doing something that's right to someone they love. Now you're mad at them because they're doing what they think is the right thing to someone they love.
Beat the shit out of the kid who's been sexually abused.
No, beat the shit out of the kid who's abusing your other sibling.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because that kid is now abusing his sibling, but
Because
was
he
taught
was
by the uncle
abused
that
by
it was
his
okay, and the uncle time it was normal, and that was okay to do. Now you have now love attached with anger and physical abuse, all at the same time.
But you can understand that this guy, well, you know, I'm making
It's a complicated situation. It's a complicated situation to be in.
Let's say it's a girl, okay? Let's say, okay, so this girl who's been abused by her aunt or whatever, who considers this normal, is now going to get like, you know, their shit pushed in, right? And understands that this is wrong. You can't do this.
So that's where the proper follow-up with a situation like that is if there's going to be, because it depends on how it goes down, and sometimes it's whether the parents keep it in-house or not, or whether or not, because a lot of times CPS ends up being involved because they have to be, because we're mandated reporters especially. But the most important thing for that situation is not only does the victim get very specific types of help with therapy, a very good therapist, the abuser needs therapy too, and not therapy that says, oh, you're this abuse, is to understand and change the misunderstanding and misperceived emotions and behavior. That's all part of the shit that needs to be changed.
I'm going to switch because apparently my broadband's just come back, so I'm going to switch from my phone back to the actual computer.
So you're fine. So I'll answer some questions in chat. So real quick, Mike Hunt for 2 says, Phil, don't play an ace when all you need is a 2. Real quick, I see Kay here. I know Stacy said Kay has no issue giving Ken the 3rd degree, but doesn't want to answer anyone else. Yeah, it would be nice if you helped answering Kay. Kay, if you're answering, let me do this. Feedback. All right, until you fix that. Kay says, I literally just watched that stream. Was exactly what he said. Maybe you should go back. Let's see what else. Where'd you go? Let's see. Where'd it go? No one was talking about beating the crap out of kids. You said even a swat on the butt is wrong because the child cannot consent. So it's all abusive in your opinion. Because a child cannot consent to being physically harmed. That's what the argument for that comes from, right? And you're not the only person to shit on me for this take. It's a complicated take, but is a child cannot consent to being physically assaulted. It's not like adults where we can throw our fist up and say, hey, let's fight and let's argue it out. That's not how it works for children. Children can't do that, right? So when we have that situation, you have a kid who cannot consent to being physically hit is a way to deal with it. I have dealt with more than one situation where a parent and child have come to agreements on consequences and how to manage it and how to appropriately deal with the fallout from little, moderate to major actions they do, and that everyone's in agreement, and it works well. And it works so well that when the kid that previously wouldn't bring something that could have put them in a very difficult situation, it now puts them in a situation where if it's in the same thing, they can feel safe and comfortable going to talk to mom or dad. Versus I have to hide it because I'm scared, because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to lose X, Y, or Z. I don't want to be able to do this, this, or that. There's a lot of problems with the way you have it. You don't need to resort to physical violence. And even if they could consent, they wouldn't, because you do not need to use physical violence to punish your children. I am sorry, Kay, but you sound like the kind of person that beats the shit out of your kids if you're arguing this really hard. Because why are you so against having a different way to try and communicate with your child, to try and deal with consequences? Why are you jumping and defending strongly physical abuse, or potentially what could be physical abuse, or what your child, even though you don't think it's abusive and you might think it's legal spanking, your child is seeing in responding to your actions in spanking in such a way, it's causing them emotional harm and psychological trauma at an early age, which research supports. So you're the one doing that, Kay, not me. I'm just saying, if you want to have that argument. So, sorry, Phil, I was trying to finish my statement there.
No, absolutely. No, I agree with where you're coming from. I still think that
and you can disagree with it,
beating the arse out of like a small child to actually say that's the wrong thing to do actually works quite well.
There are, even for, because if you can start that system young, like I said, there are exceptions to where your young child, like your toddler, is going to put the hand on the hot stove, and you need that immediate understanding. But that's very rare.
I suppose.
But it's even if it's a quick pop, but it's not like a painful.
The reason why I say this one,
a shock,
is like my parents, like my dad probably beat my ass, I don't know, 4, maybe 5 times in my lifetime, right? And I kind of learned. So from my perspective, getting your ass beat actually like taught you, don't do that again, kind of thing. And it kind of worked. Now, I knew kids when I was in
You
school.
might be the person that was lucky to have that happen.
Well, maybe this is where I'm going to. I knew kids who got their fucking ass beat like every day. And I don't think that worked.
It doesn't.
To be honest, you would need something else. Now, so
Even
I'm not
kids who
saying that
aren't
this
beat
isn't
daily.
ultimately, I suppose, the ultimate way to work about it. You have to deal with kids actually as they are. Now, the way that you're talking is
what you can
that
do it that way.
an ass beating never works. Now, that's incorrect because it worked with me. Right?
I've never. So I would say that the thing is we don't necessarily know when you're talking, because we start talking about implementing consequences once children start hitting like toddler age, once they start being able to move and do things, right? They can start getting into shit. They can start writing shit on the wall. They can start breaking shit, and you have to deal with it. And then they get into school age and they start doing other things. They start fighting with kids at school.
Well, yeah, but that's where the naughty step comes in, stuff like that.
Well, the thing is if you can start implementing a system that is outside of spanking, because if we take the gamble and say, well, let's hope that my kid will respond to spanking properly, we don't know that when the stats show that most kids have poor responses to spanking.
I am not saying that spanking is the be all and end all, but like if you do something really bad has to come back to you. That's all I'm saying, right? And you're saying no.
Say that one more time. I was reading something.
If you do something really bad has to come back as a consequence.
But why does that consequence have? Well, the consequence needs to be appropriate for what happened. And appropriate,
indeed, it does. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Appropriate needs to be something that's going to, because when we do a consequence, the goal
I'm
is
not talking about like somebody who's like, you know, like crying like after 7 p.m. or something like that. Therefore, that's a spanking. No, that's just an issue that needs to be dealt with, right?
The thing is when we have a situation, we have to. Shit, I was trying to multitask and I'd lost my train of thought. You have a situation happen, right? The goal of it. Okay, I remember now. The goal of a consequence is to help change behavior, right?
Yes.
We have a situation happen. We want to change behavior.
We are mediating behavior. Are we not?
Yes. The goal is to change behavior, or help understand. From my perspective, the goal is help, because if you say, hey, you need to change the behavior, and you start spanking, the change of behavior could be the behavior becomes worse versus the behavior becomes better.
Well,
right?
if you spank and the
you
behavior
can negatively
becomes
reinforce
worse, you
the behavior.
realize that your consequence is making things worse. So you stop doing that. Now, I
Some
know
people
there are
don't.
people who
Yeah.
don't have the intelligence to do this.
No, they don't.
But the point is, if that happens immediately, then you change that. Now, let's just say, for example, like a spanking thing, like a brother hits sister, right?
Okay.
No, that's not allowed, and I'm gonna like slap you around the back of the head, right? It's not like a fucking beating or anything like that. But
So what's wrong with that statement?
Right, I'm just saying, right? That's what
Yeah.
it feels like, and that's what your sister felt like, and that's why we don't do it, right? Okay, like hopefully, brother in the system like goes, oh shit, no, I don't like getting slapped. That's what sister felt like, so I'm not going to do it. Now, if that like solves the situation, then fine. But let's say he carries on doing it. Now, what do you do? Now, okay, so you can slap him again. It's not going to solve anything. So you have to really up the ante. You
Define
like
up the ante. Are we upping the ante in the physical matter? Because I wouldn't necessarily
no,
up the ante
because
physically.
like what I would do, like personally, I'd lock him in a room like with no toys, and just say, no, you're not coming out for an hour.
There are some there's a lot of situations where it's very much up to the dynamic of the child and the parent, right? Because some kids like they might be immune to being physically hit. Like it just doesn't matter to them that you spank them, right? But if you inflict another consequence on them, if you put a negative consequence in place that's not that will have a much more impactful statement to their behavior.
But there
they know
has
if
to
I
be
do
a
X,
consequence to bad behavior. You cannot give them a good
but it doesn't
idea.
have, you don't have to reflect the same idea, right? So if, for example, your kid hits their sibling, right? Your son hits your daughter, and you pop them on the back of the head. It's like, hey, don't do this, like, because this is what it feels like, and then you think, not saying you, but like, the escalation is then it goes to spanking, and then it comes, but because some people want to mirror the exact, like they say, okay, you did this, I'm gonna do this to you, so you know exactly what it feels like. But that's not the same, because that's not exactly how it feels like for that person. Because the brother could be hitting the sister because they're used to being hit. Maybe someone else hits them, or they don't mind it. So if they get hit, they're like, I don't mind being hit.
No,
So
you can't normalize
I don't mind being hit.
that.
Well, the thing is that maybe for that kid, being hit doesn't matter. So they don't think it's a big deal to hit the sibling. But
well, that's
you don't
not
know
the
that.
point, though.
You don't know that
parent
until you
who
figure
says
it out.
no, this is not acceptable, and that's why you have the consequence.
I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm saying it's the way you deal with the fallout, the way you deal with the situation has a lot of many third, fourth, fifth order effects down the year. And even in the same weeks or months following it, you'll be like, some things will have larger effects than you can intend because of just something you did. I've always been surprised at how some things that have happened in my client's life have impacted them much.
Snowballs.
It could snowball very badly, right? You have a situation where a kid now, if we go just to spanking, right? If we're using spanking as our example, the spanking goes from, it's mild to moderate spanking. Maybe it leaves marks sometimes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just hurts. But the child now builds up a resilience and a resistance to that parent as far as, I'm not going to be emotionally attached to that. So you have insecure attachment, or you have reactive attachment with the parent because of the spanking, because of the fear, the aggression.
But you're just saying that spanking is just a thing. No, the spanking is a result of doing something bad. Now, if the child stops doing something bad, now, if you've got like a bad parent, yes.
No, it's not about bad parenting.
But
that is not. It's not about bad parenting. It's about
this is what
the child's understanding of what spanking is. It's the child's processing too. The child has a different process. We're working at a higher level than the child. We need to be the ones responsible for how we process the information.
I know, but like what you're saying is the child can do whatever it wants, and we will just kind of deal with that. Now, if the child is okay, well, let's start with that. So the child does something wrong. Now, what are you going to do?
The child gets to, say the example again. I'm trying to juggle a few things. So, child does something wrong. What am I going to do? Just anything?
The child has stolen some chocolate or something from the cupboard. It's not a big thing.
All right. How I generally teach it when I work with parents and families is you get farther, and I've seen this work pretty statistically well with my clients, is you get farther by gaining more information and by having open dialogue. And so
what is that?
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
When the kid is able to, because you as the adult know you caught them in the act, right? They may or may not know they got caught in the act, right? But they may or may not know what's wrong. I don't know yet, but that's where understanding what's causing them to do it. Like, so why are you taking chocolate from the cupboard? It's not dinner time yet, right? So we're not, we told you before, you're not supposed to take chocolate before dinner, right? Well, I'm hungry. Dinner's not, it's only 4, dinner's not till 7. Okay, well, what could you have done instead, right? And so that's where sometimes it's better to be a teachable moment to then be instead inflict consequences. And so you don't have the same thing happen again. So instead of the child stealing chocolate, the child goes, hey, I'm hungry. Can I have a healthy snack before dinner? And so you can change the behavior. And that's just one example. But using a system like that can change the behavior. The kid learns, and you let the kid do the talking. You don't tell the child, because a lot of parents talk to the child. They don't talk with the child. They tell the child, you're wrong. This is bad. You're stealing. You're not supposed to steal. We've told you that 1,000 times, but the child doesn't know what it means to steal. And so that's where you ask them,
that if you murder someone, you're going directly to jail, right?
Kids don't necessarily know what murder means.
There's no talking to like a person. You're going to jail. Like, it's just like how many years, whether it's 16, 20, or whatever that happens to be. Now, that's a consequence of a life, right? Now, what you are doing is actually softening this whole idea
Not necessarily.
for kids. Yes, you are, because you're just allowing kids to get away with like shit which they shouldn't be getting away with, right? And like, if they learn hard and fast when they're kids, I will not do this, I will not end up going to jail.
I have seen more kids who have been spanked have far worse outcomes in their teenage and adult years than I have.
Yes, but are we talking about like badly spanked? Because we've just like
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The research I reviewed on my stream was, I think it was like no more than 2 spankings a week, right? It was like no more, because it was trying to avoid the same situation you're talking about, the parent who beats their kid all the time, right? Or spanks their kid all the time, right? So the research focused on literature. It was like a meta-analysis on like no more than 2 spankings a week. And it statistically showed that there was a negative impact on like emotional processing, psychological harm. There was psychological harm in multiple ways just from that.
Okay.
Because of how
can you, right. Okay. So you can give me the abstract, you can give me the method and the conclusion.
I'd have to find the paper. I don't have it immediately available, but when I don't
believe that your conclusion is what you think it is.
I mean, it's not my research. It was a meta-analysis of multiple research on spanking. But if we go back to the chocolate example, I'm not necessarily saying that every time the child gets away without consequence, right? So in that situation, you set the standard for what happens moving forward, right? So that way, in their own words, so okay, so next time what happens when you're hungry? I come and get you for a snack so I can get an apple or something. And so the kid now has said in their own words what the standard is and what they're supposed to do. So next time, should they take chocolate again, whether it's a day, a week, or a month out, they take the chocolate again, you catch them, and you go, okay, what's the standard? And then they know the standard because you've taught it to them, right? And then now you can deal with appropriate consequences. So what's the right consequence?
Okay, so what would that be?
Depends on what's right for that child. Every child is different.
I know, but
I know you disagree, but every child is different.
I'm giving you stuff, but that you will not give me like a standard.
Well, as far as you have to figure out, and this is why talking with the kids, and I know people will shit on me for this, is when you talk to a kid and you figure out what is important to them and what motivates them for change, because there are certain things that will motivate the shit out of kids for change. I have personally dealt with this in the last 4 months with my own sibling, who's like less than 10 years old, because I've seen how he responds to my stepmom and dad, and I know how he responds to me, because I know how to motivate him for change, because I understand what makes him tick. And I understood quickly what makes him tick, and I use that to benefit him by helping him learn what consequences are important. So I know if I do this for a consequence for him, will matter much more than if I were to spank him. I know for a fact it will cause so much more help than if I spank him.
You are correct. However, like what you are missing is if we actually had this conversation with the child before they actually create.
The goal is to have this conversation before.
Right? Yes. Which is what
as a
is
family,
good parenting is all about, right?
Yes. That's
now,
generally
if you
the
do
goal.
that and then you have the transgression, it's like, well, you're going to have to deal with this, right?
Yeah, so you have the kid before. This is where the beforehand is so important. Is all right. So if you do something minor, and you kind of give it, you can give examples of what's minor, like doing this or not doing your chores by Friday. You haven't finished all your chores. This is minor. This is moderate. This is severe, right? So, and this is where you'll catch me. Like I'll catch shit for this for a lot of people. Is what do you think is a fair consequence for minor, right? What do you think is a fair consequence for moderate? And then you could ask, if I were to do this or take X away or restrict this privilege, how would that impact you? How would that make you feel? And understanding those influences, because some things will make a child run much faster than if you just beat them. Like they will run much faster to change than if you beat them.
On all of those things. I may be like on the wrong side of things, but like
I'm not necessarily saying you're wrong. I understand where you're coming from, but
there are people who would consider themselves conservative, who bring their kids up. People would often say harshly, but those kids are actually brought up really nice, and these are the kids that tend to actually have like what we would say like a normal relationship with like a member of the opposite sex, and then get married at like a normal age. Now, for the people that we don't do that for, and we just allow them to do whatever the fuck that they want, these are the people who have like blue hair that think like abortion is a right and shit like that, and all of these other things which are going on, which are the debacle of society. I don't know if you disagree, but that's the way I see things.
I mean, I've seen people who have become very good, contributors to society, who have dealt with spanking, who dealt with an abusive parent. But that's also, anecdotal evidence. It's not statistical analysis of it. It's my personal relationships. The clients I work with, it's a small sample set, right? There's a limit to what I can gather from that, but I can reliably show data from my clients of the way I treat the situation. Because I know Kay in the chat was saying, and they're never going to break the rules again because it's something they agreed upon. No shit, kids are going to break the rules. The point is you set the standard and because if you set the standard and you set the consequences with them and they agree to it and you shake on it, which I did with my clients, I would have them shake on it with their parents and shake on it with me, because it's also an agreement with me, because that way I can say, I was here as witness. I shook on it with you. You told me you agreed to it.
I know, but Ken, I mean, let's be fair.
It works. It absolutely works.
I know, but what I'm talking about, like, just like kids, oh, you did something wrong, and I swat their behind, don't do it again. And they're generally all right. The kids that tend to come to you, and I'm not being awful about this, right? They have problems, don't they? And they need like a man like you to actually deal with stuff.
I mean, the thing is what's unfortunately sad is the kids that come to me can be caused by doing some of the things you're suggesting.
Well, indeed, yes.
Just by the minor spankings can cause psychological harm.
Spanking, that means like I'm going to beat your shit like every day just for the sake.
Minor spankings can cause. There is statistical evidence behind it.
If minor spanking,
remind me tomorrow.
If minor spanking is an issue, then these guys are like, you know what we call snowflakes?
Doesn't mean, so how is it snowflake if I'm doing something that's not spanking to consequence my child? If I can perfectly deal with my children without spanking, if you do
I get
yours with
swatted
spanking,
on my ass every day, like by daddy, because like he just thinks.
how does that
like,
make your
this is the right
child?
thing.
How does that make that a better child than my child? That I don't need to use physical aggression on? That's where the argument comes in.
That does not make your child a victim. It really doesn't.
I'm not trying to make my child a victim. I'm trying to make my child an empowered individual who doesn't need to use physical violence to do anything.
Now that's really sounding like
I do not. No, my goal is, the reason I don't like spanking is because A, there's enough evidence to show that even spankings twice a week at most can still cause psychological damage. And K,
bullshit.
you're being
No,
really
it
dumb
doesn't.
here.
Because
I've got the meta-analysis somewhere. I gotta fucking find it. I've got it somewhere.
You can quote that to me as much as you want. All of the people that you are talking about are fucking snowflakes. All of the best people in the world were from 50 years ago, when they could stand up and they could have shit happen to them and just go, fuck it, I don't care.
This also isn't necessarily research that's just from recent years. I think some of the meta-analysis included research spanning over a period of time. So it wasn't just recent data. I'd have to find it. I don't have it immediately available. It's been a while since I looked at it. I'd have to find it. I don't have it. I can get it, but I don't have it.
You can imagine how surprised I am.
I know. I understand. I did this whole stream talking about it. But the point is there's a lot of evidence pointing to issues with spanking as a disciplinary method. A lot of it because parents do it wrong. If it was more about parents doing it right, then maybe it was different. But parents do it wrong, and that's where they fucking cause harm.
If I'm going to be honest about it, should we do this one next week where you actually have all of the data with you?
I mean, I have the stream I already did on it. And say I'll be basically doing the stream again, but I can get you the information. Maybe
everyone would actually like to see that, because like I think it's bullshit. I really do. Like
I understand.
It's
I get it.
Scientific evidence, but like I don't think it actually means anything.
Twisted saying, you know, like spanking is the last resort of timeouts, taking away toys, electronics for the most part. Work for the most part, awesome. Spanking is a severe punishment and reserved for severe infraction. Again, that depends on the situation. It would need to be. There are very specific situations where I will deviate from my no spanking course. They're very, you know, if you can treat a situation without needing to resort to spanking, and hopefully if you're in that situation,
I don't
you have the tools in your toolbox.
To be honest,
that's my goal, is to set parents up to never need to use spanking as a consequence.
No,
because there's so many other things you can do instead.
No, but there isn't.
Instead of spanking. There is.
Okay.
Why do you have to use spanking?
If you're going to do that, right, what you're going to need to do is use psychological torture against children.
No, it's not. How's it psychological torture?
Okay, so like, what would you do? Like, the kid has just broken the skull of his sibling. What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Are we assuming safety is already taken care of? Like we've dealt with the immediate safety issues?
The other sibling is in the fucking hospital at this point. So what are you going to do?
Okay. Is it a crime? Does the police need to be involved?
Of course it's a crime. But like, I mean, you're not going to prosecute, are you?
All right. In my situation, I really want to find out what the fuck happened. I do not find that out by beating the shit out of my child. Regardless of age, I do not find
there was a hammer involved and it used on the other sibling.
Okay. I still need to find out what happened. That doesn't give me any answers. That just tells me the method of assault.
No,
I need to know
I'm getting into female territory here.
Listen, the thing is you do not change behavior without understanding what caused people to do things. Just because a hammer was used doesn't mean I understand what happened. You only find out what happened is if you talk to the person
there are complex things going on with children.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
No,
you're telling me if a kid's been abused or if it's other shit going on or if they've got other things. You're telling me there's no complex things going on. I have worked with kids who have been A, very simple for their age, or B, very complex for their age. I have met many variety of children who have impressed me.
Is one thing. Okay, so I'm going to rule that one out. There's no abuse. It's just violence.
Okay, it's just violence, right? So here's an example. I had a kid who, would it not have been for the fact that they are a teenager, would probably meet the definition for being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. Effectively, they were psychopathic. They were showing the signs of psychopathy. I'm not even
Why?
joking. There's a lot of details in it. It would be a huge segue, but I was shocked when I figured it out, because I got played at first. It took me a while to figure it out, but I figured it out. Is they were showing signs that fit antisocial personality disorder. If it were not for them being a teenager, they could have the diagnosis. They were extremely manipulative in very smart ways. They were doing other things as well. You would be shocked. They had the traits.
Actually,
I wouldn't say it without.
With respect to child psychopaths, right? Are they always siblings?
Well, the thing is this child did not have, if I'm recalling correctly, this child did not have a sibling, and B, the thing is, the reason we don't diagnose personality disorders in children and teenagers is because you're technically still building your personality, and it can resolve itself. That's why we don't diagnose it.
You can see where I'm coming from, though, right?
I understand. This is a situation where the data I had based on the parent over a course of several years, based on the child's age, they were just a few years away from being an adult. You know, give it a few years,
like
they were
months away.
Yeah, like they were a couple years away, but they were like 16, I think, right? So they had a couple years left, but they had a long history
They
of
were effectively
behaviors.
adults at this point.
Yeah, we're getting there. So I can't say it, but it's leaning that way heavily.
See, as a Brit, I can say that,
So
because
I have
in
this situation.
terms of 16, I mean, you can join the army and stuff like that. So
If
you're
we go back to
effectively an
the hammer thing, right? You have the hammer thing happen, right? If it's a situation where I have a kid who is presenting like that child, right, who has those signs, and I don't understand that until I can get that information out of them, because how they respond to the situation would give me clues, because I know what to look for, right? Because how a kid is going to respond to that situation is going to give me clues as to what's going on. It might not give the average parent without proper, support structures and training.
With that you've just said, what if they are psychopathic?
What if they are? And
then
they're
they
my
won't
child?
give you the ideals that you want.
Well, the thing is that would depend on a lot of factors. For me, it took me a bit to figure it out. I had a situation.
Yeah, but you actually have to be looking for a psychopath to find a psychopath.
I wasn't looking for it. I only figured it out by chance. It was by chance I figured it out. It was something they did.
How did that happen?
It was something they did that caught. I'll have to explain it to you off stream or something. But it was something they did that caught me, and then
like everyone's going to want to hear this one. Come on.
Oh, I can't. There's certain things I can't. But the point is I got if it wasn't for that, I would have. This put me in a situation where because after figuring this out and something this child did, I would not be in a room with them that did not have a video camera, because they were that dangerous to my safety in their manipulative behaviors and shit they have done before.
Did you actually feel in danger in that guy's?
I did not feel I could comfortably have the client in my office without cameras because of the information that I now had, because of things they had just done.
That's not good.
Because there was a history of them doing things that I was worried about them doing, that they have a history of doing, and because of new information I just figured out along with something they had done that day, I no longer would meet with them in my office.
But was he cool with you after you started to speak to him?
It was a she, but
whatever.
They were not okay that I would meet in my office with them. And, I had to kind of, like, they were trying to guess as to why I wouldn't do it. And, based on the incident earlier in the day and stuff, it was complicated. It was a very difficult situation. This is a very difficult client. But you have a situation where a kid could have something like that going on, or have other mental issues going on, or there was something that triggered something.
Now, all of these things are great, because these are very exceptional things going on. What I'm talking about is normal stuff.
But we don't know it's normal. You don't know, but you don't know it's normal until you find out
something like that and say, "Don't do it again." She never does it again, and everything's fine.
You can't know that it's a normal situation until you get the information out of the kid, and you may not get the information out of the kid if you consistently resort to using spanking.
What you are saying, though, is therefore, right, I cannot accept that any of these kids are normal because they might be abnormal.
I'm saying is you have one is kids' age. We find that, a kid that may be normal during their school age years, as they get into their teen years, as they hit puberty, certain things can start to present. Like we have certain mental issues that will start to present. And a kid that was normal at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, now going 13, 14, 15 is starting to change. And
Well, sure.
you may miss it.
If they genuinely start to like exhibit like an abnormal behavior, then fine, then they're not normal anymore. But what I'm saying is just a normal kid. You do something wrong, I'm going to fucking hit you on the behind. You do it again, I'm going to do this again. Do you get it? And they go,
What does that look like to your child?
Because daddy's going to hit me.
If you sit there, I'm going to fucking hit you on your behind.
Yeah.
What does that give your child the impression of?
If I do something wrong, daddy's going to hit me.
Maybe for an exceptional child, for a child with average intelligence, of average processing and cognitive
That's
ability.
what every kid I knew from school knew.
Again, you knew. That doesn't mean that's all cases.
That was every kid. It wasn't just me. It was all the kids. Like
that doesn't mean
what is
just
different
because
about you and your type?
I'm just saying,
like
just because something
different.
just because that was acceptable then doesn't mean it's acceptable now. A, because we have more information on it. B, that doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. Maybe it was the best way then. If it's not the best way now, why should we still do that if it's not the best way? If there are better ways to do something, we want to do that. That's the goal.
The same argument, I could say, well, if it's the best way, shouldn't we do it the same way now?
If it's
Because
the best way,
I've got no evidence.
is it
that
causing
says
psychological
that it's
harm?
No, it isn't.
But if the research shows it's causing psychological harm, is it still the best way?
No, that's because like guys like you who want to talk about the exceptions, these people.
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about.
That.
This is not the exceptions. This is the strong majority or significant.
Strong majority bullshit. Okay, show me the evidence.
Look, I'm already hitting 10 o'clock at my time. I've been going 5 hours. I was supposed to end 2 hours ago. We could keep going all night, and I'm actually.
Should we do it later?
I'm a few hours late for my medications. I'm actually starting to have some medical issues right now. I've been trying to continue.
It's only 3 in the morning here.
Say, I've got to take meds, or I'm going to start having issues here in a bit. So, I appreciate the conversation. It's been fun. I always have fun conversations with you.
Of course.
I'm not explaining myself correct, and I know I have that issue sometimes.
No. I think you've actually had like a really good moment.
I like the discussion, and it's difficult sometimes for me to get my point across in some of it because it is out there.
If I might, I mean, like Twisted Puppet's going to be out there, like in the chat. Like I've already apologized to her and stuff like, and she thinks everything's okay. So I think I've resolved that problem.
Oh, cool. Right. But as far as the chat, I think I hit all the super chats. Let me make sure, because I definitely hold on. I think I missed one. Let me make sure I didn't miss another one, because okay, I read that one, so this is the next one. So, yeah, I want to make sure I didn't miss it. Sin says, sometimes the relationship with the parent is the deciding factor. Some kids won't go out of their way to break rules for loved and respected parents. That is my point. There are a lot of kids who, if they have that dynamic with their parents, where they have the communication, they have the respect both ways, where the parents have, where the kid earns the respect of the parents and the parents earn the respect of the kid, because that actually is important. Whether it's you push it or earn it, whether you demand respect or earn respect from your children is huge.
Isn't that what we would call normal parenting?
Well, normal parenting is what versus demanding
versus
normal earning
parenting
respect
is like less than 10% of the people who actually do it, but like that's what I mean.
I mean, a good parent can earn the respect of their child, not force it or demand it. I'm your dad, you need to respect me. I'm your mom, you need to respect me. A good parent will say, if I'm doing right by you, I will have earned your respect. And if you respect me, then I can ask you, hey, if you do respect me as a parent, then I would request that you do this, or I would ask that you do this because
it
goes the other way. It does. I've watched it go. I have many examples I can go to that work perfectly that way.
But the way you're articulating this, I would say is wrong, because I would say like children will love their parents just automatically. Now, if they start beating them just for no reason, they're going to lose. The children are going to lose respect for the parents, but they will naturally love their parents just because
they can love them, but they don't have to respect them. There's a whole
no, they don't have to. But like, if the parents don't do anything wrong, why would you not respect them? That's what I found as a child. I don't know about you.
Depends on what you mean by do anything wrong, because to a child, something wrong can be a minor slight.
I mean, I did some things wrong, and my dad beat my ass and stuff like that. But I didn't hate my dad for it.
I have a stepdad that, as an adult, I understood, and to some degree, I understand why he did it. As the therapist, is some of the stuff he did a little manipulative or abusive? Yeah, there were some that I think crossed some lines. Do I understand why he did it, or what motivated him to possibly do it? Probably could guess really strongly that I'm correct
you
on.
You mustn't think this is normal, though.
But
this is exceptional.
But the things he did, if a client of mine were to come into my office and tell me that this is what their parents doing, I would have problems with it.
Absolutely. Listen to that and
I would have problems.
Deal with what they're doing. But like, if you had to listen to every kid that went through school, like most of them are going to go like, well, my dad's all right. He's beat my ass a couple of times, but like, he's okay.
I mean, some kids are legitimately fine with that. It happened a couple of times, and maybe they worked it out. Maybe that's no longer a way they deal with it. Every kid's different. That's why some of this is so nuanced, because we can find trends in things, but the way we respond to each child, well, we want to try and use similar things, require different approaches. But, oh, fuck. But we could continue this on if we continue.
Anyway, get yourself to bed, old boy.
Yeah, I need to get my meds. I need to get my meds first, but thank you for being up, Phil. Thank you, Tracy, for being up. Go check out Phil, _doll-house.com, right?
Whatever it is.
If you want
you
to,
never
ever
want to buy a doll,
website.
Tell everyone I would never buy a doll, and if I was never going to get a doll, I specifically would never get it from the-doll-house.com.
Yeah, never get a doll from that the-doll-house.com. So, but thank you, Phil. Thanks for everyone in the chat.
Be cool.
For being here. Thanks for the super chats. Take care, Phil. Let me go ahead and hit the outro, and I'm going to see when I can. I want to stream more than once a week. I've just got so much going on in the background. Let's see here. Where's the outro thing? And here we go. So
Twisted, be cool.
Yep. Thanks, Twisted, for being here. Thanks for everybody in the chat. Thanks for the super chat. It was great stream today. Have a great week. And wait, I have a new video. Where'd it go? Or did I play it already? No, I played the Baby Shark thing this morning early to open. All right, because I thought that was funny. All right, here we go. Bye, guys.
Crash it, change it, melt, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, slide it, get it, test it, save it, load it, check it,